Good evening. I am Count Dracula, and I am very pleased to introduce this very special presentation of Atomic Disaster Theater. Proudly presenting Fahrenheit 451. Good evening, noble listener. My name is Dave. Do not fear me. I mean you no harm. I know my radical, sexualized voice may be shocking at first and may be difficult to deal with. But I assure you, I'm here for the betterment of both your intellect and your soul. Greetings. For those of you that do not know, my hideously deformed associate and myself do a little podcast called Atomic Disaster Theater, and this is one of our, it's just a little a little passion project of ours that we do. Something I've been meaning to get done for quite some time. I'm going to take this moment, if I may, to thank my dear friend and co-host, Count Dracula, for that stirring introduction. Well done, Count. Well done. Thank you. And you know what? Let me just say, Count, thank you for taking time out of your very, very busy schedule to come and do this with me. I know this isn't necessarily your bag, but it was nice of you to come back me up in this little enterprise of mine. Well, Dave, actually, I didn't have a choice. You're making me do this. Against my will. Touché. And what exactly is this? Who exactly are we? What is life? These are questions that need to be ignored, for the most part. But one I will answer is what this is all about here. I'm going to read to you today. This book that I have in my hot little hands is my favorite book of all time. And I want to share it with you because I feel that it's important. I personally feel like a traveler in a lonely, desolate world, and all I have is my word and my balls and this book right here. And I think it's great, and it's pretty short, which is good because I'm not too bright. And I want to share this with you because it's special. It's special to me. Now, I'm not just going to read this isn't a straight audio book. This is so much more and tragically less than that. I'm not just going to sit here and read you page by page by page by page by page. This is an extended chill session. It's a chill sesh, if you will. Count Dracula and myself. See, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to read, but if something strikes my fancy, if I want to say something, if I want to comment, I will do so. It's like reading a book and having the cliff notes be read to you by an exceedingly annoying person is what I'm looking for here. So this is not a straight audiobook reading of Fahrenheit 451. This is like the director's cut. This is so much more. This is the extended version of Lord of the Rings that nobody asked for and few can tolerate. They just kind of say they like it because everybody has to. You know, oh, Lord of the Rings, I love Lord of... Do you? Do you really? Honestly. Anyway. Okay, so that being said, I guess we should get the legalities out of the way here, right, Count?
That's always good, Dave, because we are constantly getting sued.
Yes, and threats and intimidation only go so far. Allegedly. Before we begin, let me state, clearly, I don't own any of this. I did not write Fahrenheit 451. Well, okay, if I'm being honest, I co-wrote it. Probably 65% of this is my shit. But, you know, for legality's sake, this is not mine. I don't own any of this, okay? I don't even own this book. I stole it from a small girl in a park somewhere. This is the I'm reading the See, I don't know how to do this. Okay. I'm reading the, let's see, a Del Rey book, Ballantine Books. That's the because there's 1,000 different versions of this book. This is cool because the version I'm holding in my hand is the same version I read when I was in 8th grade, the first time I ever read this book. And so I remember it vividly. I remember, this isn't the book, but it's the same one. It's like the same, it's the same version that I had before, and it's really neat. It's like $9. I highly recommend you go pick this up. So I'm going to read this to you, and we're probably going to do it in 3 parts. I was thinking about just doing it an hour at a time, but I'm going to really shoot for 3 parts. So we're going to do this because the book's split into 3 parts, so we're going to split this into 3 parts. I believe that's it. But let me stress, if you came for a straight audiobook reading, you're not going to get one. I'm not a good reader. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. Oh, wait, I don't. Let me go back real quick, because I don't. So let's see. Dracula, before we begin, do you have any questions at all about why we're here and what we're going to do?
You're not going to quiz me on this shit, are you?
Are you asking if you can just sit there with your normal blank expression and just nod as I speak, like you do on our show?
That's about the long and short of it, yes.
Well, look, it's... Alright. I understand that hearing me talk for an extended period of time is, I don't know, torturous and uninteresting. But the book is really good. So how about you pay attention to the book and the story? Because you might like it. Give it a shot. And after, how about this? Give me 45 minutes of reading the book. And if you don't like it, you can just put in your headphones and listen to T-Pain all you like.
Promise?
Sure. Okay. So let's see. A Del Rey book. A Del Rey book, not Adele Rey. Like that's a person. Like that's Lana Del Rey and Adele dating. It's not Del Rey, like a Del Rey. It's a Del Rey book. Published by the Ballantine Publishing Group. Okay? Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. And by the way, Ray Bradbury, I didn't know this. He died like not that long ago. It wasn't even 10 years ago. He died in like 2012. That's pretty wild. He was like 90 something. Ray Bradbury. Didn't drive. I don't drive. Just a parallel there, I'm pretty much saying I'm a genius. Ray Bradbury, myself, creative geniuses don't drive. I mean, what, I gotta fucking spell it out for you? Anyway, let's begin. There's a little who's my watch it's in here. I gotta read too. It's a dedication, right? This one, with gratitude, is for Don Congdon.
Oh, Dave, question.
Yes, you, the undead gentleman in the front row.
Who's Don Congdon?
Well, actually, Count, It's Ray Bradbury's agent. Was, I guess? I think he's dead. He's probably dead now. Yeah, it was his agent and his agent and gay lover.
You said that like you weren't too sure.
No, I mean, they're rumors. They're rumors.
Wait, you're making that face that you make when you lie.
Count. For fuck's sake. We gotta spice this. We're reading a 70-year-old book here. We gotta put in some innuendo. You know, we gotta bring something new to the table. We want clicks. We want views. We need people to be talking about that. We can't just read the book straight. We have to season it a little bit. Make it hot. You know what I'm saying.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you're lying in saying that Don Congdon and Ray Bradbury had a gay affair?
I'm not saying that exactly, like legally speaking, but there's no proof that they didn't. You think about that.
Oh God, look man, I'm trying to help you so we don't get sued.
Alright, they probably weren't having a torrid love affair because somebody in this room here has something against love. May I continue, please? So far, we've been doing this for 28 minutes, and I've read this one with gratitude is for Don Congdon. That's it. Maybe by 3 hours in, we'll hit the 20-page mark count. If you're done.
Fine, go ahead.
Okay. Jesus. There's another thing. There's a quote. I'm going to read too. In here. If they give you ruled paper, write the other way. That obviously, I mean, I know where that's from. But I'm very intelligent. So for the layman out there, you probably don't know who said that, but obviously it does. Juan Ramon Jimenez said that. Obviously. Part 1, the Hearth and the Salamander. I don't know what a hearth is. I don't know what a salamander is, but let's see what's going on here. It was a pleasure to burn. Wait, count. Should I do, what voice should I use?
What do you mean? Just read the goddamn book?
No, I'm a performer. See, obviously. Should I use like my wizened Old Testament voice, my theatrical voice, should I use a sultry voice? Should I try to seduce the listener here?
Maybe you should have thought of this before you hit record.
Well, you're not wrong. Maybe, okay, let's just play it straight for the time being. Okay. It was a pleasure to burn. It was a special pleasure to see things eaten, to see things blackened and changed. With the brass nozzle in his fists, with this great python spitting its venomous kerosene upon the world, the blood pounded in his head, and his hands were the hands of some amazing conductor, playing all the symphonies of blazing and burning to bring down the tatters and charcoal ruins of history. This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I'm not very good at this. Okay, are we done? Yeah, we're almost done. With his symbolic helmet numbered 451. 451? 451? I don't know how that's supposed to be. I mean, it's just 451, but if it was like the individual, wouldn't it be 4-5? You know, like when you're spelling something. There's going to be a lot of hills for me to die on. I don't probably want to pick this one so soon. On page 3. With his symbolic helmet numbered 451 on his stolid head. Stolid's a great word. So let's see what that is. See, I mean, I know, obviously. I'm a very intelligent man, but I know that a lot of you out there don't. So let's Google that. Stolid adjective of a person calm, dependable, and showing little emotion or animation. All right, there we go. Off to a bad start. Page 3, I've already been stumped, okay? With it, let's try this sentence for the 8th time. With his symbolic helmet numbered 451 on his stolid head and his eyes all orange flame with the thought of what came next, he flicked the igniter and the house jumped up in a gorging fire that burned the evening sky red and yellow and black. He strode in a swarm of fireflies. He wanted, above all, like the old joke, to shove a marshmallow on a stick in the furnace, while the flapping, pigeon-winged books died on a porch and lawn of the house. Side note, I'm sorry, I'm going to try not to do this often, but I was actually just talking about this with somebody. We're talking about Star Trek 5 in the camping scene, and Spock says, "I am attempting to roast the marshmallow." Sorry, it's just so rare that I get to say that. While the books went up in sparkling whirls and blew away on a wind turned dark with burning. Montag grinned the fierce grin of all men singed and driven back by flame.
Oh, Dave!
Yes, Count.
Is he the main character, this Montag person?
Very observant, Count. You've done this before. Yes. Yes, he is. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, we'll try to get off of this page. We'll try to do a page per hour. How about that? He knew that when he returned to the firehouse, he might wink at himself. A minstrel man, burnt corked in the mirror.
That's racist.
Probably. Later, going to sleep, he would feel the fiery smile still gripped by his face muscles in the dark. It never went away, that smile. It never, ever went away, as long as he remembered. I should probably say now that I'm pretty bad at reading. So I highly advise you read this for yourself, because I'm gonna fuck up, and I'm probably gonna skip a bunch of shit, because I'm not very bright. That part wasn't in the book. That was me. He hung up his black, beetle-colored helmet and shined it. He hung his flame-proof jacket neatly. He showered luxuriously, like I do. I shower like a 15-year-old girl. Like, I take long, boiling hot showers. It's pretty gay.
I can vouch for that. He's like a little girl in there. It's all hot, and he's in there for like 20 minutes. I honestly don't know what he's doing.
Well, Count, look, there's a lot to clean. May I continue? He showered luxuriously, and then, whistling, hands in pockets, walked across the upper floor of the fire station and fell down the hole. At the last moment, when disaster seemed positive, he pulled his hands from his pockets and broke his fall by grasping the golden pole. He slid to a squeaking halt, the heels 1 inch from the concrete floor downstairs. Jesus fucking Christ.
That part wasn't in the book, right? I mean, I guess this Montag person probably knows to mute his goddamn phone if he's going to read to people.
You know what, Count? I don't need this right now. He walked out of the fire station and along the midnight street towards the subway, where the silent air-propelled train slid soundlessly down its lubricated flue. Flue, F-L-U-E. All right, that's a Google search right there. Lubricated flue. Flue. What's a F-L-U-E? A duct for smoke and waste gases produced by a fire, a gas heater, a power station, or other fuel-burning installation. What the fuck? Who uses talk like this? Jesus. Goddamn people and their high school diplomas, their middle school diplomas. Okay. Down its lubricated flue in the earth and let him out with a great puff of warm air onto the cream-tiled escalator rising to the suburb. Whistling, he let the escalator waft him into the still night air. He walked toward the corner, thinking little at all about nothing in particular. Before he reached the corner, however, he slowed as if a wind had sprung up from nowhere, as if someone had called his name. The last few nights he had had the most uncertain feelings about the sidewalk just around the corner here, moving in the starlight toward his house. I'm beginning to think I'm dumb because I keep wanting to say towards. Every time the book says toward, so in the starlight toward his house. If it was me speaking, I'd say towards the house, towards, T-O-R-D-Z. God, I'm fucking dumb. I'm fucking dumb, man. It's not cool. It's not good. I mean, I know it's hot. I know all the ladies love that, you know. So I'm going to make that mistake a lot. That's whenever I pause when I say that, it's because I'm waiting for the S that's never there. He had felt that a moment prior to his making the turn, someone had been there. The air seemed charged with a special calm, as if someone had waited there quietly, and only a moment before he came simply turned to a shadow and let him through. Perhaps his nose detected a faint perfume. Perhaps the skin on the backs of his hands, on his face, felt the temperature rise, at this one spot where a person standing might raise the immediate atmosphere 10 degrees for an instant. There was no understanding it. Each time he made the turn, he saw only the white, unused, buckling sidewalk, with perhaps, on one night, something vanishing swiftly across the lawn before he could focus his eyes or speak. But now, tonight, he slowed almost to a stop, his inner mind reaching out to turn the corner for him, had heard the faintest whisper. Breathing? Or was the atmosphere compressed merely by someone standing very quietly there, waiting? He turned the corner. The autumn leaves blew over the moonlit pavement in such a way as to make the girl who was moving there seem fixed to a sliding walk, letting the motion of the wind and the leaves carry her forward. Her head was half bent to watch her shoes stir the circling leaves. Her face was slender and milk white, and in it was the kind of gentle hunger that touched over everything with tireless curiosity. It was a look, almost, of pale surprise. The dark eyes were so fixed to the world that no move escaped them. Her dress was white, and it whispered. He almost thought he heard the motion of her hands as she walked, and the infinitely small sound now, the white stir of her face turning when she discovered she was a moment away from a man who stood in the middle of the pavement waiting. The trees overhead made a great sound of letting down their dry rain. The girl stopped and looked as if she might pull back in surprise, but instead stood regarding. I don't know why I put a phantom fucking period there, but instead stood regarding Montag with eyes so dark and shining and alive that he felt he had said something quite wonderful. But he knew his mouth had only moved to say hello. And then, when she seemed hypnotized by the salamander on his arm and the phoenix disc on his chest, he spoke again. "Of course," he said. "You're our new neighbor, aren't you? And you must be..." She raised her eyes from his beeping phone. "Okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna hold on. I'll deal with it. Count. I'm gonna go deal with something. I'll be right back." All right, sorry. Are we done? Did we finish? Yes, we're the end. What did you think? Okay, here we go. We're on page 6, everybody. Oh, real quick. One thing I always found stupid, and hilarious. Whenever somebody's reading something and they do like an audiobook, for example, well, not all the time, but sometimes enough that it bothers me. When they do a girl character, if it's a male reading it, they'll start doing like a girly voice. It always cracks me up. I remember there was like a Watchmen audio graphic novel or something where they just, it's like it's Watchmen, and then every time the guy would read like a girl part, he talked like this, and it was just really weird, and it's just funny. But I'm not gonna do that because I'm a man and I'm an adult. So So screw up. Or you know what? Actually, count. Maybe I should I do like, what voice should I use for the girl? Because I mean, I do have to spice this up a bit for clicks, for mad clicks. So maybe like a sultry, like a Kathleen Turner type, or no, I know, like a Southern Belle voice. Maybe we'll do that. We'll think about it. I'll think about it. Here, I'll do different girl voices, and you tell me which one gets you hardest. Okay?
Why don't you just read, Dave? And don't worry about what gets me, like that.
Oh. You always gotta put a damper on things. But anyway, okay, fine. And you must be... She raised her eyes from his professional symbols. The fireman. Her voice trailed off. How oddly you say that. I'd have known it with my eyes shut, she said slowly. What, the smell of kerosene? My wife always complains, he laughed. You never wash it off completely. No, you don't, she said in awe. He felt she was watching... he felt she was walking in a circle around him. About him? Jesus, how do people do this without messing up? Turning him end for end, shaking him quietly and emptying his pockets without once moving herself. Kerosene, he said, because the silence had lengthened, is nothing but perfume to me. Does it seem like that, really? Of course. Why not? She gave herself time to think of it. I don't know. She turned to face the sidewalk going towards their homes. Do you mind if I walk back with you? I'm Clarice McClellan. See, I mean that, like, that's just my straight normal voice. But maybe if I, okay, let me try that again, real quick. Let me try that again. I don't know. She turned to face the sidewalk going towards their homes. Do you mind if I walk back with you? I'm Clarice McClellan. Tee-hee. Isn't that better? Like, isn't that much better?
No, you should probably, don't do voices and just read.
But this, the Southern Belle, that's... Let me touch your butt real quick and see how worked up you are. Because I think this could get us a lot of attention here. This, if we just sex up this story, we could become like YouTube stars. But okay, just we'll do it straight for now. Clarice, Guy Montag, come along. What are you doing out so late wandering around? How old are you? They walked in the warm, cool, blowing night on the silvered pavement, and there was the faintest breath of fresh apricots, of fresh apricots and strawberries in the air. And he looked around and realized this was quite impossible so late in the year. There was only the girl walking with him now, her face bright as snow in the moonlight, and he knew she was working his questions around, seeking the best answers she could possibly give. Well, she said, I'm 17 and I'm crazy. My uncle says the two always go together. When people ask your age, he said, always say 17 and insane. Isn't this a nice time of night to walk? I like to smell things and look at things and sometimes stay up all night walking and watch the sunrise. What, Count?
Nothing, you just got a, weird kind of smile when you read that last part, about this young underage girl.
Count, let's not go there right now, please. You trying to work me up now? Shit. They walked on again, in silence, and finally she said thoughtfully, I'm not afraid of you at all. He was surprised. Why should you be? So many people are. Afraid of firemen, I mean. But you're just a man, after all. He saw himself in her eyes, suspended in two shining drops of bright water, himself dark and tiny in fine detail, the lines about his mouth, everything there, as if her eyes were two miraculous bits of violet amber that might capture and hold him intact. Her face, turned to him now was fragile milk crystal with a soft and constant light in it. It was not the hysterical light of electricity, but what? But the strangely comfortable and rare and gentle flattering light of the candle. One time, as a child in a power failure, his mother had found and lit a last candle, and there had been a brief hour of rediscovery, of such illumination that space lost its vast dimensions and drew comfortably around them. And they, mother and son, alone, transformed, hoping that the power might not come on again too soon. And then Clarice McClellan said, "Do you mind if I ask how long you've worked at being a fireman?" "Since I was 20, 10 years ago." "Do you ever read any of the books you burn?" He laughed. "That's against the law." "Oh, of course." "It's fine work. Monday burn Millay, Wednesday Whitman, Friday Faulkner. Burn 'em to ashes. Then burn the ashes. That's our official slogan." They walked still farther, and the girl said, "Is it true?" And the girl said, "Is it true that Dave can't keep his place in this book?" "Yes, that's very true." They walked still farther, and the girl said, "Is it true that long ago firemen put fires out instead of going to start them?" "No, houses have always been fireproof, take my word for it." "Strange, I heard once that a long time ago houses used to burn by accident and they needed firemen to stop the flames." He laughed. She glanced over quickly. "Why are you laughing?" "I don't know." He started to laugh again and stopped. "Why?" "You laugh when I haven't been funny, and you answer right off. You never stop to think what I've asked you." He stopped walking. "You are an odd one," he said, looking at her. "Haven't you any respect?" "I don't mean to be insulting. It's just I love to watch people too much, I guess." "Well, doesn't this mean anything to you?" He tapped the numerals 451 stitched on his char-colored sleeve. "Yes," she whispered. She increased her pace. "Have you ever watched the jet cars racing on the boulevards down that way?" "You're changing the subject." "I sometimes think drivers don't know what grass is, or flowers, because they never see them slowly." She said, "If you showed a driver a green blur, oh yes, he'd say, that's grass. A pink blur, that's a rose garden. White blurs are houses. Brown blurs are cows. My uncle drove slowly on a highway once. He drove 40 miles an hour and they jailed him for 2 days. Isn't that funny and sad, too?" "You think too many things," said Montag uneasily. "I rarely watch the parlor walls or go to races or fun parks, so I've lots of time for crazy thoughts, I guess. Have you seen the 200-foot-long billboards in the country beyond town? Did you know that once billboards were only 20 feet long? But cars started rushing by so quickly they had to stretch the advertising out so it would last." "I didn't know that," Montag laughed abruptly. "Bet I know something else you don't. There's dew on the grass in the morning." He suddenly couldn't remember if he had known this or not, and it made him quite irritable. "And if you look," she nodded at the sky, "there's a man in the moon." He hadn't looked for a long time. They walked the rest of the way in silence, hers thoughtful, his a kind of clenching and uncomfortable silence, in which he shot her accusing glances. When they reached her house, all its lights were blazing. "What's going on?" Montag had rarely seen that many house lights. "Oh, just my mother and father and uncle sitting around talking. It's like being a pedestrian, only rarer. My uncle was arrested another time. Did I tell you? For being a pedestrian? Oh, we're most peculiar. But what do you talk about?" She laughed at this. "Good night." She started up her walk, then she seemed to remember something and came back to look at him with wonder and curiosity. "Are you happy?" she said. "Am I what?" he cried. But she was gone, running in the moonlight, her front door shut gently. "Happy? Of all the nonsense!" He stopped laughing. He put his hands into the glove hole of his front door and let it know his touch. The front door slid open. "Of course I'm happy. What does she think, I'm not?" he asked the quiet rooms. He stood looking up at the ventilator grill in the hall and suddenly remembered that something lay hidden behind the grill. something that seemed to peer down at him now. He moved his eyes quickly away. What a strange meeting on a strange night. He remembered nothing like it save one afternoon a year ago when he had met an old man in the park and they had talked. Montag shook his head. He looked at a blank wall. The girl's face was there, really quite beautiful in memory, astonishing in fact. She had a very thin face like the dial of a small clock seen faintly in a dark room in the middle of a night when you waken to see the time and see the clock telling you the hour and the minute and the second, and the white silence and a glowing all-certainty and knowing what it had to tell of the night passing swiftly on towards further darknesses, but moving also towards a new sun. Jesus Christ, that is a long-ass sentence. What? Asked Montag of that other self, the subconscious idiot that ran babbling at times, quite independent of will, habit, and conscience. He glanced back at the wall. How like a mirror, too, her face. Impossible, for how many people did you know who refracted your own light to you? People were more often, he searched for a simile, found one in his work. Torches, blazing away until they whiffed out. How rarely did other people's faces take of you and throw back to you your own expression, your own innermost trembling thought. What incredible power of identification the girl had. She was like the eager watcher of a marionette show, anticipating each flicker of an eyelid, each gesture of his hand, each flick of the finger, the moment before it began. How long had they walked together? 3 minutes? 5? Yet how large that time seemed now. How immense a figure she was on the stage before him. What a shadow she threw on the wall with her slender body. There's actually an exclamation mark after that one, so he's getting a little worked up, if you know what I'm saying. He felt that if his eyes itched, she might blink, and if the muscles of his jaws stretched imperceptibly, she would yawn long before he would. Why, he thought, now that I think of it, she almost seemed to be waiting for me there, in the street, so damn late at night. He opened the bedroom door. It was like coming into the cold marbled room of a mausoleum after the moon had set. Complete darkness, not a hint of the silver world outside. The windows tightly shut, the chamber a tomb world where no sound from the great city could penetrate. I love that sentence. Let me read that again. That was fucking good. One more time. Complete darkness, not a hint of the silver world outside. The windows tightly shut, the chamber a tomb world where no sound from the great city could penetrate. Great sense. The room was not empty. He listened. The little mosquito delicate dancing hum in the air, the electrical murmur of a hidden wasp snug in its special pink warm nest. The music was almost loud enough so he could follow the tune. He felt his smile slide away, melt, fold over and down on itself like a tallow skin, like the stuff of a fantastic candle burning too long and now collapsing and now blown out. Darkness. He was not happy. He was not happy. He said the words to himself. He reorganized this as the true state of affairs. He recognized this as the true state of affairs. He wore his happiness like a mask, and the girl had run off across the lawn with the mask, and there was no way of going to knock on her door and ask for it back. Without turning on the light, he imagined how this room would look. His wife stretched on the bed, uncovered and cold, like a body displayed on the lid of a tomb, her eyes fixed to the ceiling by invisible threads of steel, immovable. And in her ears the little seashells, the thimble radios tamped tight, and an electronic ocean of sound, of music and talk and music and talk coming in on the shore of her unsleeping mind. The room was indeed empty. Every night the waves came in and bore her off on their great tides of sound, floating her wide-eyed toward morning. There had been no night in the last 2 years that Mildred had not swum that sea, had not gladly gone down in it for the 3rd time. The room was cold, but nonetheless he felt he could not breathe. He did not wish to open the drapes and open the French windows, for he did not want the moon to come into the room. So with the feeling of a man who will die in the next hour for lack of air, he felt his way towards his open, separate, and therefore cold bed.
Oh, Dave!
Yes, Count.
I have a question. What the hell is he talking about?
She's wearing, ear pod shit. She's got shit in her ears. Like your headphones. It was like 1950 something or other when this was written.
Oh.
So, like when we do a show and you just kind of zone out and put in your headphones and listen to T-Pain, that's what she's doing. She's listening to T-Pain right now.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, continue.
All right. An instant before his foot hit the object on the floor, he knew he would hit such an object. It was not unlike the feeling he had experienced before turning the corner and almost knocking the girl down. His foot, sending vibrations ahead, reached back echoes of the small barrier across its path. Even as the foot swung, his foot kicked. The object gave a dull clink and slid off in darkness. He stood very straight and listened to the person on the dark bed in the completely featureless night. The breath coming out the nostrils was so faint it stirred only the farthest fringes of life. A small leaf, a black feather, a single fiber of hair. He still did not want outside light. He pulled out his igniter, felt the salamander etched on its silver disc, gave it a flick. 2 moonstones looked up at him in the light of his small handheld fire. 2 pale moonstones buried in a creek of clear water over which the life of the world ran, not touching them. Mildred! Her face was like a snow-covered island upon which rain might fall, but it felt no rain, over which clouds might pass their moving shadows, but she felt no shadow. There was only the singing of the thimble wasps in her tamped-shut ears, and her eyes all glass, and breath going in and out, softly, faintly, in and out her nostrils, and her not caring whether it came or went or came. The object he had set tumbling with his foot now glinted under the edge of his own bed. The small crystal bottle of sleeping tablets which earlier today had been filled with 30 capsules and which now lay uncapped and empty in the light of the tiny flare. As he stood there, the sky over the house screamed. There was a tremendous ripping sound as if 2 giant hands had torn 10,000 miles of black lines down the seam. Montag was cut in half. He felt his chest chopped down and split apart. The jet bombers going over. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 6 of them, 9 of them, 12 of them. 1 and 1 and 1, and another and another and another. Did all the screaming for him. He opened his own mouth and let their shriek come down and out between his bared teeth. The house shook, the flare went out in his hand, the moonstones vanished. He felt his hand plunge towards the telephone. The jets were gone. He felt his lips move, brushing the mouthpiece of the phone. Emergency hospital. A terrible whisper. He felt that the stars had been pulverized by the sound of the black jets, and that in the morning the earth would be covered with their dust like a strange snow. That was his idiot thought, as he stood shivering in the dark and let his lips go on moving and moving. They had this machine. They had 2 machines, really. One of them slid down into your stomach like a black cobra down an echoing well looking for all the old water and the old time gathered there. It drank up the green matter that flowed to the top in a slow boil. Did it drink of the darkness? Did it suck out all the poisons accumulated with the years? It fed in silence, with an occasional sound of inner suffocation and blind searching. It had an eye. The impersonal operator of the machine could, by wearing a special optical helmet, gaze into the soul of the person whom he was pumping out. What did the eye see? He did not say. He saw but did not see what the eye saw. The entire operation was not unlike the digging of a trench in one's yard. The woman on the bed was no more than a hard stratum of marble they had reached. Go on, anyway. Shove the bore down, slush up the emptiness if such a thing could be brought out in the throb of the suction snake. The operator stood smoking a cigarette. The other machine was working too. The other machine, operated by an equally impersonal fellow in non-stainable reddish-brown coveralls. This machine pumped all of the blood from the body and replaced it with fresh blood and serum. Gotta clean him out both ways, said the operator, standing over the silent woman. No use getting the stomach if you don't clean the blood. Leave that stuff in the blood and the blood hits the brain like a mallet. Bang! A couple thousand times and the brain just gives up. Just quits. Stop it, said Montag. I was just saying, said the operator. Are you done? Said Montag. They shut the machines up tight. We're done. His anger did not even touch them. They stood with the cigarette smoke curling around their noses and into their eyes without making them blink or squint. That's $50. First, why don't you tell me if she'll be all right? Sure, she'll be okay. We got all the mean stuff right in our suitcase here. It can't get at her now. As I said, you take out the old and put in the new and you're okay.
Wait, Dave.
Yes, Count.
Do you mean to tell me that these two guys, they come to this dude's house and they suck out all his wife's precious blood and keep it in a suitcase?
Well, I mean, they take out her bad blood and then they put in the good blood. Okay, Count. Calm down, buddy. We're only on page 15. We got a long way to go. Okay. Neither of you is an MD. Why didn't they send an MD from emergency? Hell, the operator's cigarette moved on his lip. We get these cases 9 or 10 a night. Got so many, starting a few years ago, we had the special machines built. With the optical lens, of course. That was new. The rest is ancient. You don't need an MD, case like this. All you need is 2 handymen. Clean up the problem in half an hour. Look. He started for the door. We gotta go. Just had another call on the old ear thimble. 10 blocks from here. Someone else just jumped off the cap of a pillbox. Call if you need us again. Keep her quiet. We got a contraceptive in her. She'll wake up hungry. So long. And the men with the cigarettes in their straight-lined mouths, the men with the eyes of puff adders, took up their load of machine and tube, their case of liquid melancholy, and the slow, dark sludge of nameless stuff, and strolled out the door. Montag sank down into a chair and looked at this woman. Her eyes were closed now, gently, and he put out his hand to feel the warmness of breath on his palm. Mildred, he said at last. There are too many of us, he thought. There are billions of us, and that's too many. Nobody knows anyone. Strangers come and violate you. Strangers come and cut your heart out. Strangers come and take your blood. Good God, who were those men? I never saw them before in my life.
Just one last question.
Yes, Count.
Are they hiring?
Look, man. I understand. See, I told you you'd like this. I'm liking it a little bit too much for my taste here, but all right. Let's go on here. Good God, who were those men? I never saw them before in my life. Half an hour passed. The bloodstream in this woman was new when it seemed to have done a new thing to her. Her cheeks were very pink and her lips were very fresh and full of color and they looked soft and relaxed. Someone else's blood there. If only someone else's flesh and brain and memory. If only they could have taken her mind along to the dry cleaners and emptied the pockets and steamed and cleansed it and reblocked it and brought it back in the morning. If only. He got up and put back the drapes and opened the windows wide to let the night air in. It was 2:00 in the morning. Was it only an hour ago? Clarice McClellan in the street and him coming in? And the dark room and his foot kicking the little crystal bottle? Only an hour? But the world had melted down and sprung up in a new and colorless form. Laughter blew across the moon-colored lawn from the house of Clarice and her father and mother and the uncle who smiled so quietly and so earnestly. Above all, their laughter was relaxed and hearty and not forced in any way, coming from the house that was so brightly lit this late at night, while all the other houses were kept to themselves in darkness. Montag heard the voices talking, giving, talking, weaving, reweaving their hypnotic web. Montag moved out through the French windows and crossed the lawn, without even thinking of it. He stood outside the talking house in the shadows, thinking he might even tap on their door and whisper, "Let me come in. I won't say anything. I just want to listen. What is it you're saying?" And by the way, side note, that never works. I mean, I've gone to many of the ladies' houses in my neighborhood and said that same thing. They don't take too kindly to that. "Let me come in. I won't say anything. I just want to watch. Anyway. But instead he stood there, very cold, his face a mask of ice, listening to a man's voice, the uncle, moving along at an easy pace. "Well, after all, this is the age of the disposable tissue. Blow your nose on a person, wad them, flush them away, reach for another, blow, wad, flush, everyone using everyone else's coattails. How are you supposed to root for the home team when you don't even have a program or know the names? For that matter, what color jerseys are they wearing as they trot out on the field?" Montag moved back to his own house, left the window wide, checked Mildred, tucked the covers about her carefully, and then lay down with the moonlight on his cheekbones and on the frowning ridges of his brow, with the moonlight distilled in each eye to form a silver cataract there. One drop of rain, Clarice. Another drop, Mildred. A third, the uncle. A fourth, the fire tonight. 1, Clarice. 2, Mildred. 3, uncle. 4, fire. 1, Mildred. 2, Clarice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Clarice. Mildred, uncle, fire, sleeping tablets, men, disposable tissues, coattails, blow, wad, flush, Clarice. Mildred, uncle, fire, tablets, tissues, blow, wad, flush. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Rain. The storm, the uncle laughing, thunder falling downstairs, the whole world pouring down, the fire gushing up in a volcano all rushing on down around in a spouting roar and rivering stream toward morning. "I don't know anything any more," he said, and let a sleep lozenge dissolve on his tongue. At 9 a.m, Mildred's bed was empty. Montag got up quickly, his heart pumping, and ran down the hall and stopped at the kitchen door. Toast popped out of the silver toaster, was seized by a spidery metal hand that drenched it with melted butter. Mildred watched the toast delivered to her plate. She had both ears plugged with electronic bees that were humming the hour away. She looked up suddenly, saw him, and nodded. "You all right?" he asked. She was an expert at lip-reading from 10 years of apprenticeship at seashell ear thimbles. She nodded again. She set the toaster clicking away at another piece of bread. Montag sat down. His wife said, "I don't know why I should be so hungry." "I'm hungry. Last night," he began. "Didn't sleep well, feel terrible," she said. "God, I'm hungry. I can't figure it." By the way, side note, okay, this book was, when the fuck was this? 1950 some odd or other. 1953, 1952. Copyright 1953. This is people. You realize this. Anybody listening to this should be exceedingly familiar with this woman. You are this woman, everybody. Okay? It's crazy to me, But without getting too sidetracked, it's like when you read stuff like this and it's like, oh, wow, it's like he predicted the future with how people behave and everybody with the fucking, earphones in and nobody's listening to anyone. You think that, but then, there's also like, well, maybe people have always been shitty in this particular way. Right? It's not so much prescient as it is just observant of how people behave, right? And then you throw in some sci-fi gizmos and stuff, and then, 1,000 years later, it's like, oh my God, it's like he's reading the future. Well, but still, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy here. Anyway. Last night, he said again. She watched his lips casually. What about last night? Don't you remember? What? Did we have a wild party or something? Feel like I have a hangover. Or feel like I have a hangover. God, I'm hungry. Who was here? A few people, he said. That's what I thought. She chewed her toast. Sore stomach, but I'm hungry as all get out. Hope I didn't do anything foolish at the party. No, he said quietly. The toaster spidered out a piece of buttered bread for him. He held it in his hand, feeling obligated. You don't look so hot yourself, said his wife. In the late afternoon it rained and the entire world was dark gray. He stood in the hall of his house, putting on his badge with the orange salamander burning across it. He stood looking up at the air conditioning vent in the hall for a long time. His wife in the TV parlor paused long enough from reading her script to glance up. Hey, she said. The man's thinking. Yes, he said. I wanted to talk to you. He paused. You took all the pills in your bottle last night. Oh, I wouldn't do that, she said, surprised. The bottle was empty. I wouldn't do a thing like that. Why would I do a thing like that? She said. Maybe you took 2 pills and forgot and took 2 more and forgot again and took 2 more. And were so dopey you kept right on until you had 30 or 40 of them in you. Heck, she said. What would I want to go and do a silly thing like that for? I don't know, he said. She was quite obviously waiting for him to go. I didn't do that, she said. Never in a billion years. All right, if you say so, he said. That's what the lady said. She turned back to her script. What's on this afternoon? He asked, tiredly. She didn't look up from the script again. Well, this is a play... Hold on. I'm having some trouble with this sentence. Well, this is a play, comes on the wall-to-wall circuit in 10 minutes. They mailed me my part this morning. I sent in some box tops. They write the script with one part missing. It's a new idea. The homemaker, that's me, is the missing part. When it comes time for the missing lines, they all look at me out of the 3 walls and I say the lines. Here, for instance, the man says, What do you think of this whole idea, Helen? And he looks at me sitting here center stage, see? And I say. She paused and ran her finger under a line on the script. I think that's fine. And then they go on with the play until he says, Do you agree to that, Helen? And I say, I sure do. Isn't that fun, Guy? He stood in the hall looking at her. It's sure fun, she said. What's the play about? I just told you. There are these people named Bob and Ruth and Helen. Oh. It's really fun. It'll be even more fun when we can afford to have the 4th wall installed. How long you figure before we save up and get the 4th wall torn out and the 4th wall TV put in? It's only $2,000. That's 1/3 of my yearly pay. You and me both, brother. It's only $2,000, she replied, and I should think you'd consider me sometimes. If we had a 4th wall, why, it'd be just like this room wasn't ours at all. But all kinds of exotic people's rooms. We could do without a few things. We're already doing without a few things to pay for the 3rd wall. It was put in only 2 months ago, remember? Is that all it was? She sat looking at him for a long moment. Well, goodbye, dear. Goodbye, he said. He stopped and turned around. Does it have a happy ending? I haven't read that far. He walked over, read the last page, nodded, folded the script, and handed it back to her. He walked out of the house into the rain. Okay, so what's going on is the walls are like TVs, and then she's in like this play type deal. I don't know. I remember the first time I read it when I was a child. I was like, "What's happening?" I said, "Father." I went, "Papa, I'm trying to read this book, Papa. What's happening?" And he slapped it out of my hand. He's like, "What is it with you? And these things bothering me?" And this is why I never read as a child. Continuing. The rain was thinning away, and the girl was walking in the center of the sidewalk with her head up and a few drops falling on her face. She smiled when she saw Montag. Hello. Hello. I don't know why I said, hello, I'm Sean Connery. Montag, it's good to see you. I'm Sean Connery. He said hello and then said, what are you up to now? I'm still crazy. The rain feels good. I love to walk in it. I didn't think I'd like that. I don't think I'd like that, he said. You might if you tried. I never have. She licked her lips. Rain even tastes good.
Dave?
Yes, Count.
You're making that face again.
No, it's just... nothing. It's just nothing. Nothing's going on. She licked her lips. Rain even tastes good. What do you do, go around trying everything once? He asked. Sometimes, twice. She looked at something in her hand. What have you got there? He said. I guess it's the last of the dandelions this year. I didn't think I'd find one on the lawn this late. Have you ever heard of rubbing it under your chin? Look. She touched her chin with the flower, laughing. Why? If it rubs off, it means I'm in love, has it? He could hardly do anything else but look. Well, she said, you're yellow under there. Fine, let's try you now. It won't work for me. Here. Before he could move, she had put the dandelion under his chin. He drew back and she laughed. Hold still. She peered under his chin and frowned. Well, she said. What a shame, she said. You're not in love with anyone. Yes, I am. It doesn't show. I am, very much in love. He tried to conjure up a face to fit the words, but there was no face. I am. Oh, please don't look that way. It's that dandelion, he said. You've used it all up on yourself. That's why it won't work for me. Of course, that must be it. Oh, now I've upset you. I can see I have. I'm sorry, I really am. I'm sorry, really, I am. She touched his elbow. No, he said quickly. I'm all right. I've got to get going, so say you'll forgive me. I don't want you angry with me. I'm not angry. Upset, yes. I've got to go see my psychiatrist now. They make me go. I make up things to say. I don't know what he thinks of me. He says I'm a regular onion. I keep him busy peeling away the layers. I'm inclined to believe you need the psychiatrist, said Montag. You don't mean that. He took a breath and let it out, and at last said, No, I don't mean that. The psychiatrist wants to know why I go out and hike around in the forest and watch the birds and collect butterflies. I'll show you my collection someday. Good. They want to know what I do with my time. I tell them that sometimes I just sit and think. But I won't tell them that. But I won't tell them what. I've got them running. And sometimes I tell them I like to put my head back like this and let the rain fall in my mouth. It just tastes like wine. It tastes just like wine. Have you ever tried it? No, You have forgiven me, haven't you? Yes, he thought about it. Yes, I have. God knows why. You're peculiar, you're aggravating, yet you're easy to forgive. You say you're 17? Well, next month. She's only 17. 17. He's a fireman, and he wants to know what it means. He says she's only 7. Just saying. How odd, how strange. And my wife, 30, and yet you seem so much older at times. I can't get over it. You're peculiar yourself, Mr. Montag. Sometimes I even forget you're a fireman. Now may I make you angry again? Go ahead. How did it start? How did you get into it? How did you pick your work, and how did you happen to think to take the job you have? You're not like the others. I've seen a few, I know. Oh, wow, I'm hungry. There was that scene with the fucking toast. All that robot toast. When I talk to you, you look at me. Because you're fucking, because you're a 7-year-old piece of ass. That's why, do I gotta fucking spell it out for you people? Allegedly. The other, I'm sorry. When I talk, you look at me. When I said something about the moon, you looked at the moon last night. The others would never do that. The others would walk off and leave me talking, or threaten me. No one has time anymore for anyone else. You're one of the few who put up with me. That's why I think it's so strange you're a fireman. It just doesn't seem right for you somehow. He felt his body divide itself into a hotness and a coldness, a softness and a hardness. See? Told you! A trembling and a not trembling, the two halves grinding one upon the other. You'd better run on to your appointment, he said, and she ran off and left him standing there in the rain. Only after a long time did he move. And then, very slowly, as he walked, he tilted his head back in the rain for just a few moments and opened his mouth. All right, I just got to say something real quick. We're on page 24. We've been doing this for a fucking hour. This is ridiculous. We're going to finish this. Maybe by fucking 2023 we'll be done with this. Anyway, one thing, real quick. I'm sorry. See, this is the kind of shit right here. This is the kind of goofy shit that you dames can get away with, and it drives me insane. Like, let's flip this first. Let's take Clarice out of this book, and let's put Dave in this book. Let's put 41-year-old Dave. I am Guy Montag's neighbor, and I see this fireman walking on the street, and I'm like, hi, I'm 41, and I'm crazy. Are you in love? Here, let me rub this dandelion on your face. He would jack my fucking jaw, like, without a second thought. He would put me down and break my arm in the street, all right? And then be home with his wife being like, oh, this fucking guy, he's probably hitting on me. This gay guy was probably just, wanting a piece walking down the street, talking about dandelions and shit. It's just, it's just ridiculous. Anyway. All right. Sorry. The mechanical hound slept, but did not sleep, lived, but did not live, in its gently humming, gently vibrating, softly illuminated kennel back in the dark corner of the firehouse. The dim light of 1 a.m, the moonlight from the open sky framed through the great window, touched here and there on the brass and the copper and the steel of the faintly trembling beast. Light flickered on bits of ruby glass and on sensitive capillary hairs in the nylon-brushed nostrils of the creature that quivered gently, its 8 legs spidered under it on rubber-padded paws. God, such a cool description. How fucking awesome was that? I would read it again if I was not lazy. Montag slid down the brass pole. He went out to look at the city, and the clouds had cleared away completely. And he lit a cigarette and came back to bend down and look at the hound. It was like a great bee come home from some field where the honey is full of poison, wildness, of insanity and nightmare, its body crammed with that over-rich nectar, and now it was sleeping the evil out of itself. "Hello," whispered Montag, fascinated as always with the dead beast, the living beast. Nights when things got dull, which was every night, the men slid down the brass poles and set the ticking combinations of the olfactory system of the hound and let loose rats in the firehouse areaway, and sometimes chickens and sometimes cats that would have to be drowned anyway. And there would be betting to see which of the cats or chickens or rats the hound would seize first. The animals were turned loose, like Carl from Sling Blade. That part was mine. That last part wasn't in the book. But the animals were turned loose. That was in there. 3 seconds later, the game was done. The rat, cat, or chicken caught half across the areaway, gripped by gentling paws. Gentling? I've never heard the word gentling before. Gripped by gentling paws, while a 4-inch hollow steel needle plunged down from the proboscis of the hound to inject massive jolts of morphine or procaine. Sorry, I burped. I don't know if you heard that. The pawn was then The pawn was then tossed in the incinerator. A new game began. Montag stayed upstairs most nights when this went on. There had been a time 2 years ago when he had bet with the best of them and lost a week's salary and faced Mildred's insane anger, which showed itself in veins and blotches. But now nights he lay in his bunk, face turned to the wall, listening to the whoops of laughter below and the piano string scurry of rat feet, the violin squeaking of mice, and the great shadowing, motioned silence of the hound leaping out like a moth in the raw light, finding, holding its victim, inserting the needle and going back to its kennel to die as if a switch had been turned. Montag touched the muzzle. The hound growled. Montag jumped back. The hound half rose in its kennel and looked at him with green-blue neon light flickering in its suddenly activated eye bulbs. It growled again, a strange rasping combination of electrical sizzle, a frying sound, a scraping of metal, a turning of cogs that seemed rusty and ancient with suspicion. "No, no, boy," said Montag, his heart pounding. He saw the silver needle extend upon the air an inch, pull back, extend, pull back. The growl simmered in the beast, and it looked at him. Montag backed up. The hound took a step from its kennel. Montag grabbed the brass pole with one hand. The pole, reacting, slid upward and took him through the ceiling quietly. He stepped off in the half-lit deck of the upper level. He was trembling and his face was green-white. Below, the hound had sunk back down upon its 8 incredible insect legs and was humming to itself again, its multifaceted eyes at peace. Montag stood letting the fears pass by the drop hole. Behind him, 4 men at a card table under a green-lidded light in the corner glanced briefly but said nothing. Only the man with the captain's hat and the sign of the phoenix on his hat at last, curious, his playing cards in his thin hand, talked across the long room. "Montag?" "It doesn't like me," said Montag. "What, the hound?" The captain studied his cards. "Come off it. He doesn't like or dislike. It just functions. It's like a lesson in ballistics. It has a trajectory we decide on for it. It follows through. It targets itself, homes itself, and cuts off. It's only copper wire, storage, batteries, and electricity." Montag swallowed. "It's calculators." He started crying. "It's calculators." Montag swallowed. "Its calculators can be set to any combination. So many amino acids, so much sulfur, so much butterfat and alkaline, right? We all know that. All of those chemical balances and percentages on all of us here in the house are recorded in the master file downstairs. It would be easy for someone to set up a partial combination on the hound's memory, a touch of amino acids perhaps. That would account for what the animal did just now, reacted towards me. Toward me, I did it again. I added an S on towards. Towards. "Hell," said the captain. "Irritated, but not completely angry. Just enough memory set up in it by someone so it growled when I touched it." "Who would do a thing like that?" asked the captain. "You haven't any enemies here, Guy." "None that I know of." "We'll have the hound checked by our technicians tomorrow." "This isn't the first time it's threatened me," said Montag. "Last month it happened twice. We'll fix it up, don't worry." But Montag did not move and only stood thinking of the ventilator grill in the hall at home and what lay hidden behind the grill. If someone here in the firehouse knew about the ventilator, then mightn't they tell the hound? I'm just thinking of them like setting the hound to hunt Dave. It'll be pretty easy. Just turn the fat dial to like 100 and the bald dial to 100. That's really it. That's all you need. It'll say like, "Oh, Dave, yeah, I know." "Hold on, I'll be right back." Okay. The captain came over to the drop hole and gave Montag a questioning glance. "I was just figuring," said Montag. "What does the hound think about down there nights? Is it coming alive on us, really? It makes me cold. It doesn't think anything we don't want it to think." "That's sad," said Montag quietly, "because all we put into it is hunting and finding and killing. What a shame if that's all it can ever know." Beatty snorted gently. "Hell, it's a fine bit of craftsmanship. A good rifle that can fetch its own target and guarantees the bullseye every time. That's why, said Montag, I wouldn't want to be its next victim. Why? You got a guilty conscience about something? Montag glanced up swiftly. Beatty stood there looking at him steadily with his eyes, while his mouth opened and began to laugh very softly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. And as many times he came out of the house and Clarice was there, somewhere in the world. Once he saw her shaking a walnut tree. Once he saw her sitting on the lawn knitting a blue sweater. 3 or 4 times he found a bouquet of late flowers on his porch, or a handful of chestnuts in a little sack, or some autumn leaves neatly pinned to a sheet of white paper and thumbtacked to his door. Every day Clarice walked him to the corner. One day it was raining, the next it was clear, the day after that the wind blew strong, and the day after that it was mild and calm. And the day after that, calm day, was a day like the furnace of summer, and Clarice with her face all sunburnt by late afternoon. "Why is it," he said, one time at the subway entrance, I feel I've known you so many years." "Because I like you," she said, "and I don't want anything from you. And because we know each other. You make me feel very old and very much like a father." "Now you explain," she said, "why you haven't any daughters like me if you love children so much." "I don't know." "You're joking." "I mean," he stopped and shook his head. "Well, my wife, she just never wanted any children at all. They'd take too many of her sleeping pills, you know. She's just protecting her supply." That's not in here. That's me making up things. She just never wanted any children at all. The girl... I almost did it again. Hold on, let me get a drink. Got my fucking sippy cup of water here. Good and good for you. The girl stopped smiling. "I'm sorry. I really thought you were having fun at my expense. I'm a fool." No, he said. "It was a good question. It's been a long time since anyone cared enough to ask. A good question. Let's talk about something else. Have you ever smelled old leaves? Don't they smell like cinnamon? Here, smell." "Why, yes, it is like cinnamon in a way." She looked at him with her clear, dark eyes. "You always seem shocked." "It's just I haven't had time." "Did you look at the stretched out billboards like I told you?" "I think so, yes." He had to laugh. "Your laugh sounds much nicer than it did." "Does it?" "Much more relaxed." He felt at ease and comfortable. "Why aren't you in school? I see you every day wandering around." "Oh, they don't miss me," she said. "I'm antisocial, they say. I don't mix. It's so strange. I'm very social indeed. It all depends on what you mean by social, doesn't it? Social to me means talking to you about things like this." She rattled some chestnuts that had fallen off the tree in the front yard. "Or talking about how strange the world is. Being with people is nice, but I don't think it's social to get a bunch of people together and then just not talk to them, do you? An hour of TV class, an hour of basketball or baseball or running, another hour of transcription, history or painting pictures, and more sports. But do you know, we never ask questions, or at least most don't. They just run the answers at you, bing, 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 and us sitting there for 4 more hours of film teacher. That's not social to me at all. It's a lot of funnels and a lot of water poured down the spout and out the bottom, and them telling us it's wine when it's not. They run us so ragged by the end of the day we can't do anything but go to bed or head for the fun park to bully people around, break window panes in the window smasher place, or wreck cars in the car wrecker place with the big steel ball. Or go out in the cars and race on the streets trying to see how close you can get to lampposts, playing chicken and knock hubcaps. I guess I'm everything they say I am, all right. I haven't any friends. That's supposed to prove I'm abnormal, but everyone I know is either shouting or dancing around like wild or beating up at one another. Do you notice how people hurt each other nowadays? You sound so very old. Sometimes I'm ancient. I'm afraid of children my own age. They kill each other. Did it always used to be that way? My uncle says no. 6 of my friends have been shot in the last year alone. 10 of them died in car wrecks. I'm afraid of them, and they don't like me because I'm afraid. My uncle says his grandfather remembered when children didn't kill each other, but that was a long time ago when they had things different. They believed in responsibility, my uncle says. Do you know, I'm responsible. I was spanked when I needed it, years ago. And I do all the shopping and house cleaning by hand. Well, Clarice, if you wanted to be spanked, I mean, all you had to do was say... Again, that wasn't in here. That was mine. That last part was mine. I made that up. But most of all, she said, I like to watch people. Sometimes I ride the subway all day and look at them and listen to them. I just want to figure out who they are and what they want and where they're going. Sometimes I even go to the fun parks and ride in the jet cars and they race on the edge of town at midnight and the police don't care as long as they're insured. As long as everyone has 10,000 insurance, everyone's happy. Sometimes I sneak around and listen in subways or I listen at soda fountains. And do you know what? What? People don't talk about anything. Oh, they must. No. Not anything. They name a lot of cars or clothes or swimming pools mostly and say, how swell. But they all say the same things and nobody says anything different from anything else. From anyone else, sorry. And most of the time in the caves, they have the joke boxes on and the same jokes most of the time, or the musical wall lit and all the colored patterns running up and down. But it's only color and all abstract. And at the museums, have you ever been? All abstract. That's all there is now. My uncle says it was different once. A long time back. Sometimes pictures said things or even showed people. Your uncle said, your uncle must be a remarkable man. He is. He certainly is. Well, I gotta be going. Goodbye, Mr. Montag. Goodbye. Goodbye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, the firehouse. Montag, you shin that pole like a bird up a tree. 3rd day. Montag, I see you came in the back door this time. The hound bother you? No. 4th day. Montag, a funny thing. Heard tell this morning fireman in Seattle purposely set a mechanical hound to his own chemical complex and let it loose. What kind of suicide would you call that? 5, 6, 7 days, and then Clarice was gone. He didn't know what there was about the afternoon, but it was not seeing her somewhere in the world. The lawn was empty, the trees empty, the streets empty, and while at first he did not even know he missed her or was even looking for her, the fact was that by the time he reached the subway, there were vague stirrings of dis-ease in him. Something was the matter. His routine had been disturbed, a simple routine, true, established in a short few days, and yet he almost turned back to make the walk again, to give her time to appear. He was certain if he tried the same route everything would work out fine, but it was late and the arrival of his train put a stop to his plan. The flutter of cards, motion of hands, of eyelids, the drone of the time voice in the firehouse ceiling. 1:35. Thursday morning, November 4th. Holy shit, November 4th? Oh no, that's not. Hold on a second. Let me see something. No, okay, I'm sorry. November 5th. It's the anniversary of Nuclear Clown Radio. I'm 1 day off. Oh, that would have been so crazy. Anyway. November 4th, 1:36, 1:37 a.m. The tick of playing cards on the greasy tabletop. All the sounds came to Montag behind his closed eyes, behind the barrier he had momentarily erected. He could feel the firehouse full of glitter and shine and silence, of brass colors, the colors of coins, of gold, of silver. The unseen men across the table were sighing on their cards, waiting. 1:45. The voice clock mourned out the cold hour of a cold morning of a still colder year. What's wrong, Montag? Montag opened his eyes. A radio hummed somewhere. War may be declared any hour. This country stands ready to defend its... The firehouse trembled as a great flight of jet planes whistled a single note across the black morning sky. Montag blinked. Beatty was looking at him as if he were a museum statue. At any moment Beatty might rise and walk about him, touching, exploring his guilt and self-consciousness. Guilt? What guilt was that? Your play, Montag. Montag looked at these men whose faces were sunburnt by 1,000 real and 10,000 imaginary fires, whose work flushed their cheeks and fevered their eyes. These men who looked steadily into their platinum igniter flames as they lit their eternally burning black pipes. They and their charcoal hair and soot-colored brows and bluish ash-smeared cheeks where they had shaven close. But their heritage showed. Montag started up, his mouth opened. Had he ever seen a fireman that didn't have black hair, black brows, a fiery face, and a blue steel-shaved but unshaved look? These men were all mirror images of himself. Were all firemen picked then for their looks as well as their proclivities? The color of cinders and ash about them, and the continual smell of burning from their pipes. Captain Beatty there, rising in thunderheads of tobacco smoke, Beatty opening a fresh tobacco packet, crumpling the cellophane into a sound of fire. I really love that part, how when he notices that everybody looks alike, like everybody looks like him. I thought that's a really nice touch. Montag looked at the cards in his own hands. I've been thinking about the fire last week, about the man whose library we fixed. What happened to him? They took him screaming off to the asylum. He wasn't insane. Beatty arranged his cards quietly. Any man's insane who thinks he can fool the government and us. I've tried to imagine, said Montag, just how it would feel. To have firemen burn our houses and our books. We haven't any books. But if we did have some. You got some? Beatty blinked slowly. No! Montag gazed beyond them to the wall with the typed list of 1,000,000 forbidden books. Their names leapt in fire, burning down the years under his axe and his hose, which sprayed not water, but kerosene. No. But in his mind, a cool wind started up and blew out of the ventilator grill at home, softly, softly chilling his face. And again he saw himself in the green park, talking to an old man, a very old man. And the wind from the park was cold, too. Montag hesitated. Was it always like this? The firehouse? Our work? Once upon a time? Once upon a time, Beatty said. What kind of talk is that? Fool, thought Montag to himself. You'll give it away. At the last fire, a book of fairy tales, he'd glanced at a single line. He said, in the old days, before homes were completely fireproofed. Suddenly it seemed a much younger voice was speaking for him. He opened his mouth, and it was Clarice McClellan saying, didn't firemen prevent fires rather than stoke them up and get them going? That's rich. Stoneman and Black drew forth their rule books, which also contained brief histories of the firemen of America, and laid them out where Montag, though long familiar with them, might read. Established 1790 to burn English-influenced books in the colonies. First fireman, Benjamin Franklin. Rule number 1, answer the alarm swiftly. 2, start the fire swiftly. 3, burn everything. 4, report back to firehouse immediately. 5, stand alert for other alarms. Everyone watched Montag. He did not move. The alarm sounded. The bell in the ceiling kicked itself 200 times. Suddenly there were 4 empty chairs. The cards fell in a flurry of snow. The brass pole shivered. The men were gone. Montag sat in his chair. Below, the orange dragon coughed to life. Montag slid down the pole like a man in a dream. The mechanical hound leapt up in its kennel, its eyes all green flame. Montag, you forgot your helmet. He seized it off the wall behind him, ran, leapt, and they were off. The night wind hammering about their siren scream and their mighty metal thunder. It was a flaky 3-story house in the ancient part of the city. A century old if it was a day, But like all houses, it had been given a thin fireproof plastic sheath many years ago, and this preservative shell seemed to be the only thing holding it in the sky. Here we are. The engine slammed to a stop. Beatty, Stoneman, and Black ran up the sidewalk, suddenly odious and fat in their plump fireproof slickers. Montag followed. Reminds me of the part in What About Bob? When they're when he screams and they're like, oh, but Bob can't leave, and the I don't know, I don't want to go into it, long explanation, but like they're trying, the Richard Dreyfuss is trying to get rid of Bill Murray, but his family wants Bill Murray to stay, so they're like, oh no, Bob can stay, and he's like, no, he should really be going, and then his kids are like, oh, but it's raining, and then Richard Dreyfuss is like, then he can borrow my slicker. Sorry. I mean, how many times can I make slicker jokes? For fuck's sakes. Okay. Montag followed. They crashed the front door and grabbed at a woman, though she was not running. She was not trying to escape. She was only standing, weaving from side to side, her eyes fixed upon a nothingness in the wall, as if they had struck her a terrible blow upon the head. Her tongue was moving in her mouth, and her eyes seemed to be trying to remember something, and then they remembered, and her tongue moved again. Play the man, Master Ridley. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England, as I trust shall never be put out. Enough of that, said Beatty. Where are they? He slapped her face with amazing objectivity and repeated the question. The old woman's eyes came to a focus upon Beatty. You know where they are, or you wouldn't be here, she said. Stoneman held out the telephone alarm card with the complaint signed in telephone duplicate on the back. Have reason to suspect attic. 11 number Elm City, EB. That would be Mrs. Blake, my neighbor, said the woman, reading the initials. All right, men, let's get 'em. Next thing they were up in musty blackness, swinging silver hatchets at doors that were, after all, unlocked. Tumbling through like boys, all rollick and shout. Hey! A fountain of books sprang down upon Montag as he climbed shuddering up the sheer stairwell. How inconvenient. Always before it had been like snuffing a candle. The police went first and adhesive taped the victim's mouth and bandaged him off into their glittering beetle cars. So when you arrived, you found an empty house. You weren't hurting anyone, you were hurting only things. And since things really couldn't be hurt, since things felt nothing, and things don't scream or whimper, as this woman might begin to scream and cry out, there was nothing to tease your conscience later. You were simply cleaning up. Janitorial work, essentially. Everything to its proper place. Quick with the kerosene. Who's got a match? And aside, I love that. Like, I love that description. How they're like, kind of fun. It's almost comical. Like, they're exuberant about it. Like, I love that part. How he describes how they like hatchet down a door that was open anyway. Like, it's fun. Like, it's just boys frolicking. Like, I don't know. It's funny in such a good way. Like, it says a lot. Anyway, yeah. But now, tonight, someone had slipped. This woman was spoiling the ritual. The men were making too much noise, laughing, joking, to cover her terrible, accusing silence below. She made the empty rooms roar with accusation and shake down a fine dust of guilt that was sucked in their nostrils as they plunged about. It was neither cricket nor correct. Montag felt an immense irritation. I have no idea what it was neither cricket nor correct means. That sounds... Ray Bradbury's American. I don't know why... I don't know. It sounds like an English fucking thing. Or cricket. Fucking Europeans and their things. Their weird words. You should be American like us and talk about 45 caliber weaponry. Montag felt an immense irritation. She shouldn't be here on top of everything. Books bombarded his shoulders, his arms, his upturned face. A book lit almost obediently, like a white pigeon in his hands, wings fluttering. In the dim, wavering light, a page hung open, and it was like a snowy feather, the words delicately painted thereon. In all the rush and fervor, Montag had only an instant to read a line, but it blazed in his mind for the next minute as if stamped there with fiery steel. Time has fallen asleep in the afternoon sunshine. He dropped the book. Immediately another fell into his arms. "Montag, up here!" Montag's hand closed like a mouth, crushed the book with wild devotion, with an insanity of mindlessness to his chest. The men above were hurling shovelfuls of magazines into the dusty air. They fell like slaughtered birds, and the woman stood below like a small girl among the bodies. Montag had done nothing. His hand had done it all. His hand, with a brain of its own, with a conscience and a curiosity in each trembling finger, had turned thief. Now it plunged the book back under his arm, pressed it tight to sweating armpit, rushed out empty like a magician with a magician's flourish. "Look here, innocent, look!" He gazed, shaken, at that white hand. He held it way out, as if he were far-sighted. He held it close, as if he were blind. "Montag," he jerked about. "Don't stand there, idiot!" The books lay like great mounds of fishes left to be dry. The men danced and slipped and fell over them. Titles glittered their golden eyes, falling, gone. Kerosene! They pumped the cold fluid from the numeraled 451 tanks strapped to their shoulders. They coated each book. They pumped rooms full of it. They hurried downstairs, Montag staggering after them in the kerosene fumes. "Come on, woman!" The woman knelt among the books, touching the drenched leather and cardboard, reading the gilt titles with her fingers while her eyes accused Montag. "You can't ever have my books," she said. "You know the law," said Beatty. "Where's your common sense? None of these books agree with each other. You've been locked up here for years with a regular damn Tower of Babel. Snap out of it. The people in those books never lived. Come on now." She shook her head. "The whole house is going up," said Beatty. The men walked clumsily to the door. They glanced back at Montag, who stood near the woman. "You're not leaving her here," he protested. "She won't come." "Force her, then." Beatty raised his hand in which was concealed the igniter. "We're due back at the house. Besides, these fanatics always try suicide. The pattern's familiar." Montag placed a hand on the woman's elbow. "You can come with me." "No," she said. "Thank you anyway." "I'm counting to 10, said Beatty. 1, 2... "Please," said Montag. "Go on," said the woman. 3, 4... "Here," Montag pulled at the woman. The woman replied quietly, "I want to stay here." 5, 6... "You can stop counting," she said. She opened the fingers of one hand slightly, and in the palm of the hand was a single, slender object, an ordinary kitchen match. The sight of it rushed the men out and down away from the house. Captain Beatty, keeping his dignity, backed slowly through the front door, his pink face burnt and shiny from 1,000 fires and night excitements. God, thought Montag, how true. Always at night the alarm comes, never by day. Is it because the fire is prettier by night? More spectacle, a better show? The pink face of Beatty now showed the faintest panic in the door. The woman's hand twitched on the single matchstick. The fumes of kerosene bloomed up around her. Montag felt the hidden book pound like a heart against his chest. "Go on," said the woman, and Montag felt himself back away and away out the door. After Beatty, down the steps, across the lawn where the path of kerosene lay like the track of some evil snail. On the front porch, where she had come to weigh them quietly with her eyes, her quietness a condemnation, the woman stood motionless. Beatty flicked his fingers to spark the kerosene. He was too late. Montag gasped. The woman on the porch reached out with contempt to them all and struck the kitchen match against the railing. People ran out of houses all down the street. They said nothing on their way back to the firehouse. Nobody looked at anyone else. Montag sat in the front seat with Beatty and Black. They did not even smoke their pipes. They sat there looking out the front of the great Salamander as they turned a corner and went silently on. "Master Ridley," said Montag at last. "What?" said Beatty. She said, Masser. Oh, I think there's a typo in this, actually. On page 40, I think there's a typo. She said M-A-S-E-R. I guess that's a typo. She said Master Ridley. She said some crazy thing when we came in the door. "Play the man," she said. "Master Ridley, something, something, something. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out," said Beatty. Stoneman glanced over at the captain, as did Montag, startled. Beatty rubbed his chin. "A man named Latimer said that to a man named Nicholas Ridley as they were being burned alive at Oxford for heresy on October 16th, 1555. Montag and Stoneman went back to looking at the street as it moved under the engine wheels. "I'm full of bits and pieces," said Beatty. "Most fire captains have to be. Sometimes I surprise myself. Watch it, Stoneman." Stoneman braked the truck. "Damn," said Beatty, "you've gone right by the corner where we turned for the firehouse." I feel I should dramatically pause since the scene changes. It's the thing, they have like those 3-star things in a book that means like it's another scene or whatever the fuck. So I don't want to confuse you, gentle reader. Gentle, noble reader. "Who is it? Who would it be?" said Montag, leaning back against the closed door in the dark. His wife said at last, "Well, put on the light." "I don't want the light. Come to bed." He heard her roll impatiently. The bed springs squealed. "Are you drunk?" she said. So it was the hand that started it all. He felt one hand and then the other work his coat free and let it slump to the floor. He held his pants out into an abyss and let them fall into darkness. His hands had been infected, and soon it would be his arms. He could feel the poison working up his wrists and into his elbows and his shoulders, and then the jump over from shoulder blade to shoulder blade like a spark leaping a gap. His hands were ravenous, and his eyes were beginning to feel hunger, as if they must look at something, anything, everything. His wife said, "What are you doing?" He balanced in space with the book in his sweating, cold fingers. A minute later, she said, "Well, don't just stand there in the middle of the floor." He made a small sound. "What?" she asked. He made more soft sounds. He stumbled toward the bed and shoved the book clumsily under the cold pillow. He fell into bed and his wife cried out, startled. He lay far across the room from her on a winter island separated by an empty sea. She talked to him for what seemed a long time, and she talked about this and she talked about that, and it was only words. Like the words he had heard once in a nursery at a friend's house, a 2-year-old child building word patterns, talking jargon, making pretty sounds in the air, but Montag said nothing, and after a long while, when he only made the small sounds, he felt her move in the room, and come to his bed and stand over him and put her hand down to feel his cheek. He knew that when she pulled her hand away from his face, it was wet. Late in the night, he looked over at Mildred. She was awake. There was a tiny dance of melody in the air. Her seashell was tamped in her ear again, and she was listening to far people and far places, her eyes wide and staring at the fathoms of blackness above her in the ceiling. Wasn't there an old joke about the wife who talked so much on the telephone that her desperate husband ran out to the nearest store and telephoned her to ask what was for dinner? Well then, why didn't he buy himself an audio seashell broadcasting station and talk to his wife late at night, murmur, whisper, shout, scream, yell? But what would he whisper? What would he yell? What could he say? And suddenly, she was so strange he couldn't believe he knew her at all. He was in someone else's house, like those other jokes people told of the gentleman, drunk, coming home late at night, unlocking the wrong door, entering the wrong room, and betting with a stranger, and getting up early and going to work, and neither of them the wiser. "Millie," he whispered. "What?" "I didn't mean to startle you. What I want to know is..." "Well?" "When did we meet? And where?" "When did we meet for what?" she asked. That's funny. That's funny. I mean, originally. He knew she must be frowning in the dark. He clarified it. "The first time we ever met, where was it and when?" "Why, it was at..." She stopped. "I don't know," she said. He was cold. "Can't you remember? It's been so long." "Only 10 years, that's all. Only 10. "Don't get excited. I'm trying to think." She laughed an odd little laugh that went up and up. "Funny, how funny. Not to remember where or when you met your husband or wife." He lay massaging his eyes, his brow, and the back of his neck slowly. He held both hands over his eyes and applied a steady pressure there, as if to crush memory into place. It was suddenly more important than any other thing in a lifetime that he know where he had met Mildred. It doesn't matter. She was up in the bathroom now, and he heard the water running and the swallowing sounds she made. "No, I guess not," he said. He tried to count how many times she swallowed, and he thought of the visit from the 2 zinc-oxide-faced men with the cigarettes in their straight-lined mouths, and the electric-eyed snake winding down into the layer upon layer of night and stone and stagnant spring water. And he wanted to call out to her, "How many have you taken tonight? The capsules. How many will you take later and not know?" And so on, every hour. Or maybe not tonight, tomorrow night. And me not sleeping tonight, or tomorrow night, or any night, for a long while, now that this has started. And he thought of her lying on the bed with the 2 technicians standing straight over her, not bent with concern, but only standing straight, arms folded. And he remembered thinking then that if she died, he was certain he wouldn't cry. For it would be the dying of an unknown, a street face, a newspaper image, and it was suddenly so very wrong that he had begun to cry, not at death, but at the thought of not crying at death. A silly, empty man near a silly, empty woman, while the hungry snake made her still more empty. How do you get so empty, he wondered. Who takes it out of you? And that awful flower the other day, the dandelion, it had summed up everything, hadn't it? What a shame you're not in love with anyone, and why not? Well, wasn't there a wall between him and Mildred, when you come down to it? Literally not just one wall. But so far 3, and expensive too, and the uncles, the aunts, the cousins, the nieces, the nephews that lived in those walls, the gibbering pack of tree apes that said nothing, 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 and said it loud, loud, loud. He had taken to calling them relatives from the very first. How's Uncle Louis today? Who? And Aunt Maud. The most significant memory he had of Mildred, really, was of a little girl in a forest without trees. How odd! Or rather, a little girl lost on a plateau where there used to be trees. You could feel the memory of their shapes all about, sitting in the center of the living room. The living room, what a good job of labeling what was now. No matter when he came in, the walls were always talking to Mildred. Something must be done. Yes, something must be done. Well, let's not stand and talk. Let's do it. I'm so mad I could spit. What was it all about? Mildred couldn't say. Who was mad at whom? Mildred didn't quite know. What were they going to do? Well, said Mildred, wait around and see. He had waited around to see. A great thunderstorm of sound gushed from the walls. Music bombarded him at such an immense volume that his bones were almost shaken from their tendons. He felt his jaw vibrate, his eyes wobble in his head. He was a victim of concussion. When it was all over, he felt like a man who had been thrown from a cliff, whirled in a centrifuge, and spat out over a waterfall that fell and fell into emptiness and never quite touched bottom, never quite, no, not quite, touched bottom, and you fell so fast you didn't touch the sides either, never quite touched anything. That's how it's written. I'm not reading like a retard. It's just, sorry. Just felt I should clarify. It's fractured, like that's how it's written. Anyway. The thunder faded. The music died. There, said Mildred. And it was indeed remarkable. Something had happened, even though the people in the walls of the room had barely moved, and nothing had really been settled. You had the impression that someone had turned on a washing machine, or sucked you up in a gigantic vacuum. You drowned in music and pure cacophony. He came out of the room sweating and on the point of collapse. Behind him, Mildred sat in her chair, and the voice went on again. Well, everything will be all right now, said an aunt. Oh, don't be too sure, said a cousin. Now, don't get angry. Who's angry? You are. I am? You're mad. Why would I be mad? Because. That's all very well, cried Montag, but what are they mad about? Who are these people? Who's that man and who's that woman? Are they husband and wife? Are they divorced, engaged? What? Good God, nothing's connected up. They, said Mildred, well, They had this fight, you see. They certainly fight a lot. You should listen. I think they're married. Yes, they're married. Why? And if it was not the 3 walls, soon to be 4 walls, and the dream complete, then it was the open car, and Mildred driving 100 miles an hour across town. He shouted at her, and she shouted back, and both trying to hear what was said, but hearing only the scream of the car. At least keep it down to the minimum, he yelled. What? She cried. Keep it down to 55, the minimum, he shouted. The what? She shrieked. Speed, he shouted, and she pushed it up to 105 miles an hour and tore the breath from his mouth. When they stepped out of the car, she had the seashells stuffed in her ears. Silence, only the wind blowing. Mildred, he stirred in bed. He reached over and pulled the tiny musical insect out of her ear. Mildred? Mildred? Yes. Her voice was faint. He felt he was one of the creatures electronically inserted between the slots of the phono-colored walls, speaking, but the speech not piercing the crystal barrier. He could only pantomime, hoping she would turn his way and see him. They would not touch through glass. Mildred, do you know that girl I was telling you about? What girl? She was almost asleep. The girl next door. What girl next door? You know, the high school girl, Clarice, her name is. You know, that fucking pog! That fucking hot piece of... That fucking piece! God damn! That one! Dave knows the one. Shit. Oh, yes, said his wife. I haven't seen her for a few days. 4 days, to be exact. Have you seen her? No. I've meant to talk to you. About her. Strange. Oh, I know the one you mean. I thought you would. Her, said Mildred in the dark room. What about her? Asked Montag. I meant to tell you. Forgot. Tell me now. What is it? I think she's gone. Gone? Whole family moved out somewhere, but she's gone for good. I think she's dead. We couldn't be talking about the same girl. No, the same girl, McClellan. Run over by a car 4 days ago, I'm not sure. But I think she's dead. The family moved out anyway, I don't know. But I think she's dead. You're not sure of it? No, not sure. Pretty sure. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Forgot. 4 days ago. I forgot all about it. 4 days ago, he said, quietly lying there. They lay there in the dark room, not moving, either of them. Good night, she said. He heard a faint rustle. Her hand moved. The electric thimble moved like a praying mantis on the pillow touched by her hand. Now it was in her ear again, humming. He listened, and his wife was singing under her breath. Outside the house, a shadow moved, an autumn wind rose up and faded away, but there was something else in the silence that he heard. It was like a breath exhaled upon the window. It was like a faint drift of greenish luminescent smoke, the motion of a single huge October leaf blowing across the lawn and away. The hound, he thought. It's out there tonight. It's out there now, if I open the window. He did not open the window. He had chills and fever in the morning. You can't be sick, said Mildred. He closed his eyes over the hotness. Yes. But you were all right last night. No, I wasn't all right. He heard the relatives shouting in the parlor. Mildred stood over his bed curiously. He felt her there. He saw her moving without opening his eyes, her hair burnt by chemicals to a brittle straw, her eyes with a kind of cataract unseen but suspect far behind the pupils, the reddened pouting lips, the body as thin as a praying mantis from dieting, and her flesh like white bacon. He could remember her no other way. Will you bring me aspirin and water? You've got to get up, she said. It's noon. You've slept 5 hours later than usual. Will you turn the parlor off? He asked. That's my family. Will you turn it off for a sick man? I'll turn it down. She went out of the room and did nothing to the parlor and came back. Is that better? That's my favorite part in the whole book, by the way. Yeah, he's like, can you go turn the TV down, please? And she's like, no, that's all right. He's like, I'm fucking sick. Can you go turn it off? I'll turn it down. And then she walks out of the room and doesn't do anything and comes back. That's awesome. Get some water here. Take a sip from my baba. My sippy cup. Okay. She went out of the room and did nothing to the parlor and came back. Is that better? Thanks. That's my favorite program, she said. What about the aspirin? You've never been sick before. She went away again. Well, I'm sick now. I'm not going to work tonight. Call Beatty for me. You acted funny last night, she returned, humming. Where's the aspirin? He glanced at the water glass she handed him. Oh. She walked to the bath again. Did something happen? A fire is all. I had a nice evening, she said in the bathroom. What doing? The parlor. What was on? Programs. What programs? Some of the best ever. Who? Oh, you know, the bunch. Yes, the bunch. He pressed at the pain in his eyes, and suddenly the odor of kerosene made him vomit. Mildred came in, humming. She was surprised. Why'd you do that? I'm sorry, Mildred. She cracks me up. He barfs all over the place, and she just walks in the room and is like, "Why'd you do that?" Sorry, I should be more professional. He looked with dismay at the floor. We burnt an old woman with her books. It's a good thing the rug's washable. She fetched a mop and worked on it. I went to Helen's last night. Couldn't you get the shows in your own parlor? Sure, but it's nice visiting. She went out into the parlor. He heard her singing. Mildred, he called. She returned, singing, snapping her fingers softly. Aren't you going to ask me about last night? He said. What about it? We burnt 1,000 books. We burnt a woman. Well? The parlor was exploding with sound. We burnt copies of Dante and Swift and Marcus Aurelius. Wasn't he a European? Something like that. Wasn't he a radical? I never read him. He was a radical. Mildred fiddled with the telephone. You don't expect me to call Captain Beatty, do you? You must. Don't shout. I wasn't shouting. He was up in bed, suddenly enraged and flushed, shaking. The parlor roared in the hot air. I can't call him. I can't tell him I'm sick. Why? Because you're afraid, he thought. A child feigning illness, afraid to call, because after a moment's discussion the conversation would run so. Yes, Captain, I feel better already. I'll be in at 10 o'clock tonight. You're not sick, said Mildred. Montag fell back in bed. He reached under his pillow. The hidden book was still there. Mildred, how would it be if, well, maybe I quit my job a while? You want to give up everything after all these years of working because one night, some woman in her books, you should have seen her, Millie. She's nothing to me. She shouldn't have had books. It was her responsibility. She should have thought of that. I hate her. She's got you going, and next thing you know, we'll be out. No house, no job, nothing." "You weren't there, you didn't see," he said. "There must be something in books, things we can't imagine, to make a woman stay in a burning house. There must be something there. You don't stay for nothing." She was simple-minded. She was as rational as you and I, more so perhaps, and we burnt her. We burnt her. "That's water under the bridge." "No, not water, fire. You ever see a burnt house? It smolders for days. Well, this fire will last me the rest of my life. God, I've been trying to put it out in my mind all night. I'm crazy with trying." "You should have thought of that before becoming a fireman." "Thought," he said. "Was I given a choice? My grandfather and father were firemen. In my sleep, I ran after them." The parlor was playing a dance tune. "This is the day you go on the early shift," said Mildred. "You should have gone 2 hours ago. I just noticed." "It's not just the woman that died," said Montag. "Last night I thought about all the kerosene I've used in the past 10 years, and I thought about books, and for the first time I realized that a man was behind each one of the books. A man had to think them up. A man had to take a long time to put them down on paper, and I'd never even thought that thought before." He got out of bed. It took some man a lifetime, maybe, to put some of his thoughts down, looking around at the world and life, and then I come along in 2 minutes, and boom, it's all over. "Let me alone," said Mildred. "I didn't do anything." "Let you alone? That's all very well, but how can I leave myself alone?" We need not to be let alone. We need to be really bothered once in a while. How long is it since you were really bothered? About something important, about something real? And then he shut up, for he remembered last week, and the 2 white stones staring up at the ceiling, and the pump snake with the probing eye, and the 2 soap-faced men with the cigarettes moving in their mouths when they talked. But that was another Mildred. That was a Mildred so deep inside this one, and so bothered, really bothered, that the 2 women had never met. He turned away. Mildred said, "Well, now you've done it. Out front of the house. Look who's here." "I don't care." "There's a Phoenix car. Just drove up, and a man in a black shirt with an orange snake stitched on his arm, coming up the front walk." "Captain Beatty?" he said. "Captain Beatty." Montag did not move, but stood looking into the cold whiteness of the wall immediately before him. "Go let him in, will you? Tell him I'm sick." "Tell him yourself." She ran a few steps this way, a few steps that, and stopped, eyes wide, when the front door speaker called her name softly. Softly. "Mrs. Montag, Mrs. Montag, someone's here, someone's here." "Mrs. Montag, someone's here," fading. Montag made sure the book was well hidden behind the pillow, climbed slowly back into bed, arranged the covers over his knees and across his chest, half sitting, and after a while Mildred moved and went out of the room, and Captain Beatty strolled in, his hands in his pockets. "Shut the relatives up," said Beatty, looking around at everything except Montag and his wife. This time Mildred ran. The yammering voices stopped yelling in the parlor. Oh my God. Brutal. Fucking brutal, that part. Like her husband's sick in bed and he's like, can you turn the TV off? And she's like, I'll turn it down. And then she does absolutely nothing. Then his boss comes over and he's like, turn that off, will you, sweetie? And she's like, yes, sir. And runs off and does it. Ooh. Oh, that's a brutal part. Captain Beatty sat down in the most comfortable chair with a peaceful look on his ruddy face. He took time to prepare and light his brass pipe and puff out a great smoke cloud. Just thought I'd come by and see how the sick man is. How do you guess? Beatty smiled his smile, which showed the candy pinkness of his gums and the tiny candy whiteness of his teeth. I've seen it all. You were going to call for a night off. Montag sat in bed. Well, said Beatty, take the night off. He examined his eternal matchbox, the lid of which said, guaranteed 1,000,000 lights in this igniter, and began to strike the chemical match abstractly. Blow out, strike, speak a few words, blow out. He looked at the flame, he blew, he looked at the smoke. When will you be well? Tomorrow. The next day, maybe. First of the week. Beatty puffed his pipe. Every fireman, sooner or later, hits this. They only need understanding. To know how the wheels run, need to know the history of our profession. They don't feed it to the rookies like they used to. Damn shame. Puff. Only fire chiefs remember it now. Puff. I'll let you in on it. Mildred fidgeted. Beatty took a full minute to settle himself in and think back for what he wanted to say. When did it all start, you ask? This job of ours? How did it come about? Where? When? Well, I'd say it really got started around about a thing called the Civil War, even though our rule book claims it was founded earlier. The fact is, we didn't get along well until photography came into its own. Then motion pictures in the early 20th century. Radio, television, things began to have mass. Montag sat in bed, not moving. And because they had mass, they became simpler, said Beatty. Once books appealed to a few people here, there, everywhere. They could afford to be different. The world was roomy, but then the world got full of eyes and elbows and mouths. Double, triple, quadruple population. Films and radios, magazines, books leveled down to a sort of paste-pudding norm. Do you follow me? I think so. Beatty peered at the smoke pattern he had put out on the air. Picture it. 19th century man with his horses, dogs, carts, slow motion. Then in the 20th century, speed up your camera, books cut shorter, condensations, digests, tabloids. Everything boils down to the gag, the snap ending. Tweets, for example. That last part was me, not the book. Snap ending, Mildred nodded. Classics cut to fit 15-minute radio shows, then cut again to fill a 2-minute book column, winding up at last as a 10 or 12-line dictionary resume. I exaggerate, of course. The dictionaries were for reference, but many were those sole knowledge of. But many were those whose sole knowledge of Hamlet, you know the title, certainly, Montag. It is probably only a faint rumor of a title to you, Mrs. Montag, whose sole knowledge, as I say, of Hamlet was a 1-page digest in a book that claimed, "Now at last you can read all the classics, keep up with your neighbors, do you see? Out of the nursery, into the college, and back to the nursery. There's your intellectual pattern for the past 5 centuries or more." Mildred rose and began to move around the room, picking things up and putting them down. Beatty ignored her and continued. "Speed up the film, Montag. Quick. Click. Pick. Look. Eye. Now. Flick. Here. There. Swift. Pace. Up. Down. In. Out. Why. How. Who. What. Where, eh? Bang, smack, wallop, bing, bong, boom. Digests. Politics, 1 column, 2 sentences, a headline. Then, in midair, all vanishes. Whirl man's mind around about so fast under the pumping hands of publishers, exploiters, broadcasters, what the centrifuge flings off, all unnecessary, time-wasting thought. Mildred smoothed the bedcloths. Montag felt his heart jump and jump again as she patted his pillow. Right now she was pulling at his shoulder to try to get him to move so she could take the pillow out and fix it nicely and put it back, and perhaps cry out and stare, or simply reach down her hand and say, "What's this?" and hold up the hidden book with touching innocence. So he's got the book under his pillow and she's like trying to fluff his. "May I fluff your pillows, Roxanne?" And Montag's like, "Bitch, get the fuck out of here. You're gonna get us both killed." Continuing. School is shortened. Discipline relaxed. Philosophies, histories, languages dropped. English and spelling gradually neglected. Finally, almost completely ignored. Life is immediate. The job counts. Pleasure lies all about after work. Why learn anything save pressing buttons, pulling switches, fitting nuts and bolts? "Let me fix your pillow," said Mildred. "No," whispered Montag. The zipper displaces the button, and a man lacks just that much time to think while dressing at dawn. A philosophical hour, and thus a melancholy hour. Mildred said, "Here, get away," said Montag. "Life becomes one big pratfall, Montag. Everything bang, boff, and wow." "Wow," said Mildred, yelling at the pillow. "Wow!" "Wow," said Mildred, yanking at the pillow. "For God's sake, let me be!" cried Montag passionately. Beatty opened his eyes wide. Mildred's hand had frozen behind the pillow. Her fingers were tracing the book's outline, and as the shape became familiar, her face looked surprised and then stunned. Her mouth opened to ask a question. "Empty the theaters, save for the clowns, and furnish the rooms with glass walls and pretty colors running up and down the walls like confetti or blood or sherry or sauterne." I don't know what salt. All right, Google, help your boy out. Sauterne, right? I just completely lost my place. Sauterne. Sauterne is a French sweet wine from the region of the same name in the Graves section in Bordeaux. Okay, it's a wine. How do you like that? You learn something new every day, or every 3 years if you're Dave. Let's see here. I lost my place. Sauterne. You like baseball, don't you, Montag? Baseball's a fine game. Now Beatty was almost invisible, a voice somewhere behind a screen of smoke. "What's this?" asked Mildred, almost with delight. Montag heaved back against her arms. "What's this here?" "Sit down!" Montag shouted. She jumped away, her hands empty. "We're talking!" Beatty went on as if nothing had happened. "You like bowling, don't you, Montag?" "Bowling, yes. And golf?" "Golf is a fine game." "Basketball?" "A fine game." "Billiards? Pool? Football?" "Fine games, all of them." "More sports for everyone. Group spirit, fun, and you don't have to think, eh? Organize and super organize, super sports. More cartoons in books, more pictures. The mind drinks less and less, impatience. Highways full of crowds going somewhere, nowhere. The gasoline refugee. Towns turn into motels. People in nomadic surges from place to place, following the moon tides. Living tonight in the room where you slept this noon and I the night before. Mildred went out of the room and slammed the door. The parlor aunts began to laugh at the parlor uncles. "Now let's take up the minorities in our civilization, shall we? Bigger the population, the more minorities. Don't step on the toes of the dog lovers, the cat lovers, doctors, lawyers, merchants, chiefs, Mormons, Baptists, Unitarians, second-generation Chinese, Swedes, Italians, Germans, Texans, Brooklynites, Irishmen, people from Oregon or Mexico. The people in this book, this play, this TV serial are not meant to represent any actual painters, cartographers, mechanics anywhere. The bigger your market, Montag, the less you handle controversy. Remember that. All the minor minorities with their navels to be kept clean, authors full of evil thoughts, lock up your typewriters. They did. Magazines became a nice blend of vanilla tapioca. I'm really hungry right now. I want to get some fucking tapioca up in this piece. That's not in the book. That's me. But it's true. Books, so the damn snobbish critics said, were dishwater. No wonder books stopped selling, the critics said. But the public, knowing what it wanted, spinning happily let the comic books survive. And the three-dimensional sex magazines, of course. There you have it, Montag. It didn't come from the government down. There was no dictum, no declaration, no censorship to start with. No. Technology, mass exploitation, and minority pressure carried the trick, thank God. Today, Thanks to them, you can stay happy all the time. You are allowed to read comics, the good old confessions or trade journals. Yes, but what about the firemen then? Asked Montag. Ah, Beatty leaned forward in the faint mist of smoke from his pipe. What more easily explained and natural, with school turning out more runners, jumpers, racers, tinkerers, grabbers, snatchers, flyers, and swimmers instead of examiners, critics, knowers, and imaginative creators, the word intellectual, of course, became the swear word it deserved to be. You always dread the unfamiliar. Surely you remember the boy in your own school class who was exceptionally bright, did most of the reciting and answering while the others sat like so many leaden idols, hating him? And wasn't it this bright boy you selected for beatings and tortures after hours? Of course it was. We must all be alike. Not everyone born free and equal as the Constitution says, but everyone made equal, each man the image of every other. Then all are happy, for there are no mountains to make them cower, to judge themselves against. So, a book is a loaded gun in the house next door. Burn it, take the shot from the weapon, breach man's mind. Who knows who might be the target of the well-read man? Me? I won't stomach them for a minute. And so when houses were finally fireproofed completely all over the world, you were correct in your assumption the other night. There was no longer need for firemen of the old purposes. They were given the new job. As custodians of our peace of mind, the focus of our understandable and rightful dread of being inferior, official censors, judges, and executors. That's you, Montag, and that's me. The door to the parlor opened, and Mildred stood there looking in at them, looking at Beatty and then at Montag. Behind her, the walls of the room were flooded with green and yellow and orange fireworks, sizzling and bursting to some music composed almost completely of tap drums, tom-toms, and cymbals. Her mouth moved, and she was saying something, but the sound covered it. Beatty knocked his pipe into the palm of his pink hand, studied the ashes as if they were a symbol to be diagnosed, and searched for meaning. You must understand that our civilization is so vast that we can't have our minorities upset and stirred. Ask yourself, what do we want in this country above all? People want to be happy. Isn't that right? Haven't you heard it all your life? I want to be happy, people say. Well, aren't they? Don't we keep them moving? Don't we give them fun? That's all we live for, isn't it? For pleasure, for titillation? And you must admit our culture provides plenty of these. Yes. Montag could lip-read what Mildred was saying in the doorway. He tried not to look at her mouth, because then Beatty might turn and read what was there too. Colored people don't like Little Black Sambo. Burn it. White people don't feel good about Uncle Tom's Cabin. Burn it. Someone's written a book on tobacco and cancer of the lungs. The cigarette people are weeping. Burn the book. Serenity, Montag. Peace, Montag. Take your fight outside. Better yet, into the incinerator. Funerals are unhappy and pagan. Eliminate them too. 5 minutes after a person is dead, he's on his way to the big flue, the incinerators, serviced by helicopters all over the country. 10 minutes after death, a man's a speck of black dust. Let's not quibble over individuals with memoriams. Forget them. Burn all. Burn everything. Fire is bright, and fire is clean. The fireworks died in the parlor behind Mildred. She had stopped talking at the same time. A miraculous coincidence. Montag held his breath. There was a girl next door, he said slowly. She's gone now, I think. Dead. I can't even remember her face. But she was different. How did she happen? Beatty smiled. Here or there, that's bound to occur. Clarice McClellan? We've a record on her family. We've watched them carefully. Heredity and environment are funny things. You can't rid yourself of all the odd ducks in just a few years. The home environment can undo a lot you try to do at school. That's why we've lowered the kindergarten age year after year until now we're almost snatching them from the cradle. We had some false alarms on the McClellans when they lived in Chicago. Never found the book. Uncle had a mixed record, antisocial. The girl? She was a time bomb. The family had been feeding her subconscious, I'm sure, from what I saw of her school record. She didn't want to know how a thing was done, but why, that can be embarrassing. You ask why to a lot of things and you wind up very unhappy indeed if you keep at it. The poor girl's better off dead. Yes, dead. Luckily, queer ones like her don't happen often. We know how to nip most of those in the bud early. You can't build a house without nails and wood. If you don't want a house built, hide the nails and wood. If you don't want a man unhappy politically, don't give him two sides to a question to worry him. Give him one. Better yet, give him none. Let him forget there is such a thing as war. If the government is inefficient, top-heavy, and tax-mad, better it be all those than that people worry over it. Peace, Montag. Give the people contests they win by remembering the words to more popular songs or the names of state capitals or how much corn Iowa grew last year. Cram them full of non-combustible data. Chock them so damn full of facts they feel stuffed but absolutely brilliant with information. Then they'll feel they're thinking. They'll get a sense of motion without moving, and they'll be happy because facts of that sort don't change. Don't give them any slippery stuff like philosophy or sociology to tie things up with. That way lies melancholy. Any man who can take a TV wall apart and put it back together again, and most men can nowadays, is happier than any man who tries to slide rule, measure and equate the universe, which just won't be measured or equated without making man feel bestial and lonely. I know, I've tried it. To hell with it. So bring on your clubs and parties, your acrobats and magicians, your daredevils, jet cars, motorcycle helicopters, your sex and heroin. More of everything to do with automatic reflex. If the drama is bad, if the film says nothing, if the play is hollow, sting me with the theremin, loudly. I'll think I'm responding to the play, but it's only a tactile reaction. I got drivers and updates? On my computer, they want to give me updates. Montag, they want to update my computer. I'm busy. I'm reading to my friend. Sorry, where was I? Okay, alright, theremin. What's theremin? I don't know what that is. Google. Hook a brother up. Theremin is an electronic musical instrument controlled without physical contact by the thereminist. Is this real? Is this made up? It is named after its inventor, Leon Theremin, who patented the device in 19... I don't know what that fucking thing. Is that weird thing that goes like... I don't know. Anyway. They're going to start a rock band, is really what this book is about. I'll think I'm responding to the play when it's only a tactile reaction? It actually says, I'm not stupid, it says only a tactile reaction. I'm assuming that's a typo on page 61. Tactile reaction to vibration. But I don't care, I just like solid entertainment. Beatty got up. I must be going. Lecture's over. I hope I've clarified things. The important thing for you to remember, Montag, is we're the Happiness Boys. The Dixie Duo, you and I and the others. We stand against the small tide of those who want to make everyone unhappy with conflicting theories and thought. We have our fingers in the dike. Hold steady. Don't let the torrent of melancholy and drear philosophy drown our world. We depend on you. I don't think you realize how important you are. We are to our happy world as it stands now. Beatty shook Montag's limp hand. Montag still sat, as if the house were collapsing about him and he could not move in the bed. Mildred had vanished from the door. "One last thing," said Beatty. "At least once in his career, every fireman gets an itch. What do the books say, he wonders? Oh, to scratch that itch, eh? Well, Montag, take my word for it. I've had to read a few in my time to know what I was about. And the books say nothing. Nothing you can teach or believe. They're about non-existent people, figments of imagination. If they're fiction, and if they're non-fiction, it's worse. One professor calling another an idiot, one philosopher screaming down another's gullet. All of them running about, putting out the stairs and extinguishing the sun. You come away lost." "Well then, what if a fireman accidentally, really not intending anything, takes a book home with him?" Montag twitched. The open door looked at him with its great vacant eye. "A natural error. Curiosity alone," said Beatty. "We don't get over anxious or mad. We let the fireman keep the book 24 hours. If he hasn't burned it by then, we simply come burn it for him." "Of course." Montag's mouth was dry. "Well, Montag, will you take another later shift today? Will we see you tonight, perhaps?" "I don't know," said Montag. "What?" Beatty looked faintly surprised. Montag shut his eyes. "I'll be in later. Maybe." "We'd certainly miss you if you didn't show," said Beatty, putting his pipe in his pocket thoughtfully. "I'll never come in again," thought Montag. "Get well and keep well," said Beatty. He turned and went out through the open door. Montag watched through the window as Beatty drove away in his gleaming yellow flame-colored Beetle with the black char-colored tires. Across the street and down the way, the other houses stood with their tiny why am I making up words? I'm going to say with their tiny flat fronts. I just completely imagined the word tiny in there. It's not in there. Hold on. Let me try again. Montag watched through the window as Beatty drove away. Oh, wait, I already did that. Across the street and down the way, the other houses stood with their flat fronts. What was it? Clarice had said one afternoon. No front porches. My uncle says there used to be front porches, and people sat there sometimes at night, talking when they wanted to talk, rocking and not talking when they didn't want to talk. Sometimes they just sat there and thought about things, turned things over. My uncle says the architects got rid of the front porches because they didn't look well. But my uncle says that was merely rationalizing it. The real reason, hidden underneath, might be they didn't want people sitting like that, doing nothing, rocking, talking. That was the wrong kind of social life. People talked too much, and they had time to think, so they ran off with the porches. And the gardens, too. Not many gardens anymore to sit around in. And look at the furniture. No rocking chairs anymore. They're too comfortable. Get people up and running around, my uncle says. And my uncle, and my uncle. Her voice faded. Montag turned and looked at his wife, who sat in the middle of the parlor talking to an announcer who in turn was talking to her. Mrs. Montag, he was saying this, that, and the other. Mrs. Montag, something else, and still another. The converter attachment, which had cost them $100, automatically supplied her name whenever the announcer addressed his anonymous audience, leaving a blank where the proper syllables could be filled in. A special spot WaveX scrambler also caused his televised image in the area immediately around his lips to mouth the vowels and consonants beautifully. He was a friend, no doubt of it, a good friend. Mrs. Montag, now, look right here. Her head turned, though she quite obviously was not listening. Montag said, "It's only a step from not going to work today to not working tomorrow to not working at the firehouse ever again. "You are going to work tonight, though, aren't you?" said Mildred. "I haven't decided. Right now I've got an awful feeling I want to smash things and kill things." "Go take the Beetle." "No thanks. The keys to the Beetle are on the night table. I always like to drive fast when I feel that way. You get it up around 95 and you feel wonderful. Sometimes I drive all night and come back and you don't know it. It's fun out in the country. You hit rabbits. Sometimes you hit dogs. Go take the Beetle." "No, I don't want to this time. I want to hold on to this funny thing. God, it's gotten big on me. I don't know what it is. I'm so damn unhappy. I'm so mad, and I don't know why. I feel like I'm putting on weight. I feel fat." I feel you there, buddy. I can give you a few pointers if you want. "I feel like I've been saving up a lot of things and don't know what. I might even start reading books." "They'd put you in jail, wouldn't they?" She looked at him as if he were behind the glass wall. He began to put on his clothes, moving restlessly about the bedroom. "Yes, and it might be a good idea, before I hurt someone. Did you hear Beatty? Did you listen to him? He knows all the answers. He's right. Happiness is important. Fun is everything. And yet I kept sitting there saying to myself, I'm not happy. I'm not happy." "I am." Mildred's mouth beamed, and proud of it. "I'm going to do something," said Montag. "I don't even know what yet, but I'm going to do something big." "I'm tired of listening to this junk," said Mildred, turning from him to the announcer again. Mildred touched the volume control in the wall, and the announcer was speechless. "Millie," he paused, "this is your house as well as mine. I feel it's only fair that I tell you something now. I should have told you before, but I wasn't even admitting it to myself. I have something I want you to see. Something I've put away and hid during the past year, now and again, once in a while, I didn't know why, but I did it and I never told you." He took hold of a straight-back chair and moved it slowly and steadily into the hall near the front door and climbed up on it and stood for a moment like a statue on a pedestal, his wife standing under him waiting. Then he reached up and pulled back the grill of the air-conditioning system and reached far back inside to the right and moved still another sliding sheet of metal and took out a book. Without looking at it, he dropped it to the floor. He put his hand back up and took out 2 books and moved his hand down and dropped the 2 books to the floor. He kept moving his hand and dropping books. Small ones, fairly large ones, yellow, red... Jesus, I'm falling apart. I gotta find my inner strength and fight. I know we're rounding the corner here. I'm in the home stretch of the first part of this book, so we're gonna try to knock this out. But my voice is struggling, bros. I need your strength. I'm like the Hulkster, you know? When like Yokozuna's beating him up real bad, and he's like on the floor, and he's all sweaty and and he's shaking. He's like, "Hulkamaniacs, I need you guys to believe in me that I could finish this. Let me Hulk up. Help me Hulk up for you." All right. He kept moving his hand and dropping books. Small ones, fairly large ones, yellow, red, green ones. When he was done, he looked down upon some 20 books lying at his wife's feet. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't really think, but now it looks as if we're in this together." Mildred backed away as if she were suddenly confronted by a pack of mice that had come up out of the floor. He could hear her breathing rapidly, and her face was paled out, and her eyes were fastened wide. She said his name once. She said his name over, twice, 3 times. Then, moaning, she ran forward, seized the book, and ran towards the kitchen incinerator. He caught her, shrieking. He held her, and she tried to fight away from him, scratching. "No, Millie, no, wait! Stop it, will you? You don't know, stop it!" He slapped her face. He grabbed her again and shook her. She said his name and began to cry. "Millie," he said, "listen, give me a second, will you? We can't do anything. We can't burn these. I want to look at them. At least look at them once." Then, if what the captain said is true, we'll burn them together. Believe me, we'll burn them together. You must help me." He looked down into her face and took hold of her chin and held her firmly. He was looking not only at her, but for himself and what he must do in her face. "Whether we like this or not, we're in it. I've never asked much from you in all these years, but I ask it now. I plead for it. We've got to start somewhere here. Figure out why we're in such a mess. You and the medicine nights and the car and me and my work. We're heading right for the cliff, Millie. God, I don't want to go over. This isn't going to be easy. We haven't anything to go on, but maybe we can piece it out and figure it and help each other. I need you so much right now. I can't tell you. If you love me at all, you'll put up with this. 24, 48 hours. That's all I ask. Then it'll be over. I promise, I swear. And if there is something here, just one little thing out of a whole mess of things, maybe we could pass it on to someone else." She wasn't fighting anymore, so he let her go. She sagged away from him and slid down the wall and sat on the floor looking at the books. Her foot touched one and she saw this and pulled her foot away. "That woman the other night, Millie. You weren't there. You didn't see her face. And Clarice, you never talked to her. I talked to her. And men like Beatty are afraid of her. I can't understand it. Why should they be so afraid of someone like her? But I kept putting her alongside the firemen in the house last night. And I suddenly realized I didn't like them at all, and I didn't like myself at all anymore. And I thought maybe it would be best if the firemen themselves were burnt. Guy!" The front door voice called softly. "Mrs. Montag, Mrs. Montag." "Someone here, someone here. Mrs. Montag, someone here." Like that part in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. "Paging Mr. Herman, Mr. Herman. Paging Mr. Herman." Mrs. Montag, paging Mrs. Montag. Anyway. That part about Pee-wee's Big Adventure, oddly enough, that is in the book. I don't even know how that's possible, but it's just amazing. A prescient book, let me tell you. Okay. "Someone here," softly. They turned to stare at the door and the books toppled everywhere in heaps. "Beatty," said Mildred. "It can't be him. He's come back," she whispered. The front door voice called again softly. "Someone here." "We won't answer." Montag lay back against the wall and then slowly sank to a crouching position and began to nudge the books bewilderedly with his thumb, his forefinger. He was shivering and he wanted above all to shove the books up through the ventilator again, but he knew he could not face Beatty again. He crouched, and then he sat, and the voice of the front door spoke again, more insistently. Montag picked a single small volume from the floor. "Where do we begin?" He opened the book halfway and peered at it. "We begin by beginning, I guess." "He'll come in," said Mildred, "and burn us and the books." The front door voice faded at last. There was a silence. Montag felt the presence of someone beyond the door, waiting, listening, then the footsteps going away down the walk and over the lawn. "Let's see what this is," said Montag. He spoke the words haltingly and with a terrible self-consciousness. He read a dozen pages here or there and came at last to this. "It is computed that 11,000 persons have at several times suffered death rather than submit to break their eggs at the smaller end." Mildred sat across the hall from him. "What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. The captain was right." "Here now," said Montag. "We'll start over again. At the beginning." Thus concludes Part 1 of Fahrenheit 451. Well, Count, we did it. We managed somehow to read 68 pages in 2 hours and 40 goddamn minutes. I think we can. What have we learned? 1. I should have paid more attention in school. 2. No, I think just one thing. I think just the one thing is what we learned. So, Count, I'm curious. What do you think so far?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not listening to T-Pain right now, so that's good. I mean, I'm just very curious. What happened with that suitcase full of blood that one guy took out in the early book?
You're really fixated on that, aren't you?
Certainly.
I have bad news for you, Count. I don't think the blood briefcase guys come back anytime. I think they're done.
Oh. Well, they didn't do a sequel or a spin-off, did they?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Well, that's part 1 of Fahrenheit 451, everyone. I do hope you enjoyed it. I love this book very much. Tis my favorite. We're here to share it with you and to chit-chat and goof off and have some fun. I do hope that you enjoyed it. This concludes part 1 of 3. We shall return to get this fraggin' train moving. Thank you for coming to spend time with us. Farewell.
Previously on Fahrenheit 451.
I do declare, Mr. Montag, there is a roiling inferno in my 17-year-old loins, and only a big, strong fireman like yourself has a fire hose powerful enough to douse it. God damn it, Clarice. I'm a married man. I'm also late for work. I wouldn't want to upset Captain Beatty. Captain Beatty, Captain Beatty, Captain Beatty. You know, he's all you ever talk about, Mr. Montag. I'm beginning to think there's something going on between you two boys. What? Don't be silly. I gotta go.
Montag, my good man. You're looking good today.
You really think so, Captain?
Of course. I wish I was half as handsome and strapping as you when I was your age. Say, when do we go in my office, where the others can't see?
If you say so.
You're so nervous, Montag. Relax a bit. What's wrong? Come on, no secrets between sailors.
I just don't know what to think anymore. What am I going to tell Mildred? I wish I could quit you, Captain Beatty.
Bark, bark, gay stuff detected. Bark, bark, gay stuff detected.
Oh no, it's the Hound. It'll tell everyone about us.
Forget about that, Montag. Bomber jets incoming.
I'm getting too old for this shit. Fahrenheit 451.
Good evening. Once more we return. I'm Dave. Sitting directly to my left, my lovely co-host, my lovely co-reader, perhaps, co-listener, co-mingler, co-conspirator, Count Dracula.
Good evening.
Well, count. We are 1 out of 3. 1 down, 2 to go. So we're going to pick right back up where we left off in part 2. You're looking at me oddly. What's going on?
I think you've got a lot of explaining to do, actually.
About?
Your little recap that you did.
Yeah, I wanted to tone it down a bit. I didn't want to sensationalize the novel, so I tried to do a little bit more low key. You should have seen the extended version. I think we'd have to get a higher rating for that. But are you ready? Are you ready for the second part here? We're gonna try to nail this down here. We're gonna try to bring this under 6 hours. Per 10 pages is what I'm gonna try to do. So, any questions, complaints, comments, or concerns, my friend?
I have several, but I'll hold them for now.
Good. Part 2 of Fahrenheit 451. The Sieve and the Sand. Now, if you would have asked me before, about 10 minutes ago, I would have said the Sieve and the Sand, because it's spelled Sieve. And for that many letters, I think you deserve a longer word. And Sieve just seems more respectful, longer, than Sieve. Sieve isn't a word. See, there's words and there's sounds. Sieve is a word. Sieve is a sound. I'm just trying to be respectful of the Queen's English. But whatever. I actually checked with my Amazon device that shall not be named, or else half my home will explode. So I double checked because I wanted to be good. I wanted to be a good boy for you. So part 2, the Sieve and the Sand. They read the long afternoon through, while the cold November rain fell from the sky upon the quiet house. They sat in the hall because the parlor was so empty and gray-looking without its wall lit with orange and yellow confetti and skyrockets, and women in gold mesh dresses and men in black velvet pulling 100-pound rabbits from silver hats. The parlor was dead, and Mildred kept peering in at it with a blank expression as Montag paced the floor and came back and squatted down and read a page as many as 10 times aloud. We cannot tell the precise moment when friendship is formed, as in filling a vessel drop by drop. There is at last a drop which makes it run over. So in the series of kindnesses, there is at last one which makes the heart run over. Montag sat listening to the rain. Is that what it was in The Girl Next Door? I've tried so hard to figure. She's dead. Let's talk about someone alive, for goodness' sake. Goodness' sake? For goodness' sake? How do you say that? It's Goodness, and then it's got the little apostrophe thingy after the second S. Goodness' sake? For goodness' sake. Montag did not look back at his wife as he went trembling along the hall to the kitchen, where he stood a long time watching the rain hit the windows before he came back down the hall in the gray light, waiting for the tremble to subside. He opened another book. That favorite subject, myself. He squinted at the wall. That favorite subject, myself. I understand that one, said Mildred. But Clarice's favorite subject wasn't herself. It was everyone else, and me. She was the first person in a good many years I've really liked. She was the first person I can remember who looked straight at me as if I counted. He lifted the 2 books. These men have been dead a long time, but I know their words point, one way or another, to Clarice. Outside the front door, in the rain, a faint scratching. Montag froze. He saw Mildred thrust herself back to the wall and gasp. Someone. The door. Why doesn't the door voice tell us? I shut it off. Under the doorsill, a slow, probing sniff, an exhalation of electric steam. Mildred laughed. It's only a dog, that's what. You want me to shoo him away? Stay where you are. Silence. The cold rain falling, and the smell of blue electricity blowing under the locked door. Let's get back to work, said Montag quietly. Mildred kicked at a book. Books aren't people. You read, and I look... Mildred kicked a book. Books aren't people. You read, and I look all around, but there isn't anybody. He stared at the parlor and was dead and gray as the waters. I'm sorry. I gotta get... All right, sorry. I gotta stretch. I gotta stretch out a little bit. I'm rusty. Sorry. It takes me a while to focus. I'll zero in after a while. My eyes are just going everywhere right now. Okay, hold on. He stared at the parlor that was dead and gray as the waters of an ocean that might teem with life if they switched on the electric sun. Now, said Mildred, my family is people. They tell me things. I laugh. They laugh. And the colors. Yes, I know. And besides, if Captain Beatty knew about those books, she thought about it. Her face grew amazed and then horrified. He might come and burn the house and the family. That's awful. Think of our investment. Why should I read? What for? What for? Why? Said Montag. I saw the damnedest snake in the world the other night. It was dead, but it was alive. It could see, but it couldn't see. You want to see that snake? It's at emergency hospital where they filed a report on all the junk the snake got out of you. Would you like to go and check their file? Maybe you'd look under Guy Montag, or maybe under fear or war. Would you like to go to that house that burnt last night? And rake ashes for the bones of the woman who set fire to her own house? What about Clarice McClellan? Where do we look for her? The morgue. Listen. The bombers crossed the sky and crossed the sky over the house. Gasping, murmuring, whistling like an immense invisible fan circling in emptiness. Jesus God, said Montag. Every hour, so many damn things in the sky. How in hell did those bombers get up there every single second of our lives? Why doesn't someone want to talk about it? We've started and won 2 atomic wars since 1990. Is it because we're having so much fun at home we've forgotten the world? Is it because we're so rich and the rest of the world's so poor and we just don't care if they are? I've heard rumors. The world is starving, but we're well fed, especially Dave. Is it true? The world works hard and we play? Is that why we're hated so much? I've heard the rumors about hate, too, once in a long while over the years. Do you know why? I don't, that's sure. Maybe the books can get us half out of the cave. They just might stop us from making the same damn insane mistakes. I don't hear those idiot bastards in your parlor talking about it. God, Millie, don't you see? An hour a day, 2 hours with these books, and maybe... The telephone rang. Mildred snatched the phone. And she laughed. Yes, the White Clown's on tonight. Montag walked to the kitchen and threw the book down. Montag, he said, you're really stupid. Where do we go from here? Do we turn the books in? Forget it? He opened the book to read over Mildred's laughter. Poor Millie, he thought. Poor Montag. It's mud to you two. But where do you get help? Where do you find a teacher this late? Hold on. He shut his eyes. Yes, of course. Again he found himself thinking of the Green Park a year ago. The thought had been with him many times recently, but now he remembered how it was that day in the city park when he had seen that old man in the black suit hide something quickly in his coat. The old man leapt up as if to run, and Montag said, Wait! I haven't done anything, cried the old man, trembling. No one said you did. They had sat in the green soft light without saying a word for a moment, and then Montag talked about the weather, and then the old man responded with a pale voice. It was a strange, quiet meeting. The old man admitted to being a retired English professor who had... All right, I shouldn't say this, but I'm only going to laugh. It's like when you have a song in your head and they lie to you and say the only way to get a song at it, this is me now. I'm sorry. I'm going to go on for a little bit. They say, the only way to get a song out of your head is to play it and hear it. That's wrong. The only way to get the most effective way I'm going to tell you. But it's dangerous. Please only use this in extreme circumstances. The only way to get a song out of your head, to eradicate it completely, it's a devil's bargain, but it works every time. If you ever have a song in your head that you want to get rid of, just think of Knock, Knock, Knocking on Heaven's Door by, it has to be the Guns N' Roses version, not the original. It has to be the Guns N' Roses version, and that will supplant whatever song. So it's like, at what price victory? You know what I mean? So I'm sorry. When I read The Old Man admitted to being a retired English professor, the first time I kind of scanned through it, I came this close to saying the old man I came this close to saying the old man admitted to being a retarded English professor. I'm sorry. That was unnecessary. I'm sorry.
You know, Dave, sometimes I honestly can't believe you.
Thanks for your support, Count. All right. I said it. I let it out. If I would have held that in, if I wouldn't have confided that in you, I would be giggling and chuckling and laughing for the next 3 hours. So better just to say it. Mama, take this badge from me. Okay. The old man admitted to being a retired English professor who had been thrown out upon the world 40 years ago when the last liberal arts college shut for lack of students and patronage. His name was Faber, and when he finally lost his fear of Montag, he talked in a cadenced voice, looking at the sky and the trees in the green park. And when an hour had passed, he said something to Montag, and Montag sensed it was a rhymeless poem. Then the old man grew even more courageous and said something else, and that was a poem too. Faber held his hand over his left coat pocket and spoke these words gently, and Montag knew if he reached out he might pull a book of poetry from the man's coat. But he did not reach out. His hand stayed on his knees, numbed and useless. "I don't talk things, sir," said Faber. "I talk the meaning of things. I sit here and know I'm alive." That was all there was to it, really. An hour of monologue, a poem, a comment, and then, without either acknowledging the fact that Montag was a fireman, Faber, with a certain trembling, wrote his address on a slip of paper. "For your file," he said, "in case you decide to be angry with me." "I'm not angry," Montag said, surprised. Mildred shrieked with laughter in the hall. Montag went to his bedroom closet and flipped through his file wallet to the heading, Future Investigations, ? Faber's name was there. He hadn't turned it in, and he hadn't erased it. He dialed the call on a secondary phone. The phone on the far end of the line called Faber's name a dozen times before the professor answered in a faint voice. Montag identified himself and was met with a lengthy silence. "Yes, Mr. Montag?" "Professor Faber, I have a rather odd question to ask. How many copies of the Bible are left in this country?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "I want to know if there are any copies left at all. This is some sort of trap. I can't talk to just anyone on the phone." "How many copies of Shakespeare and Plato?" "None. You know as well as I do. None." Faber hung up. Montag put down the phone. None. A thing he knew, of course, from the firehouse listings, but somehow he had wanted to hear it from Faber himself. In the hall, Mildred's face was suffused with excitement. "Well, the ladies are coming over." Montag showed her a book. "This is the Old and New Testament, and—" "Don't start that again." "It might be the last copy in this part of the world. You've got to hand it back tonight, don't you? Captain Beatty knows you got it, doesn't he?" "I don't think he knows which book I stole. But how do I choose a substitute? Do I turn in Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Thoreau? Which is least valuable? If I pick a substitute and Beatty does know which book I stole, he'll guess we've an entire library here." Mildred's mouth twitched. See what you're doing? You'll ruin us. Who's more important, me or that Bible? She was beginning to shriek now, sitting there like a wax doll melting in its own heat. He could hear Beatty's voice. Sit down, Montag. Watch. Delicately, like the petals of a flower. Light the first page. Light the second page. Each becomes a black butterfly. Beautiful, eh? Light the third page from the second, and so on. Chain smoking, chapter by chapter, all the silly things the words mean. All the false promises, all the second-hand notions and time-worn philosophies. There sat Beatty, perspiring gently, the floor littered with swarms of black moths that had died in a single storm. Mildred stopped screaming as quickly as she started. Montag was not listening. There's only one thing to do, he said. Sometime before tonight, when I give the book to Beatty, I've got to have a duplicate made. You'll be here for the White Clown tonight, and the ladies coming over? Cried Mildred. Montag stopped at the door with his back turned. Millie? A silence. What? Millie? Does the White Clown love you? No answer. Millie? He licked his lips. Does your family love you? Love you very much? Love you with all their heart and soul, Millie? He felt her blinking back. Oops, I'm sorry. I was right. He felt her blinking. I forgot slowly. Let's one more time for the people. He felt her blinking slowly at the back of his neck. Why'd you ask a silly question like that? He felt he wanted to cry, but nothing would happen to his eyes or his mouth. If you see that dog outside, said Mildred, give him a kick for me. He hesitated, listening at the door. He opened it and stepped out. The rain had stopped and the sun was setting in the clear sky. The street and the lawn and the porch were empty. He let his breath go in a great sigh. He slammed the door. He was on the subway. I'm numb, he thought. When did the numbness really begin in my face? In my body? The night I kicked the pill bottle in the dark, like kicking a buried mine? The numbness will go away, he thought. It'll take time, but I'll do it. Or Faber will do it for me. Someone, somewhere will give me back the old face and the old hands the way they were. Even the smile, he thought. The old burnt-in smile, that's gone. I'm lost without it. The subway fled past him, cream tile, jet black, cream tile, jet black, numerals and darkness, more darkness and the total adding itself. Once, as a child, he had sat upon a yellow dune by the sea in the middle of the blue and hot summer day, trying to fill a sieve with sand, because some cruel cousin had said, fill this sieve and you'll get a dime. And the faster he poured, the faster it sifted through with a hot whispering. His hands were tired, the sand was boiling, and the sieve was empty. Seated there in the midst of July, without a sound, he felt the tears move down his cheeks. Now, as the vacuum underground rushed him through the dead cellars of town, jolting him, he remembered the tragic. He remembered the terrible logic of that sieve, and he looked down and saw that he was carrying the Bible open. There were people in the suction train, but he held the book in his hands, and the silly thought came to him. If you read fast and read all, maybe some of the sand will stay in the sieve. But he read, and the words fell through, and he thought, in a few hours there will be Beatty, and here will be me handing this over, so no phrase must escape me. Each line must be memorized. I will myself to do it. He clenched the book in his fists. Trumpets blared. Denham's dentifrice. Denham's... Okay. Full disclosure. This is my least favorite part in this book. I think it reads dumb. So, he's on the train and, like, all the ads are blowing out all over the... there's screens all around and there are ads playing everywhere, and it's driving him nuts. I don't know what this is. Denham's dentifrice. But we're going to have a lot of practice with those words. All right. I'm going to try to do this. Here goes. He clenched the book in his fists. Trumpets blared. Denham's dentifrice. Shut up, thought Montag. Consider the lilies of the field. Denham's dental floss. Lena Dunham's dental floss. Denham's dentifrice. They toil not. Denham's, consider the lilies of the field. Shut up, shut up. Dentifrice. He tore the book open and flicked the pages and felt of them as if he were blind. He picked at the shape of the individual letters, not blinking. Denham's, spelled D-E-N. They toil not, neither do they. A fierce whisper of hot sand through empty sieve. Denham's does it. Consider the lilies, the lilies, the lilies. Denham's dental detergent. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It was a plea, a cry so terrible that Montag found himself on his feet, the shocked inhabitants of the loud car staring, moving back from this man with the insane, gorged face, the gibbering, dry mouth, the flapping book in his fist. The people who had been sitting a moment before, tapping their feet to the rhythm of Denham's dentifrice, Denham's dandy dental detergent, Denham's dentifrice, 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. Dracula, you're enjoying watching me struggle with this way too much. Please stop. I'm trying to concentrate here. The people whose mouths had been faintly twitching the words dentifrice, dentifrice, dentifrice. The train radio vomited upon Montag in retaliation. A great ton-load of music made of tin, copper, silver, chromium, and brass. The people were pounded into submission. They did not run. There was no place to run. The great air train fell down its shaft in the earth. Lilies of the field. Denham's. Lilies, I said. The people stared. Call the guard. The man's off. No view. The train hissed to its stop. No view, a cry. Denham's, a whisper. Montag's mouth barely moved. Lilies. The train door whistled open. Montag stood. The door gasped, started shut. Only then did he leap past the other passengers, screaming in his mind, plunge through the slicing door only in time. He ran on the white tiles, up through the tunnels, ignoring the escalators because he wanted to feel his feet move, arms swing, lungs clench, unclench, feel his throat go raw with air. A voice drifted after him. Denham's, Denham's, Denham's. The train hissed like a snake. The train vanished in its hole. And I need a fucking drink. I need a nice stiff brandy after that. I hate that part. Sorry. Who is it? Montag out here. What do you want? Let me in. I haven't done anything. I'm alone, damn it. You swear it? I swear. The front door opened slowly. Faber peered out, looking very old in the light and very fragile and very much afraid. The old man looked as if he had not been out of the house in years. He and the white plaster walls inside were much the same. There was white in the flesh of his mouth and his cheeks, gross, and his hair was white and his eyes had faded, with white in the vague blueness there. Then his eyes touched on the book under Montag's arm, and he did not look so old any more, and not quite as fragile. Slowly, his fear went. I'm sorry. One has to be careful. He looked at the book under Montag's arm and could not stop. So it's true. Montag stepped inside, the door shut. Sit down. Faber backed up, as if he feared the book might vanish if he took his eyes from it. Behind him, the door to a bedroom stood open, and in that room a litter of machinery and steel tools were strewn upon a desktop. Montag had only a glimpse before Faber, seeing Montag's attention diverted, turned quickly and shut the bedroom door and stood holding the knob with a trembling hand. His gaze returned unsteadily to Montag, who was now seated with the book in his lap. The book. Where did you? I stole it. Faber, for the first time, raised his eyes and looked directly into Montag's face. You're brave. No, said Montag. My wife's dying. A friend of mine's already dead. Someone who may have been a friend was burnt less than 24 hours ago. You're the only one I knew might help me. To see... Faber's hands itched on his knees. May I? Sorry. Montag gave him the book. It's been a long time. I'm not a religious man, but it's been a long time. Faber turned the pages, stopping here and there to read. It's as good as I remember. Lord, how they've changed it in our parlors these days. Christ is one of the family now. I often wonder if God recognizes his own son the way we've dressed him up, or is it dressed him down? He's a regular peppermint stick now, all sugar crystal and saccharin, when he isn't making veiled references to certain commercial products that every worshiper absolutely needs. Faber sniffed the book. Do you know that books smell like nutmeg or some spice from a foreign land? I loved to smell them when I was a boy. Lord, there were a lot of lovely books once, before we let them go. Faber turned the pages. Mr. Montag, you are looking at a coward. I saw the way things were going. A long time back, I said nothing. I'm one of the innocents who could have spoken up and out when no one would listen to the guilty. But I did not speak and thus became guilty myself. And when finally they set the structure to burn the books using the firemen, I grunted a few times and subsided, for there were no others grunting or yelling with me by then. Now it's too late. Faber closed the Bible. Well, suppose you tell me why you came here. Nobody listens anymore. I can't talk to the walls because they're yelling at me. It actually says because they're yelling at me. I can't talk to my wife. She listens to the walls. I just want someone to hear what I have to say, and maybe if I talk long enough it'll make sense. And I want you to teach me to understand what I read. Faber examined Montag's thin, blue-jowled face. How did you get shaken up? What knocked the torch out of your hands? I don't know. We have everything we need to be happy, but we aren't happy. Something's missing. I looked around. The only thing I positively knew was gone was the books I'd burned in 10 or 12 years. So I thought books might help. You're a hopeless romantic, said Faber. It would be funny if it were not serious. It's not books you need. It's some of the things that once were in books. The same things could be in the parlor families today. The same infinite detail and awareness could be projected through the radios and televisors, but are not. No, it's not books at all you're looking for. Take it where you can find it, in old phonograph records, old motion pictures, and in old friends. Look for it in nature and look for it in yourself. Books are only one type of receptacle where we stored a lot of things we were afraid we might forget. There's nothing magical in them at all. The magic is only in what books say, how they stitched the patches of the universe together into one garment for us. Of course, you couldn't know this. Of course, you still can't understand what I mean when I say all this. You're intuitively right, that's what counts. 3 things are missing. Number 1, do you know why books such as this are so important? Because they have quality. And what does the word quality mean? To me, it means texture. This book has pores. It has features. This book can go under the microscope. You'd find life under the glass, streaming past in infinite profusion. The more pores, the more truthfully recorded details of life per square inch you can get on a sheet of paper, the more literary you are. Wait, let me read that again. I did that bad. The more pores, the more truthfully recorded details of life per square inch you can get on a sheet of paper, the more literal... Wait, I'm having a really hard time. All right, excuse me. The more pores, the more truthfully recorded details of life per square inch you can get on a sheet of paper, the more literary you are. That's as good as I'm going to get. That's my definition, anyway. Telling detail, fresh detail. The good writers touch life often. The mediocre ones run a quick hand over her. The bad ones rape her and leave her for the flies. So now do you see why books are hated and feared? They show the pores in the face of life. The comfortable people want only wax moon faces, poreless, hairless, expressionless. We are living in a time when flowers are trying to live on flowers instead of growing on good rain and black loam. Even fireworks, for all their prettiness, come from the chemistry of the earth. Yet somehow we think we can grow feeding on flowers and fireworks without completing the cycle back to reality. Do you know the legend of Hercules and Antaeus? 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 I hope he does, because I don't. I sure don't. Do you know the legend of Hercules and Antaeus, the giant wrestler, whose strength was incredible so long as he stood firmly on the earth? But when he was held rootless in midair by Hercules, he perished easily. If there isn't something in that legend for us today, in this city, in our time, then I am completely insane. Well, there we have the first thing I said we need: quality, texture of information. And the second? Leisure. Oh, but we've plenty of off hours. Off hours, yes, but time to think? If you're not driving 100 miles an hour at a clip where you can't think of anything else but the danger, then you're playing some game or sitting in some room where you can't argue with the four-wall televisor. Why? The televisor is real. It is immediate. It has dimension. It tells you what to think and blasts it in. It must be right. It seems so right. It rushes you on so quickly to its own conclusions your mind hasn't time to protest. What nonsense! Only the family is people. I beg pardon? My wife says books aren't real. Thank God for that. You can shut them, say, hold on a moment. You play God to it. But who has ever torn himself from the claw that encloses you when you drop a seed in a TV parlor? It grows you any shape it wishes. It is an environment as real as the world. It becomes and is the truth. Books can be beaten down with reason. But with all my knowledge and skepticism, I have never been able to argue with a 100-piece symphony orchestra, full color, 3 dimensions, and being in and part of those incredible parlors. As you see, my parlor is nothing but 4 plaster walls, and here, he held out 2 small rubber plugs for my ears when I ride the subway jets. Denim's dentifrice. They toil not, neither do they spin, said Montag, eyes shut. Where do we go from here? Would books help us? Only if the third necessary thing could be given us. Number 1, as I said, quality of information. Number 2, leisure to digest it. And number 3, the right to carry out actions based on what we learned from the interaction of the first 2. And I could hardly think a very old man and a fireman turned sour could do much this late in the game. I can get books. You're running a risk. That's a good part of dying. When you've nothing to lose, you run any risk you want. There, you've said an interesting thing, laughed Faber, without having read it. Are things like that in books? But it came off the top of my mind. All the better. You didn't fancy it up for me or anyone, even yourself. Montag leaned forward. This afternoon, I thought that if it turned out that books were worthwhile, we might get a press and print some extra copies. We? You and I. Oh, no, Faber sat up. But let me tell you my plan. If you insist on telling me, I must ask you to leave. But aren't you interested? Not if you start talking the sort of talk that might get me burnt for my trouble. The only way I could possibly listen to you would be if somehow the fireman structure itself could be burnt. Now, if you suggest that we print extra books and arrange to have them hidden in firemen's houses all over the country so that seeds of suspicion would be sown among these arsonists, bravo, I'd say. Plant the books, turn in an alarm, and see the firemen's houses burnt? Is that what you mean? Faber raised his brows and looked at Montag as if he were seeing a new man. I was joking. If you thought it would be a plan worth trying, I'd have to take your word it could help. It would help. You can't guarantee things like that. After all, when we had all the books we needed, we still insisted on finding the highest cliff to jump off. But we do need a breather, we do need knowledge, and perhaps in 1,000 years we might pick smaller cliffs to jump off. The books are to remind us what asses and fools we are. They're Caesar's Praetorian Guard, whispering as the parade roars down the avenue, "Remember, Caesar, thou art mortal." Most of us can't rush around, talk to everyone, know all the cities of the world. We haven't time, money, or that many friends. The things you're looking for, Montag, are in the world, but the only way the average chap will ever see 99% of them is in a book. Don't ask for guarantees, and don't look to be saved in any one thing, person, machine, or library. Do your own bit of saving, and if you drown, at least die knowing you were headed for shore. Faber got up and began to pace the room. "Well?" asked Montag. "You're absolutely serious." "Absolutely. It's an insidious plan, if I do say so myself." Faber glanced nervously at his bedroom door. "To see the firehouses burn across the land, destroyed as hotbeds of treason, the salamander devours his tail. Oh, God! I've a list of firemen's residences everywhere, with some sort of underground. Can't trust people, that's the dirty part. You and I, and who else will set the fires? Aren't there professors like yourself, former writers, historians, linguists, dead or ancient? The older the better, they'll go unnoticed. You know dozens, admit it. Oh, there are many actors alone who haven't acted Pirandello or Shaw or Shakespeare for years because their plays are too aware of the world. We could use their anger. And we could use the honest rage of those historians who haven't written a line for 40 years. True, we might form classes in thinking and reading. Yes! But that would just nibble the edges. The whole culture's shot through. The skeleton needs melting and reshaping. Good God, it isn't as simple as just picking up a book you laid down half a century ago. Remember, the firemen are rarely necessary. The public itself stopped reading of its own accord. You firemen provide a circus now and then, at which buildings are set off and crowds gather for the pretty blaze, and it's a small sideshow indeed, and hardly necessary to keep things in line. So few want to be rebels anymore, and out of those few, most, like myself, scare easily. Can you dance faster than the White Clown? Shout louder than Mr. Gimmick and the Parlor Families? If you can, you'll win your way, Montag. In any event, you're a fool. People are having fun. Committing suicide, murdering. A bomber flight had been moving east all the time they talked, and only now did the two men stop and listen, feeling the great jet sound tremble inside themselves. Patience, Montag. Let the war turn off the families. Our civilization is flinging itself to pieces. Stand back from the centrifuge. There has to be someone ready when it blows up. What? Men quoting Milton? Saying, "I remember Sophocles"? Reminding the survivors that man has his good side too? They will only gather up their stones to hurl at each other. Montag, go home. Go to bed? Why waste your final hours racing about your cage, denying you're a squirrel? And you don't care anymore? I care so much I'm sick. And you won't help me. Good night, good night. Montag's hand picked up the Bible. He saw what his hands had done, and he looked surprised. Would you like to own this? Faber said, I'd give my right arm. Montag stood there and waited for the next thing to happen. His hands, by themselves, like two men working together, began to rip the pages from the book. The hands tore the flyleaf, and then the first, and then the second page. Idiot, what are you doing? Faber sprang up as if he had been struck. He fell against Montag. Montag warded him off and let his hands continue. 6 more pages fell to the floor. He picked them up and wadded the paper under Faber's gaze. Don't, oh don't, said the old man. Who can stop me? I'm a fireman. I can burn you. The old man stood looking at him. You wouldn't. I could. The book, don't tear it any more. Faber sank into a chair, his face very white, his mouth trembling. Don't make me feel any more tired. What do you want? I need you to teach me. All right, all right. Montag put the book down. He began to unwad the crumpled paper and flatten it out as the old man watched tiredly. Faber shook his head as if he were waking up. Montag, have you any money? Some. $400 or $500. Why? Bring it. I know a man who printed our college paper half a century ago. That was the year I came to class at the start of the new semester and found only one student to sign up for drama. From this is gonna be a rough one. AESCHYLUS. Can we just call him Andrew and call it a day? No? Okay, you're gonna make me do this. All right, hold on. I found only one student to sign up for drama from Aeschylus to O'Neill. You see how like a beautiful statue of ice it was, melting in the sun? I remember the newspapers dying like huge moths. No one wanted them back. No one missed them. And then the government, seeing how advantageous it was to have people reading only about passionate lips and the fist in the stomach, circled the situation with your fire eaters. So, Montag, there's this unemployed printer. We might start a few books and wait on the war to break the pattern and give us the push we need. A few bombs and the families in the walls of all the houses like harlequin rats will shut up. In the silence our stage whisper might carry. They both stood looking at the book on the table. I've tried to remember, said Montag, but hell, it's gone when I turn my head. God, how I want to say something to the captain. Oh, God, how I want something to say to the captain. He's read enough. So he has all the answers, or seems to have. His voice is like butter. I'm afraid he'll talk me back the way I was. Only a week ago, pumping a kerosene hose, I thought, God, what fun! The old man nodded. Those who don't build must burn. It's as old as history and juvenile delinquents. So that's what I am. There's some of it in all of us. Montag moved towards the front door. Toward the front door. Can you help me in any way tonight with the fire captain? I need an umbrella to keep off the rain. I'm so damn afraid I'll drown if he gets me again. The old man said nothing, but glanced once more nervously at his bedroom. Montag caught the glance. Well? The old man took a deep breath, held it, and let it out. He took another, eyes closed, his mouth tight, and at last exhaled. Montag. The old man turned at last and said, Come along. I would actually have let you walk right out of my house. I am a cowardly old fool. Faber opened the bedroom door and let Montag into a small chamber where stood a table upon which a number of metal tools lay among a welter of microscopic wire hairs, tiny coils, bobbins, and crystals. What's this? Asked Montag. Proof of my terrible cowardice. I've lived alone so many years, like Dave, throwing images on walls with my imagination, fiddling with electronics, radio transmission has been my hobby. My cowardice is of such a passion, complementing the revolutionary spirit that lives in its shadow, I was forced to design this. He picked up a small green object, no larger than a .22 caliber bullet. I paid for all this how? Playing the stock market, of course, the last refuge in the world for the dangerous intellectual out of a job. Well, I played the market and built all this, and I've waited. I've waited, trembling, half a lifetime for someone to speak to me. I dared speak to no one. That day in the park when we sat together, I knew that someday you might drop by with fire or friendship. It was hard to guess. I've had this little item ready for months, but I almost let you go. I'm that afraid. It looks like a seashell radio. And something more, it listens. If you put it in your ear, Montag, I can sit comfortably home, warming my frightened bones, and hear and analyze the fireman's world, find its weaknesses without danger. I'm the queen bee, safe in the hive. You will be the drone, the traveling ear. Eventually, I could put out ears into all parts of the city with various men, listening and evaluating. If the drones die, I'm still safe at home, tending my fright with a maximum of comfort and a minimum of chance. See how safe I play it? How contemptible I am? Montag placed the green bullet in his ear. The old man inserted a similar object in his own ear and moved his lips. Montag! The voice was in Montag's head. I hear you. The old man laughed. You're coming over fine, too. Faber whispered, but the voice in Montag's head was clear. Go to the firehouse when it's time. I'll be with you. Let's listen to this Captain Beatty together. He could be one of us, God knows. I'll give you things to say. We'll give him a good show. Do you hate me for this electronic cowardice of mine? Here I am sending you out into the night, while I stay behind the lines with my damned ears listening for you to get your head chopped off. We all do what we do, said Montag. He put the Bible in the old man's hands. Here, I'll chance turning in a substitute tomorrow. I'll see the unemployed printer. Yes, that much I can do. Good night, Professor. Not good night. I'll be with you the rest of the night, a vinegar gnat tickling your ear when you need me. But good night and good luck anyway. The door opened and shut. Montag was in the dark street again, looking at the world. You could feel the war getting ready in the sky that night. The way the clouds moved aside and came back, and the way the stars looked. A million of them swimming between the clouds like the enemy discs. And the feeling that the sky might fall upon the city and turn it to chalk dust, and the moon go up in red fire. That was how the night felt. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm out of position. I had to move my microphone. Sorry about that. Montag walked from the subway with the money in his pocket. He had visited the bank, which was open all night, with robot tellers in attendance. And as he walked, he was listening to the seashell radio in one ear. We have mobilized 1 million men. Quick victory is ours if the war comes. Music flooded over the voice quickly, and it was gone. 10 million men mobilized, Faber's voice whispered in his other ear. But say 1 million. It's happier. Faber? Yes. I'm not thinking. I'm just doing like I'm told, like always. You said get the money, and I got it. I didn't really think of it myself. When do I start working things out on my own? You've started already by saying what you just said. You'll have to take me on faith. I took the others on faith. Yes, and look where you're headed. You'll have to travel blind for a while. Here's my arm to hold on to. I don't want to change sides and just be told what to do. There's no reason to change if I do that. You're wise already. Montag felt his feet moving him on the sidewalk towards his house. Toward his house. Keep talking. Would you like me to read? I'll read so you can remember. I go to bed only 5 hours a night. Yeah, me too. Nothing to do. Nah, me too. So if you like, I'll read you to sleep nights. They say you retain knowledge even when you're sleeping, if someone whispers it in your ear. Yes. Here, far away across town in the night, the faintest whisper of a turned page, the book of Job. Job? Job? I don't fucking know. The moon, one of you pious folks tell me if it's Job or Job or Jake, the book of Jake. How about that? We'll settle on Jake, call it a day? Good. Excellent. Amen. The moon rose in the sky as Montag walked, his lips moving just a trifle. He was eating a light supper at 9 in the morning. 9 in the evening. Only Dave eats supper at 9 in the morning, and 10 in the morning, and 11. Sorry. He was eating a light supper at 9 in the evening when the front door cried out in the hall and Mildred ran from the parlor like a native fleeing an eruption of Vesuvius. Mrs. Phelps and Mrs. Bowles came through the front door and vanished into the volcano's mouth with martinis in their hands. Montag stopped eating. They were like a monstrous crystal chandelier tinkling in 1,000 chimes. He saw their Cheshire cat smiles burning through the walls of the house, and now they were screaming at each other above the din. Montag found himself at the parlor door with his food still in his mouth. Doesn't everyone look nice? Nice. You look fine, Millie. Fine. Everyone looks swell. Swell! Montag stood watching them. Patience, whispered Faber. I shouldn't be here, whispered Montag almost to himself. I should be on my way back to you with the money. Tomorrow's time enough. Careful. Isn't this show wonderful? Cried Mildred. Wonderful! On one wall, a woman smiled and drank orange juice simultaneously. How does she do both at once? Thought Montag insanely. In the other walls, an X-ray of the same woman revealed the contracting journey of the refreshing beverage on its way to her delighted stomach. Abruptly, the room took off on a rocket flight into the clouds. It plunged into a lime-green sea where blue fish ate red and yellow fish. A minute later, 3 white cartoon clowns chopped off each other's limbs with the accompaniment of immense incoming tides of laughter. 2 minutes more, and the room whipped out of town to the jet cars wildly circling an arena, bashing and backing up and bashing each other again. Montag saw a number of bodies flying in the air. Millie, did you see that? I saw it! Montag reached inside the parlor wall and pulled the main switch. The images drained away as if the water had been let from a gigantic crystal bowl of hysterical fish. The three women turned slowly and looked with unconcealed irritation and then dislike at Montag. "When do you suppose the war will start?" he said. "I noticed your husbands aren't here tonight." "Oh, they come and go, said Mrs. Phelps. In and out again. In again, out again, Finnegan. The army called Pete yesterday. He'll be back next week. The army said so. Quick war, 48 hours, they said, and everyone home. That's what the army said. Quick war. Pete was called yesterday, and they said he'd be back next week. Quick." The three women fidgeted and looked nervously at the empty mud-colored walls. "I'm not worried," said Mrs. Phelps. "I'll let Pete do all the worrying," she giggled. "I'll let old Pete do all the worrying. Not me, I'm not worried." "Yes," said Millie, "let old Pete do the worrying. It's always someone else's husband dies, they say. I've heard that too. I've never known any dead man killed in war. Killed jumping off buildings, yes, like Gloria's husband last week, but from wars, no." "Not from wars," said Mrs. Phelps. "Anyway, Pete and I always said, no tears, nothing like that. It's our third marriage each, and we're independent. Be independent, we always said. He said if I get killed off, just go right ahead and don't cry, but get married again, and don't think of me." "That reminds me," said Mildred. "Did you see that Clara Dove 5-minute romance last night in your wall?" "Well, it was all about this woman who—" Montag said nothing, but stood looking at the woman's faces as he had once looked at the faces of saints in a strange church he had entered when he was a child. The faces of those enameled creatures meant nothing to him, though he talked to them and stood in that church for a long time, trying to be of that religion, trying to know what that religion was, trying to get enough of the raw incense and special dust of the place into his lungs, and thus into his blood, to feel touched and concerned by the meaning of the colorful men and women with the porcelain eyes and the blood-ruby lips. But there was nothing. Nothing. It was a stroll through another store, and his currency strange and unusable there, and his passion cold even when he touched the wood and plaster and clay. So it was now in his own parlor with these women twisting in their chairs under his gaze, lighting cigarettes, blowing smoke, touching their sun-fired hair and examining their blazing fingernails as if they had caught fire from his look. Their faces grew haunted with silence. They leaned forward at the sound of Montag swallowing his final bite of food. They listened to his feverish breathing. The three empty walls of the room were like the pale brows of sleeping giants now, empty of dreams. Montag felt that if you touched these three staring brows, you would feel a fine salt sweat on your fingertips. The perspiration gathered with the silence and the subaudible trembling around and about and in the women who were burning with tension. Any moment they might hiss a long sputtering hiss and explode. Montag moved his lips. "Let's talk." The women jerked and stared. "How are your children, Mrs. Phelps?" he asked. "You know I haven't any. No one in his right mind—" "The good Lord knows would have children," said Mrs. Phelps, not quite sure why she was angry with this man. "I wouldn't say that," said Mrs. Bowles. "I've had 2 children by cesarean section. No use going through all that agony for a baby. The world must reproduce, you know. The race must go on. Besides, they sometimes look just like you, and that's nice. 2 cesareans turned the trick. Yes, sir. Oh, my doctor said, the cesareans aren't necessary. You've got the hips for it. Everything's normal, but I insisted." "Cesareans or not, children are ruinous. You're out of your mind," said Mrs. Phelps. "I plunk the children in school 9 days out of 10. I put up with them when they come home 3 days a month. It's not all that bad. Or it's not bad at all. You heave them into the parlor and turn the switch. It's like washing clothes. Stuff laundry in and slam the lid." Mrs. Bowles tittered. "They'd just as soon kick as kiss me. Thank God I can kick back." All right, I'm going to read that again because it's 2020 and that needs to be read again. "I plunk the children in school 9 days out of 10. I put up with them when they come home 3 days a month. It's not bad at all. You heave them into the parlor and turn the switch. It's like washing clothes, stuff laundry in and slam the lid." Mrs. Bowles tittered. "They'd just as soon kick as kiss me. Thank God I can kick back." The women showed their tongues, laughing. Mildred sat a moment and then, seeing that Montag was still in the doorway, clapped her hands. "Let's talk politics. To please Guy." "Sounds fine," said Mrs. Bowles. "I voted last election, same as everyone, and I laid it on the line for President Noble. I think he's one of the nicest-looking men ever become president." Oh, but the man they ran against him, he wasn't much, was he? Kind of small and homely, and he didn't shave too close or comb his hair very well. What possessed the outs to run him? You just don't go running a little short man like that against a tall man. Besides, he mumbled. Half the time I couldn't hear a word he said, and the words I did hear I didn't understand. Fat, too, and didn't dress to hide it, and he was bald and did a terrible podcast, but moving on. No wonder the landslide was for Winston Noble. Even their names helped. Compare Winston Noble to Hubert Hoeg for 10 seconds, and you can almost figure the results. Damn it, cried Montag. What do you know about Hoeg and Noble? Why, they were right in that parlor wall not 6 months ago. One was always picking his nose. It drove me wild. Well, Mr. Montag, said Mrs. Phelps, do you want us to vote for a man like that? Mildred beamed. You just ran away from the door, Guy, and don't... Oh, sorry. Mildred beamed. You just run away from the door, Guy, and don't make us nervous. But Montag was gone and back in a moment with a book in his hand. Guy! Damn it all, damn it all, damn it all. What have you got there? Isn't that a book? I thought that all special training these days was done by film, Mrs. Phelps blinked. You reading up on fireman theory? Theory, hell, said Montag. It's poetry. Montag, a whisper. Leave me alone. Montag felt himself turning in a great circling roar and buzz and hum. Montag, hold on, don't. Did you hear them? Did you hear these monsters talking about monsters? Oh God, the way they jabber about people and their own children and themselves, and the way they talk about their husbands, and the way they talk about war. Damn it, I stand here and I can't believe it. I didn't say a single word about any war, I'll have you know, said Mrs. Phelps. As for poetry, I hate it, said Mrs. Bowles. Have you ever heard any? Montag. Faber's voice scraped away at him. You'll ruin everything. Shut up, you fool. All three women were on their feet. Sit down! They sat. I'm going home, quavered Mrs. Bowles. Montag, please, in the name of God, what are you up to? Pleaded Faber. Why don't you just read us one of those poems from your little book? Mrs. Phelps nodded. I think that'd be very interesting. That's not right, wailed Mrs. Bowles. We can't do that. Well, look at Mr. Montag. He wants to. I know he does, and if we listen nice, Mr. Montag will be happy, and then maybe we can go on and do something else. She glanced nervously at the long emptiness of the walls enclosing them. Montag, go through with this, and I'll cut off. I'll leave, the beetle jabbed his ear. What good is this? What'll you prove? Scare the hell out of them, that's what. Scare the living daylights out. Mildred looked at the empty air. Now, Guy, just who were you talking to? A silver needle pierced his brain. Montag, listen. Only one way out. Play it as a joke. Cover up. Pretend you aren't mad at all. Then walk to your wall incinerator and throw the book in. Mildred had already anticipated this in a quavery voice. Ladies, once a year every fireman's allowed to bring one book home, from the old days, to show his family how silly it all was, how nervous that sort of thing can make you, how crazy. Guy's surprise tonight is to read you one sample to show how mixed up things were, so none of us will ever have to bother our little old heads about that junk again. Isn't that right, darling? He crushed the book in his fists. Say yes. His mouth moved like Faber's. Yes. Mildred snatched the book with a laugh. Here, read this one. No, I take it back. Here's that real funny one you read out loud yesterday. Ladies, you won't understand a word. It goes umpty-tumpty-ump. Go ahead, Guy. That page, dear. He looked at the open page. A fly stirred its wings softly in his ear. Read. What's the title, dear? Dover Beach. His mouth was numb. Now read it. Now read in a nice clear voice and go slow. The room was blazing hot. He was all fire. He was all coldness. They sat in the middle of an empty desert with 3 chairs and him standing, swaying, and him waiting for Mrs. Phelps to stop straightening her dress hem and Mrs. Bowles to take her fingers away from her hair. Then he began to read in a low, stumbling voice that grew firmer as he progressed from line to line, and his voice went out across the desert into the whiteness and around the 3 sitting women there in the great hot emptiness. The sea of faith was once, too, at the full and round earth's shore, lay like the folds of a bright girdle furled, but now I only hear its melancholy, long withdrawing roar, retreating to the breath of the night wind down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world. The chairs creaked under the 3 women. Montag finished it out. Ah, love, let us be true to one another. For the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither love, nor joy, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help for pain. And we are here, as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarm of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. Mrs. Phelps was crying. The others in the middle of the desert watched her crying grow very loud as her face squeezed itself out of shape. They sat, not touching her, bewildered with her display. She sobbed uncontrollably. Montag himself was stunned and shaken. "Shh, shh," said Mildred. "You're all right, Clara. Now, Clara, snap out of it. Clara, what's wrong?" I, sobbed Mrs. Phelps. Don't know. I just don't know. Oh. Mrs. Bowles stood up and glared at Montag. "You see, I knew it. That's what I wanted to prove. I knew it would happen. I've always said poetry and tears, poetry and suicide and crying and awful feelings, poetry and sickness, all that mush. Now I've had it proved to me. You're nasty, Mr. Montag. You're nasty." Faber said, "Now." Montag felt himself turn and walk to the wall slot and drop the book in through the brass notch to the waiting flames. Silly words, silly, awful, hurting words," said Mrs. Bowles. "Why do people want to hurt people? Not enough hurt in the world. You gotta tease people with stuff like that?" Clara, begged Mildred, pulling her arm. "Come on, let's be cheery. You turn the family on now. Go ahead, let's laugh and be happy now. Stop crying, we'll have a party." "No," said Mrs. Bowles, "I'm trotting right straight home. You want to visit my house and my family, well and good. But I won't come in this fireman's crazy house again in my lifetime." "Go home." Montag fixed his eyes upon her quietly. "Go home and think of your first husband divorced, and your second husband killed in a jet, and your third husband blowing his brains out. Go home and think of the dozen abortions you've had. Go home and think of that, and your damn cesarean sections too, and your children who hate your guts. Go home and think how it all happened, and what did you ever do to stop it. Go home, he yelled, before I knock you down and kick you out the door." Doors slammed and the house was empty. Montag stood alone in the winter weather, with the parlor walls the color of dirty snow. In the bathroom water ran. He heard Mildred shake the sleeping tablets into her hand. "Fool, Montag, fool, oh God, you silly fool." "Shut up!" He pulled the green bullet from his ear and jammed it into his pocket. It sizzled faintly. "Fool." He searched the house and found the books where Mildred had stacked them behind the refrigerator. Some were missing, and he knew that she had started on her own slow process of dispersing the dynamite in her house, stick by stick. But he was not angry now, only exhausted and bewildered with himself. He carried the books into the backyard and hid them in the bushes near the alley fence. For tonight only, he thought, in case she decides to do any more burning. He went back through the house. "Mildred?" He called at the door of the darkened bedroom. There was no sound. Outside, crossing the lawn on his way to work, he tried not to see how completely dark and deserted Clarice McClellan's house was. On the way downtown, he was so completely alone with his terrible error that he felt the necessity for the strange warmness and goodness that came from a familiar and gentle voice speaking in the night. Already, in a few short hours, it seemed that he had known Faber a lifetime. Now he knew that he was two people. That he was, above all, Montag, who knew nothing, who did not even know himself a fool, but only suspected it. And he knew that he was also the old man who talked to him as the train was sucked from one end of the night city to the other on one long, sickening gasp of motion. In the days to follow, and in the nights when there was no moon, and in the nights when there was a very bright moon shining on the earth, the old man would go on with his talking and this talking. Drop by drop, stone by stone, flake by flake, his mind would well over at last, and he would not be Montag any more. This the old man told him, assured him, promised him. He would be Montag plus Faber, fire plus water, and then one day, after everything had mixed and simmered and worked away in silence, there would be neither fire nor water, but wine. Out of two separate and opposite things, a third. And one day he would look back upon the fool and know the fool. Even now he could feel the start of the long journey, the leave-taking, the going away from the self he had been. It was good listening to the beetle hum, the sleepy mosquito buzz and delicate filigree murmur of the old man's voice, at first scolding him and then consoling him in the late hour of night as he emerged from the steaming subway towards the firehouse world. I'm going to look that up. Filigree? I don't know what filigree means. Google. Get the tables. Filigree, noun, ornamental work of fine, typically gold or silver wire formed into delicate tracery. I don't know what tracery means. Delicate silver filigree earrings. Okay, I'm not any closer to understanding. But we tried. We tried, dear reader. That is what we do. Towards the firehouse world. Pity, Montag, pity. Don't haggle and nag them. You are so recently of them yourself. They are so confident that they will run on forever. But they won't run on. They don't know that this is all one huge, big, blazing meteor that makes a pretty fire in space, but that someday it'll have to hit. They see only the blaze, the pretty fire as you saw it. Montag, old men who stay at home, afraid, tending their peanut brittle bones, have no right to criticize, yet you almost killed things at the start. Watch it. I'm with you, remember that. I understand how it happened. I must admit that your blind raging invigorated me. God, how young I felt. But now I want you to feel old. I want a little of my cowardice to be distilled in you tonight. The next few hours, when you see Captain Beatty, tiptoe round him. Let me hear him for you. Let me feel the situation out. Survival is our ticket. Forget the poor, silly women. I made them unhappier than they have been in years, I think, said Montag. It shocked me to see Mrs. Phelps cry. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's best not to face things, to run. To run, have fun? What? Not to face things? To run, have fun? To run and have fun? There's no comma there. It just says to run, have fun. Okay? I don't know. I feel guilty. No, you mustn't. If there were no war, if there was peace in the world, I'd say fine, have fun. But Montag, you mustn't go back to being just a fireman. All isn't well with the world. Montag perspired. Montag, are you listening? My feet, said Montag. I can't move them. I feel so damn silly. My feet won't move. Listen. Easy now, said the old man gently. I know you're afraid of making mistakes. Don't be. Mistakes can be profited by. Man, when I was younger, I shoved my ignorance in people's faces. They beat me with sticks. By the time I was 40, my blunt instrument had been honed to a fine cutting point for me. If you hide your ignorance, no one will hit you, and you'll never learn. Now pick up your feet, into the firehouse with you. We're twins. We're not alone anymore. We're not separate. We're not separated out in different parlors with no contact between. If you need help when Beatty pries at you, I'll be sitting right here in your eardrum making notes. Montag felt his right foot, then his left foot move. Old man, he said, stay with me. The mechanical hound was gone. Its kennel was empty, and the firehouse stood all about in plaster silence, and the orange salamander slept with its kerosene in its belly, and the fire throwers crossed upon its flanks. And Montag came in through the silence and touched the brass pole and slid up in the dark air. Looking back at the deserted kennel, his heart beating, pausing, beating. Faber was a gray moth asleep in his ear for the moment. Beatty stood near the drop hole waiting, but with his back turned as if he were not waiting. Well, he said to the men playing cards, here comes a very strange beast, which in all tongues is called a fool. He put his hand to one side, palm up, for a gift. Montag put the book in it. Without even glancing at the title, Beatty tossed the book in the trash basket and lit a cigarette. Who are a little wise, the best fools be. Welcome back, Montag. I hope you'll be staying with us now that your fever is done and your sickness over. Sit in for a hand of poker? They sat, and the cards were dealt. In Beatty's sight, Montag felt the guilt of his hands. His fingers were like ferrets that had done some evil, and now never rested. Always stirred and picked and hid in pockets, moving from under Beatty's alcohol-flame stare. If Beatty so much as breathed on them, Montag felt that his hands might wither. turn over on their sides and never be shocked to life again. They would be buried the rest of his life in his coat sleeves, forgotten. For these were the hands that had acted on their own, no part of him. Here was where the conscience first manifested itself to snatch books, dart off with Job and Ruth and Willie Shakespeare. Job, I guess. Dart off with Job and Ruth and Willie Shakespeare. And now in the firehouse these hands seemed gloved with blood. Twice in an hour, Montag had to rise from the game and go to the latrine to wash his hands. When he came back, he hid his hands under the table. Beatty laughed. "Let's have your hands in sight, Montag. Not that we don't trust you, understand," but they all laughed. "Well," said Beatty, "the crisis is past and all is well. The sheep returns to the fold. We're all sheep who have strayed at times. Truth is truth. To the end of reckoning, we've cried. They are never alone that are accompanied with noble thoughts, we've shouted to ourselves. Sweet food of sweetly uttered knowledge." Sir Philip Sidney said. "But on the other hand, words are like leaves, and where they most abound, much fruit of sense beneath is rarely found." Alexander Pope. What do you think of that, Montag? I don't know. Careful, whispered Favor, living in another world far away. Or this: a little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep or taste not the Piran spring. Their shallow draughts intoxicate the brain, and drinking largely sobers us again. Pope, same essay. Where does that put you? Montag bit his lip. I'll tell you, said Beatty, smiling at his cards. That made you for a little while a drunkard. Read a few lines and off you go over the cliffs. Bang! You're ready to blow up the world, chop off heads, knock down women and children, destroy authority. I know, I've been through it all. I'm all right, said Montag nervously. Stop blushing, I'm not needling, really I'm not. Do you know I had a dream an hour ago? I lay down for a cat nap, and in this dream you and I, Montag, got into a furious debate on books. You towered with rage, yelled quotes at me. I calmly parried every thrust. Power, I said, and you, quoting Dr. Johnson, said, knowledge is more than equivalent to force, and I said, well, Dr. Johnson also said, dear boy, that he is no wise man that will quit a certainty for an uncertainty. Stick with the fireman, Montag. All else is dreary chaos. Don't listen, whispered Favor. He's trying to confuse. He's slippery. Watch out. Beatty chuckled. And you said, quoting, truth will come to light, murder will not be hid long. And I cried in good humor, O God, he speaks only of his horse. And the devil can cite scripture for his own purpose. And you yelled. And you yelled, this age thinks better of a gilded fool than of a threadbare saint in wisdom's school. And I whispered gently, the dignity of truth is lost with much protesting. And you screamed, carcasses bleed at the sight of the murderer. And I said, patting your hand, what, do I give you trench mouth? And you shrieked, knowledge is power, and a dwarf on a giant's shoulder sees the farthest of the two. And I summed my side up with rare serenity in the folly of mistaking a metaphor for a proof, a torrent of verbiage for a spring of capital truths, and oneself as an oracle is inborn in us, Mr. Valery once said. Montag's head whirled sickeningly. He felt beaten unmercifully on brow, eyes, nose, lips, chin, on shoulders, on upflailing arms. He wanted to yell, no, shut up, you're confusing things, stop it. Beatty's graceful fingers thrust out to seize his wrist. God, what a pulse! I've got you going, have I, Montag? Jesus, God, your pulse sounds like the day after the war. Everything but sirens and bells. Shall I talk some more? I like your look of panic. Swahili, Indian, English lit, I speak them all. A kind of excellent dumb discourse, Willie. Montag, hold on! The moth brushed Montag's ear. He's muddying the waters. Oh, you were scared silly, said Beatty, for I was doing a terrible thing in using the very books you clung to rebut you on every hand, on every point. What traitors books can be. You think they're backing you up, and then they turn on you. You think they're backing you up, and they turn on you. Others can use them too. And there you are, lost in the middle of the moor, in a great welter of nouns and verbs and adjectives, and at the very end of my dream along I came with the salamander and said, going my way? And you got in, and we drove back to the firehouse, and beatific silence, all dwindled away to peace. Beatty let Montag's wrist go, let the hand slump limply on the table. All's well that is well in the end. Silence. Montag sat like a carved white stone. The echo of the final hammer on his skull died slowly away into the black cavern where Faber waited for the echoes to subside. And then when the startled dust had settled down about Montag's mind, Faber began softly. All right, he's had his say. You must take it in. I'll say my say too in the next few hours, and you'll take it in. And you'll try to judge them and make your decision as to which way to jump or fall. But I want it to be your decision, not mine, and not the captain's. But remember that the captain belongs to the most dangerous enemy. Of truth and freedom, the solid, unmoving cattle of the majority. Oh God, the terrible tyranny of the majority. We all have our harps to play, and it's up to you now to know which ear you'll listen. And it's up to you. I'm sorry. I'm off my game today. And it's up to you now to know with which ear you'll listen. Montag opened his mouth to answer Faber and was saved this error in the presence of others when the station bell rang. The alarm voice in the ceiling chanted. There was a tacking sound as the alarm report telephone typed out the address across the room. Captain Beatty, his poker cards in one pink hand, walked with exaggerated slowness to the phone and ripped out the address when the report was finished. He glanced perfunctorily at it and shoved it in his pocket. He came back and sat down. The others looked at him. It can wait exactly 40 seconds while I take all the money away from you, said Beatty happily. Montag put his cards down. Tired, Montag, going out of this game? Yes. Hold on. Well, come to think of it, we can finish this hand later. Just leave your cards face down and hustle the equipment. On the double now. And Beatty rose up again. Montag, you don't look well. I'd hate to think you were coming down with another fever. I'll be all right. You'll be fine. This is a special case. Come on, jump for it. They leapt into the air and clutched the brass pole as if it were the last vantage point above a tidal wave passing below, and then the brass pole, to their dismay, slid them down into darkness, into the blast and cough and suction of the gaseous dragon roaring to life. Hey! They rounded a corner in thunder and siren, with concussion of tires, with scream of rubber, with a shift of kerosene bulk in the glittery brass tank, like the food in the stomach of a giant, with Montag's fingers jolting off the silver rail, swinging into cold space, with the wind tearing his hair back from his head, with the wind whistling in his teeth, and him all the while thinking of the women, the chaff women in his parlor tonight, with the kernels blown out from under them by a neon wind and his silly damned reading of a book to them. How like trying to put out fires with water pistols, how senseless and insane. One rage turned in for another, one anger displacing another. When would he stop being entirely mad and be quiet, be very quiet indeed? Here we go! Montag looked up. Beatty never drove, but he was driving tonight, slamming the Salamander around corners, leaning forward high on the driver's throne. His massive black slicker flapped out behind so that he seemed a great black bat flying above the engine. Over the brass numbers, taking the full wind. Here we go to keep the world happy, Montag. Beatty's pink, phosphorescent cheeks glimmered in the high darkness, and he was smiling furiously. Here we are! The Salamander boomed to a halt, throwing men off in slips and clumsy hops. Montag stood fixing his raw eyes to the cold, bright rail under his clenched fingers. I can't do it, he thought. How can I go at this new assignment? How can I go on burning things? I can't go in this place. Beatty, smelling of the wind through which he had rushed, was at Montag's elbow. All right, Montag. The men ran like cripples in their clumsy boots, as quietly as spiders. At last Montag raised his eyes and turned. Beatty was watching his face. Something the matter, Montag? Why, said Montag slowly, we've stopped in front of my house. Thus concludes Part 2 Fahrenheit 451. A shorter part than the first. I was actually surprised about that, but it seems like it was a little bit shorter. So let's see. It started on 71, and then it ended. It was only like 40 pages or so. I think the first part was longer. Anyway, that's it. Count so far. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Well, no, I take it back. It was pretty bad. What do you think? How are things going in the story? Do you like it?
Well, it's very interesting, Dave. Not a lot of blood in this part, though. I'm a little bit disappointed at that.
True. Do you have a favorite part of the second part of the book there?
I like the part where do you have a favorite part?
That figures. I like when he's freaking out the old ladies and not old. I don't know why I said that they're old, but when he's when he went a little nuts on there, that whole part was pretty good. I liked it. I liked it a lot. The thing I really like about this book is what I like about a lot of stories that and movies and whatnot that kind of take this tack. Like this is very serious subject matter, obviously, about censorship and just generally how flimsy, substanceless, I don't know what the term is. I want to say facile, but I don't. Here, let's see if I facile. Is that what I want to say? Facile. No. Okay. Everybody's dumb, as I just proved by my reading and by the last sentence I said. Ow. Sorry, I hit my foot. And just a general, of kind of vacant, consumeristic. Is consumeristic a word? A nature of people and stuff. And again, this book was written in the 50s. So, yeah, I mean, I guess people are the same for the most part, no matter what. It just depends on the toys they have. I guess. So there's no bad guy per se in this book, and I like that. It's not like Beatty's like the last boss or even an evil man, really, to begin with. He's the opposite view. He's the avatar, I guess, of society, right? This is what people want. This is what society chose. It's the decision that people made. So let them have at it. Let them, this might not be particularly nice, but everybody's having fun and everybody, does their thing. And then of course the opposite is, oh well, people aren't having fun, but it's the choice that the people made to numb themselves out with all the bullshit, with all the nonsense, with all the TV programs and the entertainment and all that shit. So how can you say that's the bad guy? How can you say that's wrong or that's bad when that's the majority's choice? That's what the people want. Right? People want their Twitter and their Instagram booty models. That's what we chose. Right? And Dave doesn't like it. Well, the booty models, maybe a little bit. But overall, I'm saying it's not good for the spirit. It's not good for the soul. But that's what we chose. See? So I like that. I like that there's no bad guy. There is, but really, there isn't. if that makes sense. Also, it's delivered to me in a package that I very much enjoy because I am, what's the word? A dum-dum. And I like things glitzy and fun, see? So if you give me a book with a lot of that's an allegory. Did I use that term properly? I don't know. If you give me a story that's supposed to be analogous to society or whatever, or a certain aspect of society, it'll go right over my head and I won't get it. And it'll probably bore me and make me sad. But if you can put like robot dogs and futuristic-ish kind of stuff to it, it makes it more palatable. Like I never sat down and read 1984, but I listened to the audiobook. I don't consider listening to audiobooks reading books. I think there's a distinction, certainly. So if I ever say, you know, I read this, that means I sat down with a book and I used my eyeballs. If I listened to something, if I listened to an audiobook, I will always say I listened to the audiobook. I will never say I read it, because I think that you're lying. You're just lying pretty much. Because, you know, you're not fucking paying attention. Were you paying attention to this at all? Absolutely not. I'm going to say the word blue 8 times now. Blue, 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 blue. You're none the wiser. You don't know. You're sitting there in your car or you're at work and you're just nodding up and down. Oh, yeah, whatever, blah, Dave's just babbling about shit. You don't even know that I said blue 8 times in a row just now. You don't even care. So, yeah, so I put pretty much zero credence in I put very little Creedence Clearwater Revival into audiobooks, and when people say they quote unquote read a book, I think specifics matter. So I never read 1984, but I did listen to it. And I didn't really like it. I think it's kind of similar in the message it's saying, but it doesn't have the fun gloss of robot dogs and futuristic shit to keep Dave from getting too depressed. So 1984 was a little bit too much of like getting kicked in the gut again and again and again and again and again. And I didn't enjoy it personally speaking, but yeah. So I think with Fahrenheit 451, it's that awesome blend of like, it's a science fiction story, but it's also more than that. See, so it's that nice kind of happy medium of like, hey, I'm gonna give you. It's like when you give your dog medicine and you got to put it in like a treat, you know. It's like, this is good for you, but I'm gonna wrap it in some fucking bacon or whatever so that you'll at least eat it. So I like that. So what I like to do is I like to wrap my copy of Fahrenheit 451 in raw bacon and just chew on it for a little while. And that is the only way I can achieve orgasm.
You're sure they're not coming back with the suitcase full of blood anytime soon? That's it, I mean.
Count Dracula, you, my friend, have a one-track mind. I'll see you all in part 3.
Previously on Fahrenheit 451.
Montag's journal. Pog carcass on highway this morning. Probably got hit by a jet car while walking around smelling leaves or doing some other dumb shit hot weird chicks do. Earlier tonight I freaked out my wife and her friends by reading a book. This city's afraid of me. Tonight, a McClellan got hit by a car. Somebody knows why. Somebody knows. Well, howdy, Mr. Montag. It's me, the ghost of Clarice McClellan. Clarice? But you're dead. I don't have much time to explain the intricacies of the nether realm, Mr. Montag, but I do come bearing a message. You must go to the park bench and learn from Professor Faber, the English teacher who instructed me. Park bench? Alas, I must return to the lonely halls of the underworld, Mr. Montag. May the Dewey Decimal System be with you now. Toodaloo. Clarice! She's gone. Better head to this park bench. It's really spooky around here. Good thing I have my trusty flamethrower with me. Uh-oh, I see something moving. Who's there? Oh, away, put your weapon. I mean you no harm. Bah, is just some crusty old man. I'm looking for a wise scholar. Faber, you seek favor. Take you to him, I will. Okay. Hey, you're leading me to an old park bench. You're not telling me that you're Professor Faber, are you? Faber I am. Books you have? I got some. Read them, have you? Well, not completely. I skimmed a bit. No! Read, or do not. There is no skim. Well, can you teach me? Books you give, teach you I will. Okay, here you go. Sucker you are. Books you give have lifted ancient curse of mine, restoring youth and power. What the? You're turning from an old, pathetic weakling into a total buff Chad. It's true, Montag. I am no longer Old Man Faber. I am Darth Faber. That's not true. That's impossible. Join me, and together we shall rule the galaxy as teacher and student. That might not be too bad a deal, actually. If I can wear a cute little schoolgirl outfit, I might just take you up on that.
Awkward.
Fahrenheit 451.
Good evening. I am Dave. We return once more. To my left, he is immaculate. He is oh so evil. He is Count Dracula.
Good evening. I see, Dave, that you have absolutely no fear of legal repercussion.
Not too much. Not too much. Look, Count, we gotta spice this up. It's all about the views. It's all about the clicks, okay? You know? What are they gonna do? Demonetize us for having sexy recaps? Never stop Charles in charge. Anyway, here we are. I apologize for Mother Nature, my constant adversary. It's raining outside, and I'm using a condenser mic. The wrong mic. See? The condenser mic picks up everything. A condenser microphone picks up rain in Zimbabwe. So you probably hear that in the background. But it's moody. It's atmospheric. It's like AMR? ASR? ASMR? What is that thing? What's that thing that people claim they like, but they don't? They just say they like it because that's like a thing now that everybody does. It's one of them. I pick bad mics is what I'm thinking of, Long story. But I'm sorry for any background noise that you might hear. But if it's raining, it's think of it as mood. Just assume that I did that on purpose because it's moody. Count, we're here, man. This is the home stretch. You realize we're on part 3. I almost said page 3. We're 4 or 5 hours into this little endeavor, and we're on page 3. Sounds about right. Oh, we're ahead of schedule then. So we're gonna conclude this. We're gonna knock this out. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna do this we're going to finish reading Fahrenheit 451. Just you and I count. And it's going to be awful. So buckle up, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. I guess before we continue, before we proceed, do you have any questions, Count Dracula?
Actually, yes. I do. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, Dave. But I have to ask. There is some extra shit at the end of this book, right?
Yes, there actually is. There's something called a Coda. I mean, I know what it is because I'm very intelligent. I know what that means. But just for the, Mongoloids listening at home, we're going to Google that to give a proper definition. Coda, the conclusive passage of a piece or movement, typically forming an addition to the basic structure. So there's two little extra things that were written by Ray Bradbury. I think I just closed the window and shut this whole thing up. No, okay, we're still going. So there's two things written by Red Bradbury, of course, in the back. That's like the porno director version of Ray Bradbury. So I mean, I don't know. Originally, I wasn't going to. They're not very long, I guess. But the more I think about it, I probably will end up reading them. They'll be like the last part. There'll be a fourth part. I'm not in a rush to do it anytime soon, so I make no promises. But eventually, I'll read those just so we have just so everything in this goddamn book between these covers is read. So yes, Count, I guess we'll do that. That'll be like the Snyder cut of this. Just painful to listen to and watch. But if I had a choice, listen to all three parts of this and the Coda or watch the Snyder cut, I'm picking this. But that's just me. Okay, part 3. Burning Bright. Let me tell you something real quick. I'm sorry. Off to a bad start, sidetrack-wise. But I've talked about this before on our little show. And by the way, let me plug our show because I don't know why. Like, maybe you're an 8th grader and you had to do a report on Fahrenheit 451. So, of course, you're not going to read it. You're just going to go on YouTube and listen to an audiobook. Hopefully, I tricked you and you ended up finding this. And, gotcha, if that worked. But, if you're reading this and you're like, hey, these two guys are dumb, you're right about that. And if you want to hang out with us more, if you want to, Dracula and I, we do a little podcast once every week called Atomic Disaster Theater. So check that out. Go to, what's the website name? Atomic Disaster. I don't know. I'm too lazy to buy a .com for it right now. But it's a Blogspot thing. So let's see. AtomicDisasterTheater.blogspot.com. That's where we go. That's where we hang out. That's where the fruits of our loins are washed and devoured. I don't know what you do with fruit. I never have that. What am I, a kid? Eating fruit and vegetables? Please. I have a strict diet composed of meats and chocolates. So, okay. Also, part 3, Burning Bright. Burning Bright. I love that phrase. I don't know why. I just think the 3 parts of this book, I pay attention to the order of how things are named. I know that sounds crazy, but like on an album or something like that, just the order of the songs and the names. And believe it or not, when I do episodes, I do keep that in mind, the running order of the names. Like if I do episodes where there's a concurrent list of like shows that are named 2 words or something like that, or 3 words, I'll get a little antsy. Like I like to mix up the title flows, I guess. I try not to have titles that start with the. I'll have like an episode that starts with the. Maybe I want to do it once every like page, perhaps, I know that's crazy and stupid And I probably have a litany of, what are those called? Oh, yeah, mental problems. But that's just my thing. So I'm mindful of titles and stuff and what things are called in books and albums. And so Fahrenheit 451, it's 3 parts. So the first one is called the Hearth and the Salamander. And then the second part is the Sieve and the Sand. Sieve. I said it properly. Don't at me. And then the third part is Burning Bright. And I love that fake out, right? It's like chapter 1, the Hearth and the Salamander. Or not chapter 1, part 1, the Hearth and the Salamander. Part 2, the Sieve and the Sand. Part 3, you think, oh, it's going to be another the blank and the blank. Nope. Fooled you. Hard left. It's called Burning Bright. I don't know. I just love that for some reason. I like that kind of fake out. And just, I don't know. Those 2 words, Burning Bright. I don't know why. I don't know why. Ever since I was a kid, I was like, wow, I just love the way that sounds. Anyway, let's do this count. Part 3, Burning Bright. Lights flicked on and house doors opened all down the street to watch the carnival set up. Montag and Beatty stared, one with dry satisfaction, the other with disbelief at the house before them. This main ring in which torches would be juggled and fire eaten. Oh, like a circus, like this main ring. I don't know why, but it's like this main ring,
Like what? Like a telephone or something?
Well, said Beatty, now you did it. Old Montag wanted to fly near the sun, and now that he's burnt his damn wings, he wonders why. Didn't I hint enough when I sent the hound around your place? Montag's face was entirely numb and featureless. He felt his head turn like a stone carving to the dark place next door, set in its bright border of flowers. Beatty snorted. Oh, no. Wait, that was weird. Oh, no. I said it like a snooty older brother. Oh, ooh. Okay, let's try that again. Beatty snorted. Oh, no. I did it again. Beatty snorted. Oh, no. You weren't fooled by that little idiot's routine, were you? Flowers, butterflies, leaves, sunsets. Ah, hell. It's all in her file. I'll be damned. I've hit the bullseye. Look at the sick look on your face. A few grass blades and the quarters of the moon. What trash. What good did she ever do with all that? Montag sat on the cold fender of the Dragon, moving his head half an inch to the left, half an inch to the right. Left, right, left, right, left. She saw everything. She didn't do anything to anyone. She just let them alone. Alone, hell! She chewed around you, didn't she? One of those damn do-gooders with their shocked, holier-than-thou silences. Their one talent making others feel guilty. God damn you, they rise like the midnight sun to sweat you in your bed. The front door opened. Mildred came down the steps, running, one suitcase held with the dreamlike clenching rigidity in her fist, as a beetle taxi hissed to the curb. Mildred! She ran past with her body stiff, her face floured with powder, her mouth gone without lipstick. Mildred, you didn't put in the alarm. She shoved the valise? V-A-L-I-S-E. To Google with our bad selves. V-A-L-I. Valise. A small traveling bag or suitcase. Never heard of that, but apparently there's a store that sells them. The Toomey store. T-U-M-I. The Tummy store? Toomey store. Okay, so it's a little... Oh, I never heard that. Never heard that before. It's fucking dark in here. I gotta turn on the light. Okay. Sorry. Now I want to go shopping all of a sudden. She shoved the valise in the waiting beetle, climbed in and sat mumbling, poor family, oh, everything gone, everything gone now. Beatty grabbed Montag's shoulder as the beetle blasted away and hit 70 miles an hour far down the street, gone. There was a crash like the falling parts of a dream fashioned out of warped glass, mirrors, and crystal prisms. Montag drifted about as if still another incomprehensible storm had turned up, to see stonemen in black wielding axes, shattering window panes to provide cross ventilation. The brush of a death's head moth against the cold black screen. "Montag, this is Faber. Do you hear me? What's happening?" "This is happening to me," said Montag. "What a dreadful surprise," said Beatty. "For everyone nowadays knows, absolutely is certain, that nothing will ever happen to me. Others die. I go on. There are no consequences and no responsibilities, except that there are. But let's not talk about them, huh? Let's not talk about them, eh? I'm sorry. I put a huh, where an A should be. But let's not talk about them, eh? By the time the consequences catch up with you, it's too late, isn't it, Montag?" "Montag, can you get away? Run?" asked Faber. Montag walked, but did not feel his feet touch the cement and then the night grasses. Beatty flicked his igniter nearby, and the small orange flame drew his fascinated gaze. What is there about fire that's so lovely? No matter what age we are, what draws us to it? Beatty blew out the flame and lit it again. It's perpetual motion, the thing man wanted to invent but never did. Or almost perpetual motion. If you let it go on, it'd burn our lifetimes out. What is fire? It's a mystery. Science gave us gobbledygook about friction and molecules, but they didn't really know. Its real beauty is that it destroys responsibility and consequences. A problem gets too burdensome, then into the furnace with it. Now, Montag, you're a burden, and fire will lift you off my shoulders, clean, quick, sure. Nothing to rot later. Antibiotic, aesthetic, practical. Montag stood looking in now at this queer house made strange by the hour of the night, by murmuring neighbor voices, by littered glass, and there on the floor, their covers torn off and spilled out like swan feathers. The incredible books that looked so silly and really not worth bothering with, for these were nothing but black type and yellowed paper and raveled binding. Mildred, of course. She must have watched him hide the books in the garden and brought them back in. Mildred. I want you to do this job all by your lonesome, Montag. Not with kerosene and a match, but piecework with a flamethrower. Your house, your cleanup. Montag, can't you run? Get away. No, cried Montag helplessly. The hound, because of the hound. Faber heard, and Beatty, thinking it was meant for him, heard. Yes, the hound's somewhere about the neighborhood, so don't try anything. Ready? Ready. Montag snapped the safety catch on the flamethrower. Fire! A great nuzzling gout of fire leapt out to lap at the books and knock them against the wall. He stepped into the bedroom and fired twice, and the thin beds went up in a great simmering whisper, with more heat and passion and light than he would have supposed them to contain. Wow, that's sad. Let me read that again. That was good. He stepped into a bedroom. No, I'll read the whole thing. A great nuzzling gout of fire leapt out to lap at the books and knock them against the wall. He stepped into the bedroom and fired twice, and the twin beds went up in a great simmering whisper, with more heat and passion and light than he would have supposed them to contain. See, because this was back in the 50s, written back in the 50s, when, I guess we're doing the Dick Van Dyke thing, where you sleep in a different bed than your wife, which is pretty screwed up, if you ask me. It's like, I got Mary Tyler Moore, huh? And it's in black and white? That's pretty hot. Well, maybe we should head to bed, little wifey. Wait a minute, what is this now? I'm sleeping over here, and you're sleeping over there. Somehow this isn't all it's cracked up to be. And they just spontaneously reproduced back then. You didn't know that, did you? That was no fucking allowed. One day, a girl's just walking down the street. Kid. It happens. Look it up. Google it, kids. He burnt the bedroom walls and the cosmetics chest because he wanted to change everything. The chairs, the tables, and in the dining room, the silverware and plastic dishes, everything that showed that he had lived there in this empty house with a strange woman who would forget him tomorrow, who had gone and quite forgotten him already. Listening to her seashell radio pour in on her and in on her as she rode across town alone. And as before, it was good to burn. He felt himself gush out in the fire, snatch, rend, rip in half with flame, and put away the senseless problem. If there was no solution, well then now there was no problem either. Fire was best for everything. The books, Montag. The books leapt and danced like roasted birds, their wings ablaze with red and yellow feathers. And then he came to the parlor where the great idiot monsters lay asleep with their white thoughts and their snowy dreams, and he shot a bolt at each of the 3 blank walls, and the vacuum hissed out at him. The emptiness made an even emptier whistle, a senseless scream. He tried to think about the vacuum upon which the nothingness had performed, but he could not. He held his breath so the vacuum could not get into his lungs. He cut off its terrible emptiness, drew back, and gave the entire room a gift of one huge, bright yellow flower of burning. The fireproof plastic sheath on everything was cut wide, and the house began to shudder with flame. "When you're quite finished," said Beatty behind him, "you're under arrest." The house fell in red coals and black ash. It bedded itself down in sleepy pink-gray cinders, and a smoke plume blew over it, rising and waving slowly back and forth in the sky. It was 3:30 in the morning. The crowd drew back into the houses. The great tents of the circus had slumped into charcoal and rubber and rubble, not rubber. Into charcoal and rubble, and the show was well over. Sorry, I just woke up. I'm out of it a little bit, so you know how we roll. I start off shitty and then get just bad. I'll get better and be just bad by the end. Montag stood with the flamethrower in his limp hands, great islands of perspiration drenching his armpits, his face smeared with soot. The other firemen waited behind him in the darkness, their faces illuminated faintly by the smoldering foundation. Montag started to speak twice and then finally managed to put his thoughts together. "Was it my wife?" turned in the alarm. Beatty nodded. But her friends turned in an alarm earlier Beatty nodded. But her friends turned in But her friends turned in an alarm earlier that I let ride. One way or the other, you'd have got it. It was pretty silly, quoting poetry around free and easy like that. It was the act of a silly damn snob. Give a man a few lines of verse and he thinks he's the lord of all creation. Like when I got the perfect ending in Night Trap. I just couldn't be talked to. My dad's like, "Dave, clean your room." And I'm like, "Excuse me? You can't be talking. You must not know about me. I got the perfect ending in Night Trap." Moving on. Give a man a few lines of verse and he thinks he's the lord of all creation. You think you can walk on water with your books. Well, the world can get by just fine without them. Look where they got you. In slime up to your lip. If I stir the slime with my little finger, you'll drown. Montag could not move. A great earthquake had come with fire and leveled the house, and Mildred was under there somewhere, and his entire life under there, and he could not move. The earthquake was still shaking and falling and shivering inside him, and he stood there, his knees half bent under the great load of tiredness and bewilderment and outrage, letting Beatty hit him without raising a hand. "Montag, you idiot! Montag, you damn fool! Why did you really do it?" Montag did not hear. He was far away. He was running with his mind. He was gone, leaving this dead, soot-covered body to sway in front of another raving fool. "Montag, get out of there," said Faber. Montag listened. Beatty struck him a blow on the head that sent him reeling back. The green bullet in which Faber's voice whispered and cried fell to the sidewalk. Beatty snatched it up, grinning. He held it half in, half out of his ear. Montag heard the distant voice calling, "Montag, you all right?" Beatty switched the green bullet off and thrust it in his pocket. Well, so there's more here than I thought. I saw you tilt your head, listening. First I thought you had a seashell, but when you turned clever later, I wondered. We'll trace this and drop it in and drop it on your friend. We'll trace this and drop it on your friend. We'll trace this and drop it like it's hot on your friend. I assume this is supposed to read, we'll trace this and drop in on your friend. Or, I don't know. This book seems to be. I wonder, I have another edition of this laying around here somewhere. I should check and see if... I'm never going to check. Sorry. No, said Montag. No, Dave, don't check. Okay, calm down. Back to the story. He twitched the safety catch on the flamethrower. Beatty glanced instantly at Montag's fingers, and his eyes widened the faintest bit. Montag saw the surprise there, and himself glanced to his hands to see what new things they had done. Thinking back later, he could never decide whether the hands or Beatty's reaction to the hands gave him the final push towards murder. Toward murder. Let me ask you something, dear reader. Is there ever a time when towards is used? Did I just have I been living for 41 years saying towards all the time? Is this why no one likes me? No, there's probably a lot of other reasons. Anyway, let's see. Push toward murder. The last rolling thunder of the avalanche stoned down about his ears, not touching him. Beatty grinned his most charming grin. Well, that's one way to get an audience. Hold a gun on a man and force him to listen to your speech. Speech away! What'll it be this time? Why don't you belch Shakespeare at me, you fumbling snob? There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me as an idle wind, which I respect not. How's that? Go ahead now, you second-hand literateur. Pull the trigger. He took one step toward Montag. Montag only said, We never burned right. Hand it over, Guy, said Beatty with a fixed smile. And then he was a shrieking blaze, a jumping, sprawling, gibbering mannequin, no longer human or known, all writhing flame on the lawn as Montag shot one continuous pulse of liquid fire on him. There was a hiss like a great mouthful of spittle banging a red-hot stove, a bubbling and frothing as if salt had been poured over a monstrous black snail to cause a terrible liquefaction and a boiling over of yellow foam. That's fucking gross. Montag shut his eyes, shouted, and fought to get his hands at his ears to clamp and to cut away the sound. Beatty flopped over and over and over, and at last twisted in on himself like a charred wax doll and lay silent. The other two firemen did not move. Montag kept his sickness down long enough to aim the flamethrower. Turn around! They turned, their faces blanched meat, streaming sweat. He beat their heads, knocking off their helmets and bringing them down on themselves. They fell and lay without moving. The blowing of a single autumn leaf. He turned, and the mechanical hound was there. It was half across the lawn, coming from the shadows, moving with such drifting ease that it was like a single solid cloud of black-gray smoke blown at him in silence. It made a single last leap in the air, coming down at Montag from a good 3 feet over his head. Its spidered legs reaching, the procaine needle snapping out its single angry tooth. Montag caught it with a bloom of fire, a single wondrous blossom that curled in petals of yellow and blue and orange about the metal dog, clad it in a new covering as it slammed into Montag and threw him 10 feet back against the bole of a tree. Bole, B-O-L-E. All right, let's look that up here. Bole of a tree. I don't know what bole means. Let's see. Bowl. I'm getting nothing. Bowl? Alright, here it is. Oh, bowl. The stern or trunk of a tree. Well, fuck me. That's literalism. Alright, where was I? To the bowl of a tree. Bowl of a tree. Bowl of a tree. Bowl. That's just gonna take... There we go. Bowl of a tree. Taking the flame gun with him. He felt it scrabble and seize his leg and stabbed the needle in for a moment before the fire snapped the hound up in the air, burst its metal bones at the joints, and blew out its interior in a single flushing of red color like a skyrocket fastened to the street. Montag lay watching the dead-alive thing fiddle the air and die. Even now it seemed to want to get back at him and finish the injection, which was now working through the flesh of his leg. He felt all of the mingled relief and horror at having pulled back only in time to have just his knee slammed by the fender of a car hurtling by at 90 miles an hour. He was afraid to get up, afraid he might not be able to gain his feet at all with an anesthetized leg. A numbness and a numbness hollowed into a numbness. And now? The street empty, the house burnt like an ancient bit of stage scenery, the other homes dark, the hound here, Beatty there, the 2 other firemen another place, and the Salamander? He gazed at the immense engine. That would have to go too. Well, he thought, let's see how badly off you are. On your feet now, easy there. There. He stood, and he only had one leg. The other was like a chunk of burnt pine log he was carrying along as a penance for some obscure sin. When he put his weight on it, a shower of silver needles gushed up the length of his calf and went off in the knee. He wept. Come on, you can't stay here. A few house lights were going on again down the street. Whether from the incidents just past or because of the abnormal silence following the fight, Montag did not know. He hobbled around the ruins, seizing at his bad leg when it lagged, talking and whimpering and shouting directions at it and cursing it and pleading with it to work for him now when it was vital. He heard a number of people crying out in the darkness and shouting. He reached the backyard and the alley. Beatty, he thought, you're not a problem now. You always said, don't face a problem, burn it. Well, now I've done both. Goodbye, Captain. And he stumbled along the alley in the dark. A shotgun blast went off in his leg every time he put it down, and he thought, you're a fool, a damn fool, an awful fool, an idiot, an awful idiot, a damn idiot, and a fool, a damn fool. Look at the mess, and where's the mop? Look at the mess, look at the mess, and what did you do? And what do you do? Pride, damn it, and temper. And you've junked it all. At the very start, you vomit on everyone and on yourself. But everything at once. But everything one on top of another. Beatty, the women, Mildred, Clarice, everything. No excuse, though. No excuse. A fool, a damn fool. Go give yourself up. No, we'll save what we can. We'll do what there is left to do. If we have to burn, let's take a few more with us. Here! He remembered the books and turned back, just on the off chance. He found the few books where he had left them near the garden fence. Mildred, God bless her, had missed a few. 4 books still lay hidden where he had put them. Voices were wailing in the night, and flash beams swirled about. Other salamanders were roaring, their engines far away, and police sirens were cutting their way across town with their sirens. Montag took the 4 remaining books and hopped his way down the alley and suddenly fell as if his head had been cut off and only his body lay there. Something inside had jerked him to a halt and flopped him down. He lay where he had fallen and sobbed, his legs folded, his face pressed blindly to the gravel. Beatty wanted to die. In the middle of the crying, Montag knew it for the truth. Beatty had wanted to die. He had just stood there, not really trying to save himself, just stood there, joking, needling, thought Montag, and the thought was enough to stifle his sobbing and let him pause for air. How strange. Strange to want to die so much that you let a man walk around armed And then instead of shutting up and staying alive, you go on yelling at people and making fun of them until you get them mad, and then, at a distance, running feet. I love that. I love that they put that in there. See, side note, obviously. I don't mind when movies or books or whatnot do shit like that, alright? Like, it makes zero sense why Beatty would give this guy a flamethrower and then proceed to talk shit on him, right? And if you're watching it as a movie or you're reading the book and you're like, oh, well, that was dumb. Why did he do that? I mean, that was pretty silly on his part to do that, to give a desperate man a flamethrower, have him say, hey, burn down your house, like, duh, right? It's all about covering your bases, The author says, yeah, that doesn't make sense. So let me fix that. Okay, he wanted to die. Done. All is forgiven. Just take the time to not insult the reader or the whoever, your audience. I love that. I just had to point that out real quick. Montag sat up. Let's get out of here. Come on, get up. You just can't sit. But he was still crying, and that had to be finished. It was going away now. He hadn't wanted to kill anyone, not even Beatty. His flesh gripped him and shrank as if it had been plunged in acid. He gagged. He saw Beatty, a torch not moving, fluttering out on the grass. He bit at his knuckles. I'm sorry, oh God, sorry. He tried to piece it all together, to go back to the normal pattern of life a few short days ago before the sieve in the sand, Denham's dentifrice. Nailed it! Moth voices, fireflies, and alarms and excursions. Too much for a few short days, too much indeed for a lifetime. Feet ran in the far end of the alley. Get up, he told himself. Damn it, get up! He said to the leg and stood. The pains were spikes driven in the kneecap, and then only darning needles, and then only common, ordinary safety pins, and after he had shagged along 50 more hops and jumps, filling his hand with slivers from the board fence, the prickling was like someone blowing a spray of scalding water on that leg. And the leg was at last his own leg again. He had been afraid that running might break the loose ankle, now sucking all the night into his open mouth and blowing it out pale, with all the blackness left heavily inside himself. He set out in a steady jogging pace. He carried the books in his hands. He thought of Faber. Faber was back there in the steaming lump of tar that had no name or identity now. He had burnt Faber, too. He suddenly felt so shocked by this that he felt Faber was really dead, baked like a roach in that small green capsule, shoved and lost in the pocket of a man who was now nothing but a frame skeleton strung with asphalt tendons. You must remember, burn them or they'll burn you, he thought. Right now it's as simple as that. He searched his pockets. The money was there. And in his other pocket he found the usual seashell upon which the city was talking to itself in the cold, black morning. Police alert. Wanted. Fugitive in city. Has committed murder and crimes against the state. Name, Guy Montag. Occupation, fireman. Last seen? He ran steadily for 6 blocks in the alley, and then the alley opened out onto a wide empty thoroughfare, 10 lanes wide. It seemed like a boatless river frozen there in the raw light of the high white arc lamps. You could drown trying to cross it, he felt. It was too wide, it was too open, it was a vast stage without scenery, inviting him to run across, easily seen in the blazing illumination, easily caught, easily shot down. The seashell hummed in his ear. Watch for a man running, watch for the running man. Watch for a man alone, on foot, watch. Montag pulled back in the shadows. Directly ahead lay a gas station, a great chunk of porcelain snow shining there, and 2 silver beetles pulling in to fill up. Now he must be clean and presentable if he wished to walk, not run, stroll calmly across that wide boulevard. It would give him an extra margin of safety if he washed up and combed his hair before he went on his way to get... Where? Yes, he thought. Where am I running? Nowhere. There was nowhere to go. No friend to turn to, really, except Faber. And then he realized that he was indeed running toward Faber's house, instinctively. But Faber couldn't hide him. It would be suicide even to try. But he knew that he would go to see Faber anyway, for a few short minutes. Faber's would be the place where he might refuel his fast-draining belief in his own ability to survive. He just wanted to know that there was a man like Faber in the world. He wanted to see the man alive and not burnt back there like a body shelled in another body. And some of the money must be left with Faber, of course, to be spent after Montag ran on his way. Perhaps he could make the open country and live on or near the rivers and near the highways and the fields and hills. A great whirling whisper made him look to the sky. The police helicopters were rising so far away that it seemed someone had blown the gray head off a dry dandelion flower. 24 of them flurried, wavering, indecisive, 3 miles off like butterflies puzzled by autumn. Oh, that's a nice line. And then they were plummeting down to land, one by one, here, there, softly kneading the streets where, turned back to beetles, they shrieked along the boulevards or, as suddenly, leapt back into the air, continuing their search. Reminds me of when I was a kid, they used to have these toys called Mask. It stood for something, M-A-S-K. I really want to Google what Mask stood for, but I'm not gonna, because I have to stay on topic here. And it was kind of like G.I. Joes and Transformers mated together. You know, you got like a little man and a vehicle, and the vehicle would be able to turn into another vehicle. So I had like the yellow purple man, and he rode a motorcycle, and it would turn into a helicopter. So it's kind of like that the helicopters turn back into cars and then drive around and stuff. Nobody asked. I'm sure you already picked that up. I just wanted to talk about Mask. That's the only reason why I'm reading this book. I just want to talk about Mask. Mask was really fun. I think one of them was like a big truck, too. Moving on. And here was the gas station, its attendants busy now with customers. Approaching from the rear, Montag entered the men's washroom. Through the aluminum wall, he heard a radio voice saying, "War has been declared." The gas was being pumped outside. The men and the beetles were talking, and the attendants were talking about the engines, the gas, the money owed. Montag stood trying to make himself feel the shock of the quiet statement from the radio, but nothing would happen. The war would have to wait for him to come to it in his personal file. An hour, 2 hours from now. He washed his hands and face and toweled himself dry, making little sound. He came out of the washroom and shut the door carefully and walked into the darkness and at last stood again on the edge of the empty boulevard. There it lay, a game for him to win, a vast bowling alley in the cool morning. The boulevard was as clean as the surface of an arena 2 minutes before the appearance of certain unnamed victims and certain unknown killers. Oh, that's a cool line. I'll read that again. The boulevard was as clean as the surface of an arena 2 minutes before the appearance of certain unnamed victims and certain unknown killers. The air over and above the vast concrete river trembled with the warmth of Montag's body alone. It was incredible how he felt his temperature could cause the whole immediate world to vibrate. He was a phosphorescent target. He knew it. He felt it. And now he must begin his little walk. 3 blocks away, a few headlights glared. Montag drew a deep breath. His lungs were like burning brooms in his chest. His mouth was sucked dry from running. His throat tasted of bloody iron, and there was rusted steel in his feet. What about those lights there? Once you started walking, you'd have to gauge how fast those beetles could make it down here. Well, how far was it to the other curb? It seemed like 100 yards. Probably not 100, but figure for that anyway. Figure that with him going very slowly at a nice stroll, it might take as much as 40 seconds to walk all that way. The beetles, once started, they could leave 3 blocks behind them in about 15 seconds. So even if halfway across he started to run, he put his right foot out, and then his left foot, and then his right. He walked on the empty avenue. Even if the street were entirely empty, of course, you couldn't be sure of a safe crossing, for a car could appear suddenly over the rise 4 blocks farther, over the rise 4 blocks farther on and beyond and past you before you had taken a dozen breaths. He decided not to count his steps. He looked neither to left nor right. The light from the overhead lamps seemed as bright and revealing as the midday sun, and just as hot. He listened to the sound of the car picking up speed 2 blocks away on his right. Its movable headlights jerked back and forth suddenly and caught at Montag. Keep going. Montag faltered, got a grip on the books, and forced himself not to freeze. Instinctively, he took a few quick running steps, then talked out loud to himself and pulled up to stroll again. He was now half across the street, but the roar from the Beetle's engines whined higher as it put on speed. The police, of course. They see me. But slow now. Slow. Quiet. Don't turn. Don't look. Don't seem concerned. Walk. That's it. Walk. Walk. The Beetle was rushing. The Beetle was roaring. The Beetle raised its speed. The Beetle was whining. The Beetle was in high thunder. The Beetle came skimming. The Beetle came in a single whistling trajectory, fired from an invisible rifle. It was up to 120 miles per hour. It was up to 130 at least. Montag clamped his jaws. The heat of the racing headlights burnt his cheeks, it seemed, and jittered his eyelids and flushed the sour sweat out all over his body. He began to shuffle idiotically and talk to himself, and then he broke and just ran. He put out his legs as far as they would go, and down and then far out again, and down and back and out and down and back. God, God! He dropped the book, broke pace, almost turned, changed his mind, plunged on, yelling in concrete emptiness, the Beetle scuttling after its running food. 200, 100 feet away, 90, 80, 70. Montag gasping, flailing his hands, legs up, down, out. Up, down, out, closer, closer, hooting, calling, his eyes burnt white now as his head jerked about to confront the flashing glare. Now the Beetle was swallowed in its own light. Now it was nothing but a torch hurtling upon him, all sound, all blare, now, almost on top of him. He stumbled and fell. I'm done. It's over. But the falling made a difference. An instant before reaching him, the wild Beetle cut and swerved out. It was gone. Montag lay flat, his head down. Wisps of laughter trailed back to him with the blue exhaust from the Beetle. His right hand was extended above him, flat across the extreme tip of his middle finger. He saw now, as he lifted that hand, a faint 1/16 of an inch of black tread where the tire had touched in passing. He looked at that black line with disbelief, getting to his feet. That wasn't the police, he thought. He looked down the boulevard. It was clear now, a car full of children, all ages. God knew, from 12 to 16, out whistling, yelling, hurrahing, had seen a man, a very extraordinary sight, a man strolling, a rarity, and simply said, "Let's get him," not knowing he was the fugitive Mr. Montag, simply a number of children out for a long night of roaring 500 or 600 miles in a few moonlit hours, their faces icy with wind, and coming home or not coming at dawn. Alive or not alive, that made the adventure. They would have killed me, thought Montag. Swaying, the air still torn and stirring about him in dust, touching his bruised cheek, for no reason at all in the world they would have killed me. He walked toward the far curb, telling each foot to go and keep going. Somehow he had picked up the spilled books. He didn't remember bending or touching them. He kept moving them from hand to hand as if they were a poker hand he could not figure. I wonder if they were the ones who killed Clarice. He stopped, and his mind said it again, very loud. I wonder if they were the ones who killed Clarice. He wanted to run after them, yelling. His eyes watered. The thing that had saved him was falling flat. The driver of that car, seeing Montag down, instinctively considered the possibility that running over a body at such a high speed might turn the car upside down and spill them out. If Montag had remained an upright target? Montag gasped. Far down the boulevard, 4 blocks away, the Beetle had slowed, spun about on 2 wheels, and was now racing back, slanting over on the wrong side of the street, picking up speed. But Montag was gone, hidden in the safety of the dark alley for which he had set out on the long journey an hour, or was it a minute ago? He stood shivering in the night, looking back out as the beetle ran by and skidded back to the center of the avenue, whirling laughter in the air all about it, gone. Farther on, as Montag moved in darkness, he could see the helicopters falling like the first flakes of snow in the long winter to come. The house was silent. Montag approached from the rear, creeping through a thick night-moistened scent of daffodils and roses and wet grass. He touched the screen door and back, found it open, slipped in, moved across the porch, listening. "Mrs. Black, are you asleep in there?" he thought. "This isn't good, but your husband did it to others, and never asked, and never wondered, and never worried. And now, since you're a fireman's wife, it's your house, and your turn, for all the houses your husband burnt and the people he hurt without thinking." The house did not reply. He hid the books in the kitchen and moved from the house again to the alley and looked back, and the house was still dark and quiet, sleeping. On his way across town, with the helicopters fluttering like torn bits of paper in the sky, he phoned the alarm at a lonely phone booth outside a store that was closed for the night. Then he stood in the cold night air, waiting, and at a distance he heard the fire sirens start up and run, and the salamanders coming to burn Mr. Black's house while he was away at work, to make his wife stand shivering in the morning air while the roof let go and dropped in upon the fire. But now she was still asleep. "Good night, Mrs. Black," he thought. "Faber!" Another rap, a whisper, and a long waiting. Then, after a minute, a small light flickered inside Faber's small house. After another pause, the back door opened. They stood looking at each other in the half-light, Faber and Montag, as if each did not believe in the other's existence. Then Faber moved and put out his hand and grabbed Montag and moved him in and sat him down and went back and stood in the door, listening. The sirens were wailing off in the morning distance. He came in and shut the door. Montag said, "I've been a fool all down the line. I can't stay long. I'm on my way God knows where." "At least you were a fool about the right things," said Faber. "I thought you were dead. The audio capsule I gave you. Burnt. I heard the captain talking to you and suddenly there was nothing. I almost came out looking for you. The captain's dead. He found the audio capsule. He heard your voice. He was going to trace it. I killed him with the flamethrower." Faber sat down and did not speak for a time. "My God, how did this happen?" said Montag. "It was only the other night everything was fine, and the next thing I know I'm drowning. How many times can a man go down and still be alive? I can't breathe. There's Beatty dead, and he was my friend once. And there's Millie gone. I thought she was my wife, but now I don't know. And the house, all burnt. And my job gone and myself on the run. And I planted a book in a fireman's house on the way. Good Christ, the things I've done in a single week." "You did what you had to do. It was coming on for a long time." "Yes, I believe that. If there's nothing else, I believe. It saved itself up to happen. I could feel it for a long time. I was saving something up. I went around doing one thing and feeling another. God, it was all there. It's a wonder it didn't show on me like fat. And now here I am, messing up your life too. They might follow me here." "I feel alive for the first time in years," said Faber. "I feel I'm doing what I should have done a lifetime ago. For a little while I'm not afraid. Maybe it's because I'm doing the right thing at last. Maybe it's because I've done a rash thing and don't want to look like the coward to you. I suppose I'll have to do even more violent things, exposing myself so I won't fall down on the job and turn scared again. What are your plans?" "To keep running." "You know the war's on?" "I heard." "God, isn't it funny?" said the old man. "It seems so remote because we have our own troubles." "I haven't had time to think." Montag drew out $100. "I want this to stay with you. Use it any way that it'll help when I'm gone. But I might be dead by noon. Use this." Faber nodded. "You'd better head for the river if you can. Follow along it. And if you can hit the old railroad lines going out into the country, follow them. Even though practically everything's airborne these days and most of the tracks are abandoned, the rails are still there, rusting. I've heard there are still hobo camps all across the country, here and there. Walking camps, they call them. And if you keep walking far enough and keep an eye peeled, they say there's lots of old Harvard degrees on the tracks between here and Los Angeles. Most of them are wanted and hunted in the cities. They survive, I guess. There aren't many of them. And I guess the government's never considered them a great enough danger to go in and track them down. You might hole up with them for a time and get in touch with me in St. Louis. I'm leaving on a 5 a.m. bus this morning to see a retired printer there. I'm getting out in the open myself at last. This money will be put to good use. Thanks and God bless you. Do you want to sleep a few minutes? I'd better run. Let's check. He took Montag quickly into the bedroom and lifted a picture frame aside, revealing a television screen the size of a postal card. I always wanted something very small, something I could walk to, something I could blot out with the palm of my hand if necessary. Nothing that could shout me down, nothing monstrous big. So you see, he snapped it on. Montag, the TV set said, and lit up. Montag. The name was spelled out by a voice. Guy Montag, still running. Police helicopters are up. A new mechanical hound has been brought from another district. Montag and Faber looked at each other. Mechanical hound never fails. Never since its first use in tracking quarry has this incredible invention made a mistake. Tonight, this network is proud to have the opportunity to follow the hound by camera helicopter as it starts on its way to the target. Faber poured 2 glasses of whiskey. We'll need these. They drank. Nose so sensitive the mechanical hound can remember and identify 10,000 odor indexes on 10,000 men without resetting. Faber trembled the least bit and looked about the house, at the walls, the door, the doorknob, the chair where Montag now sat. Montag saw the look. They both looked quietly about the house, and Montag felt his nostrils dilate, and he knew that he was trying to track himself, and his nose was suddenly good enough to sense the path he had made in the air of the room, and the sweat of his hand hung from the doorknob, invisible but as numerous as the jewels of a small chandelier. He was a luminous cloud, a ghost that made breathing once more impossible. He saw Faber stop up his own breath for fear of drawing that ghost into his own body, perhaps being contaminated with the phantom exhalations and odors of a running man. The mechanical hound is now landing by helicopter at the site of the burning. And there, on the small screen, was the burnt house, and the crowd, and something with a sheet over it, and out of the sky, fluttering, came the helicopter like a grotesque flower. So they must have their game out, thought Montag. The circus must go on, even with war beginning within the hour. He watched the scene, fascinated, not wanting to move. It seemed so remote and no part of him. It was a play, apart and separate, wondrous to watch, not without its strange pleasure. That's all for me, he thought. That's all taking place just for me, by God. If he wished, he could linger here in comfort and follow the entire hunt on through its swift phases. Down alleys, across streets, over empty running avenues, crossing lots and playgrounds with pauses here or there for the necessary commercials. Up other alleys to the burning house of Mr. and Mrs. Black, and so on finally to this house, with Faber and himself seated, drinking, while the electric hound snuffed down the last trail, silent as a drift of death itself, skidding to a halt outside that window there. Then, if he wished, Montag might rise, walk to the window, keep one eye on the TV screen, open the window, lean out, look back, and see himself dramatized, described, made over, standing there, limned? Limned. All right. Limned. Google. Help your boy out. Limned. What is limned? Past tense, limned. Past participle, limned. Depict or describe in painting or words. Suffuse or highlight something with a bright color or light. I think that's a lie. I think that word was just made up this second. By God. By God. Limned in the bright, small television screen from outside. A drama to be watched objectively, knowing that in other parlors he was large as life, in full color, dimensionally perfect. And if he kept his eye peeled quickly, he would see himself, an instant before oblivion, being punctured for the benefit of how many civilian parlor sitters who had been wakened from sleep a few minutes ago by the frantic sirening of their living room walls to come watch the big game, the hunt, the one-man carnival. Would he have time for a speech? As the hound seized him in view of 10 or 20 or 30 million people? Mightn't he sum up his entire life in the last week in one single phrase, or a word that would stay with them long after the hound had turned, clenching him in its metal plier jaws, and trotted off in darkness, while the camera remained stationary, watching the creature dwindle in the distance, a splendid fade-out? What could he say in a single word? A few words that would sear all their faces and wake them up. "There," said Faber. "There," whispered Faber. Out of a helicopter glided something that was not machine, not animal, not dead, not alive, glowing with a pale green luminosity. It stood near the smoking ruins of Montag's house, and the men brought his discarded flamethrower to it and put it down under the muzzle of the hound. There was a whirring, clicking, humming. Montag shook his head and got up and drank the rest of his drink. "It's time. I'm sorry about this." "About what? Me? My house? I deserve everything. Run, for God's sake. Run, for God's sake. Perhaps I can delay them here." "Wait. There's no use you being discovered. When I leave, burn the spread of this bed that I touched. Burn the chair in the living room in your room, in your wall incinerator. Wipe down the furniture with alcohol. Wipe the doorknobs. Burn the throw rug in the parlor. Turn the air conditioning on full in all the rooms and spray with moth spray if you have it. Then turn on your lawn sprinklers as high as they'll go and hose off the sidewalks. With any luck at all, we can kill the trail. We can kill the trail in here anyway." Faber shook his hand. "I'll tend to it. Good luck. If we're both in good health next week, the week after, get in touch. General delivery, St. Louis. I'm sorry there's no way I can go with you this time by earphone. That was good for both of us, but my equipment was limited. You see, I never thought I would use it. What a silly old man. No thought there. Stupid. So I haven't another green bullet. The right kind to put in your head. Go now. One last thing, quick. A suitcase. Get it. Fill it with your dirtiest clothes. An old suitcase. The dirtier the better. A shirt, some old sneakers, and socks." Faber was gone and back in a minute. They sealed the cardboard valise with clear tape. "To keep the ancient odor of Mr. Faber in, of course," said Faber, sweating at the job. Montag doused the exterior of the valise with whiskey. "I don't want the hound picking up 2 odors at once. May I take this whiskey? I'll need it later. Christ, I hope this works." They shook hands again, and going out the door glanced at the TV. The hound was on its way, followed by hovering helicopter cameras, silently sniffing the great night wind. It was running down the first alley. "Goodbye." And Montag was out the back door lightly, running with the half-empty valise. Behind him, he heard the lawn sprinkling system jump up, filling the dark air with rain that fell gently, and then with a steady pour all about, washing on the sidewalks and draining into the alley. He carried a few drops of this rain with him on his face. He thought he heard the old man call goodbye, but wasn't certain. He ran very fast away from the house, down towards the river. Montag ran. He could feel the hound, like autumn, come cold and dry and swift, like a wind that didn't stir grass, that didn't jar windows or disturb leaf shadows on the white sidewalks as it passed. The hound did not touch the world. It carried its silence with it, so you could feel the silence building up a pressure behind you all across town. Montag felt the pressure rising and ran. I've had to burp for like the past 5 paragraphs. Sorry, you probably didn't need to hear that. I just think I'm sounding weird because I have this... I pretty much have a little xenomorph growing in my chest right now. I'm trying to get it out. He stopped for breath on his way to the river to peer through dimly lit windows of wakened houses and saw the silhouettes of people inside watching their parlor walls, and there on the walls the mechanical hound, a breath of neon vapor, spidered along, here and gone, now at Elm Terrace, Lincoln, Oak, Park, and up the alley toward Faber's house. Go past, thought Montag. Don't stop. Go on. Don't turn in. On the parlor wall, Faber's house, with its sprinkler system pulsing in the night air, the hound paused, quivering. No, Montag held to the windowsill. This way, here! The procaine needle flicked out and in. A single clear drop of the stuff of dreams fell from the needle as it vanished in the hound's muzzle. Montag held his breath, like a doubled fist in his chest. The mechanical hound turned and plunged away from Faber's house down the alley again. Montag snapped his gaze to the sky. The helicopters were closer, a great blowing of insects to a single light source. With an effort, Montag reminded himself again that this was no fictional episode to be watched on his run to the river. It was in actuality his own chess game he was witnessing, move by move. He shouted to give himself the necessary push away from this last house window and the fascinating seance going on in there. Hell! And he was away and gone. The alley, a street, the alley, a street, and the smell of the river. Leg out, leg down, leg out and down, 20 million Montags running. Soon, if the cameras caught him, 20 million Montags running like an ancient, flickery Keystone comedy. Cops, robbers, chasers and the chased, hunters and hunted. He had seen it 1,000 times. Behind him now, 20 million silently baying hounds ricocheted across parlors, three cushion shooting from right wall to center wall to left wall. Gone, right wall, center wall, left wall, gone. Montag jammed his seashell to his ear. Police suggest entire population in the Elm Terrace area do as follows. Everyone in every house in every street open a front or rear door or look from the windows. The fugitive cannot escape if everyone in the next minute looks from his house. Ready! Of course, why hadn't they done it before? Why in all the years hadn't this game been tried? Everyone up, everyone out. He couldn't be missed. The only man running alone in the night city. The only man proving his legs. At the count of 10 now. 1, 2. He felt the city rise. 3. He felt the city turn to its thousands of doors. Faster, leg up, leg down. 4. The people sleepwalking in their hallways. 5. He felt their hands on the doorknobs. The smell of the river was cool and like a solid rain. His throat was burnt rust, and his eyes were wept dry with running. He yelled as if this yell would jet him on, fling him the last 100 yards. 6, 7, 8! The doorknobs turned on 5,000 doors. 9! He ran out away from the last row of houses on a slope leading down to a solid moving blackness. 10! The doors opened. He imagined thousands on thousands of faces peering into yards, into alleys, and into the sky. Faces hid by curtains. Pale, night-frightened faces like gray animals peering from electric caves. Faces with gray, colorless eyes, gray tongues, and gray thoughts looking out through the numb flesh of the face. But he was at the river. He touched it just to be sure it was real. He waded in and stripped in darkness to the skin, splashing his body, arms, legs, and head with raw liquor. Drank it and snuffed some up his nose. Then he dressed in Faber's old clothes and shoes. He tossed his own clothing into the river and watched it swept away. Then, holding the suitcase, he walked out in the river until there was no bottom and he was swept away in the dark. He was 300 yards downstream when the hound reached the river. Overhead, the great racketing fans of the helicopters hovered. A storm of light fell upon the river, and Montag dived under the great illumination, as if the sun had broken the clouds. He felt the river pull him farther on its way into darkness. Then the light switched back to the land. The helicopters swerved over the city again, as if they had picked up another trail. They were gone. The hound was gone. Now there was only the cold river and Montag floating in a sudden peacefulness, away from the city and the lights and the chase, away from everything. He felt as if he had left a stage behind and many actors. He felt as if he had left the great seance and all the murmuring ghosts. He was moving from an unreality that was frightening into a reality that was unreal because it was new. The black land slid by, and he was going into the country among the hills. For the first time in a dozen years, the stars were coming out above him in great processions of wheeling fire. He saw a great juggernaut of stars form in the sky and threaten to roll over and crush him. He floated on his back when the valise filled and sank. The river was mild and leisurely, going away from the people who ate shadows for breakfast and steam for lunch and vapors for supper. That's a cool sentence. Let me read that again. He floated on his back when the valise filled and sank. The river was mild and leisurely, going away from the people who ate shadows for breakfast and steam for lunch and vapors for supper. The river was very real. It held him comfortably and gave him the time at last, the leisure to consider this month, this year, and a lifetime of years. He listened to his heart slow. His thoughts stopped rushing with his blood. He saw the moon low in the sky now, the moon there, and the light of the moon caused by what? By the sun, of course. And what lights the sun? Its own fire. And the sun goes on, day after day, burning and burning, the sun and time and burning, burning. The river bobbled him along gently, burning. The sun and every clock on the earth, it all came together and became a single thing in his mind. After a long time of floating on the land and a short time of floating in the river, he knew why he must never burn again in his life. The sun burnt every day. It burnt time. The world rushed in a circle and turned on its axis, and time was busy burning the years and the people away, without any help from him. So if he burnt things with the firemen and the sun burnt time, that meant that everything burnt. One of them had to stop burning. The sun wouldn't, certainly. So it looked as if it had to be Montag and the people he had worked with until a few short hours ago. Somewhere the saving and putting away had to begin again, and someone had to do the saving and keeping, one way or another, in books, in records, in people's heads, any way at all so long as it was safe, free from moths, silverfish, rust and dry rot, and men with matches. The world was full of burning of all types and sizes. Now the guild of the asbestos weaver must open shop very soon. He felt his heel bump land, touch pebbles, and rocks scrape sand. The river had moved him toward shore. He looked in at the great black creature without eyes or light, without shape, with only a size that went 1,000 miles, without wanting to stop, with its grass hills and forests that were waiting for him. He hesitated to leave the comforting flow of the water. He expected the hound there. Suddenly the trees might blow under the great wind of helicopters. But there was only the normal autumn wind high up, going by like another river. Why wasn't the hound running? Why had the search veered inland? Montag listened. Nothing. Nothing. Millie, he thought. All this country here. Listen to it. Nothing and nothing. So much silence, Millie. I wonder how you'd take it. Would you shout, "Shut up, shut up"? Millie, Millie, and he was sad. Millie was not here and the hound was not here, but the dry smell of hay blowing from some distant field put Montag on the land. He remembered a farm he had visited when he was very young, one of the rare few times he discovered that somewhere behind the seven veils of unreality, beyond the walls of parlors and beyond the tin moat of the city, cows chewed grass and pigs sat in warm ponds at noon and dogs barked after white sheep on a hill. I don't know if you can hear this, but there's a dog currently freaking out outside. I'm bringing the sound effects. You can't hear this, but there's a pig in my basement. She's currently chained there. Sorry. Now the dry smell of hay, the motion of the waters made him think of sleeping in fresh hay in a lonely barn away from the loud highways, behind a quiet farmhouse and under an ancient windmill that whirred like the sound of the passing years overhead. He lay in the high barn loft all night, listening to distant animals and insects and trees, the little motions and stirrings. During the night, he thought, below the loft, he would hear a sound like feet moving, perhaps. He would tense and sit up. The sound would move away. He would lie back and look out the loft window very late in the night and see the lights go out in the farmhouse itself until a very young and beautiful woman would sit in an unlit window braiding her hair. It would be hard to see her, but her face would be like the face of a girl so long ago in his past now, so very long ago. The girl who had known the weather and never been burnt by the fireflies. The girl who had known what dandelions meant rubbed off on your chin. Then she would be gone from the warm window and appear again upstairs in her moon-whitened room. And then, to the sound of death, the sound of the jets cutting the sky in two black pieces, beyond the horizon, he would lie in the loft, hidden and safe, watching those strange new stars over the rim of the earth, fleeing from the soft color of dawn. In the morning he would not have needed sleep, for all the warm odors and sights of a complete country night would have rested and slept him while his eyes were wide and his mouth, when he thought to test it, was half a smile. And there at the bottom of the hayloft stair waiting for him would be the incredible thing. He would step carefully down in the pink light of early morning, so fully aware of the world that he would be afraid, and stand over the small miracle and at last bend to touch it. A cool glass of fresh milk and a few apples and pears laid at the foot of the steps. This was all he wanted now. Some signs that the immense world would accept him and give him the long time he needed to think all the things that must be thought. A glass of milk, an apple, a pear. He stepped from the river. The land rushed at him, a tidal wave. He was crushed by darkness and the look of the country and the million odors on a wind that iced his body. He fell back under the breaking curve of darkness and sound and smell, his ears roaring. He whirled. The stars poured over his sight like flaming meteors. He wanted to plunge in the river again and let it idle him safely on down somewhere. This dark land rising was like that day in his childhood, swimming, when from nowhere the largest wave in the history of remembering slammed him down in salt mud and green darkness, water burning mouth and nose, retching his stomach, screaming, too much water, too much land. Out of the black wall before him a whisper. A shape. In the shape 2 eyes, the night looking at him, the forest seeing him. The hound! After all the running and rushing and sweating it out and half drowning to come this far, work this hard and think yourself safe and sigh with relief and come out on the land at last only to find the hound. Montag gave one last agonized shout as if this were too much for any man. The shape exploded away, the eyes vanished, the leaf piles flew up in a dry shower. Montag was alone in the wilderness. A deer. He smelled the heavy musk like perfume mingled with blood and the gummed exhalation of the animal's breath, all cardamom and moss and ragweed odor in this huge night where the trees ran at him. Pulled away to the pulse of the heart behind his eyes. I know what you're thinking out there listening to this. You're like, Dave doesn't know what cardamom is. He's going to have to look that up. Well, you're wrong. I happen to know exactly what cardamom. I'm not even going to lie. I don't know. I was going to try and play it off, but can't fool you. Can't put one past you. Let's see. Cardamom. What is this? I'm seeing pictures of coffee. Cardamom, sometimes cardamom or cardamom, is a spice made from the seeds of several plants in the genera Eleutheria and Amomum in the family Zingiberaceae. Of course, Zingiberaceae, my favorite family. Of course. That was my next guess. Oh, Zingiberaceae. Of course. There must have been a billion leaves on the land. He waded in them, a dry river smelling of hot cloves and warm dust, and the other smells. There was a smell like a cut potato from all the land, raw and cold and white from having the moon on it most of the night. There was a smell like pickles from a bottle and a smell like parsley on the table from at home. There was a faint yellow odor like mustard from a jar. There was a smell like carnations from the yard next door. He put down his hand and felt a weed rise up like a child brushing him. His fingers smelled of licorice. He stood breathing, and the more he breathed the land in, the more he was filled up with all the details of the land. He was not empty. There was more than enough here to fill him. There would always be more than enough. He walked in the shallow tide of leaves, stumbling, and in the middle of the strangeness of familiarity, his foot hit something that rang dully. He moved his hand on the ground, a yard this way, a yard that. The railroad track. The track that came out of the city and rusted across the land, through forests and woods deserted now by the river. Here was the path to wherever he was going. Here was the single familiar thing, the magic charm he might need a little while to touch, to feel beneath his feet, as he moved on into the bramble bushes and the lakes of smelling and feeling and touching, among the whispers and the blowing down of leaves. He walked on the track. And he was surprised to learn how certain he suddenly was of a single fact he could not prove. Once, long ago, Clarice had walked here, where he was walking now. Half an hour later, cold and moving carefully on the tracks, fully aware of his entire body, his face, his mouth, his eyes stuffed with blackness, his ears stuffed with sound, his legs prickled with burrs and nettles, he saw the fire ahead. The fire was gone, then back again, like a winking eye. He stopped, afraid he might blow the fire out with a single breath, but the fire was there, and he approached warily, from a long way off. It took the better part of 15 minutes before he drew very close indeed, and then he stood looking at it from cover. That small motion, the white and red color, a strange fire because it meant a different thing to him. It was not burning. It was warming. He saw many heads held to its warmth, hands without arms hidden in darkness. Above the hands, motionless faces that were only moved and tossed and flickered with firelight. He hadn't known fire could look this way. He had never thought in his life that it could give as well as take. Even its smell was different. How long he stood he did not know, but there was a foolish and yet delicious sense of knowing himself as an animal, or as a animal? It says as a animal. Look, I'm dumb. But even I know it should be an animal. But it just says, I'm just reading it like it is in the book. And yet delicious sense of knowing himself as a animal. As an Melmahay. Let's see. Come from the forest, drawn by the fire. He was a thing of brush and liquid eye, of fur and muzzle and hoof. He was a thing of horn and blood that would smell like autumn if you bled it out on the ground. He stood a long time, listening to the warm crackle of the flames. There was a silence gathered all about that fire, and the silence was in the men's faces. And time was there, time enough to sit by this rusting track under the trees and look at the world and turn it over with the eyes as if it were held to the center of the bonfire. A piece of steel these men were all shaping. It was not only the fire that was different, it was the silence. Montag moved towards this special silence that was concerned with all the world. And then voices began, and they were talking, and he could hear nothing of what the voices said, but the sound rose and fell quietly, and the voices were turning the world over and looking at it. The voices knew the land and the trees and the city which lay down the track by the river. The voices talked of everything. There was nothing they could not talk about, he knew, from the very cadence and motion and continual stir of curiosity and wonder in them. And then one of the men looked up and saw him, for the first or perhaps the 7th time, and a voice called to Montag, "All right, you can come out now." Montag stepped back in the shadows. "It's all right," the voice said. "You're welcome here." Montag walked slowly toward the fire, and the 5 old men sitting there dressed in the dark blue denim pants and jackets and dark blue shirts. He did not know what to say to them. "Sit down," said the man who seemed to be the leader of the small group. "Have some coffee?" He watched the dark, steaming mixture pour into a collapsible tin cup, which was handed him straight off. He sipped it gingerly and felt them looking at him with curiosity. His lips were scalded, but that was good. The faces around him were bearded, but the beards were clean, neat, and their hands were clean. They had stood up as if to welcome a guest, and now they sat down again. Montag sipped. "Thanks," he said. "Thanks very much." "You're welcome, Montag. My name's Granger." He held out a small bottle of colorless fluid. "Drink this, too. It'll change the chemical index of your perspiration. Half an hour from now, you'll smell like 2 other people. With the hound after you, the best thing is bottoms up." Montag drank the bitter fluid. "You'll stink like a bobcat, but that's all right," said Granger. "You know my name," said Montag. Granger nodded to a portable battery TV set by the fire. "We've watched the chase. Figured you'd wind up south along the river. When we heard you plunging around out in the forest like a drunken elk, we didn't hide as we usually do. We figured you were in the river when the helicopter cameras swung back in over the city. Something funny there. The chase is still running. The other way, though." "The other way?" "Let's have a look." Granger snapped the portable viewer on. The picture was a nightmare, condensed, easily passed from hand to hand in the forest, all whirring color and flight. A voice cried, "The chase continues north in the city. Police helicopters are converging on Avenue 87 and Elm Grove Park." Granger nodded. "They're faking. You threw them off at the river. They can't admit it. They know they can hold their audience only so long. The show's got to have a snap ending, quick. If they started searching the whole damn river, it might take all night. So they're sniffing for a scapegoat to end things with a bang. Watch. They'll catch Montag in the next 5 minutes." "But how?" "Watch." The camera, hovering in the belly of a helicopter, now swung down at an empty street. "See that?" whispered Granger. "It'll be you. Right up at the end of that street is our victim. See how our camera is coming in, building the scene. Suspense, long shot. Right now, some poor fellow is out for a walk, a rarity, an odd one. Don't think the police don't know the habits of queer ducks like that, men who walk mornings for the hell of it, or for reasons of insomnia. Anyway, the police have had him charted for months, years. Never know when that sort of information might be handy. And today it turns out it's very usable indeed. It saves face. Oh God, look there!" The men at the fire bent forward. On the screen, a man turned a corner. The mechanical hound rushed forward into the viewer. Suddenly, Wait, hold on. Let me try that again. I read that like shit. On the screen, a man turned a corner. The mechanical hound rushed forward into the viewer suddenly. The helicopter lights shot down a dozen brilliant pillars that built a cage all about the man. Oh, that was cool. That was a cool description. A voice cried, "There's Montag! The search is done!" The innocent man stood bewildered, a cigarette burning in his hand. He stared at the hound, not knowing what it was. He probably never knew. He glanced up at the sky and the wailing sirens. The camera rushed down. The hound leapt up into the air with a rhythm and a sense of timing that was incredibly beautiful. Its needle shot out. It was suspended for a moment in their gaze, as if to give the vast audience time to appreciate everything. The raw look of the victim's face, the empty street, the steel animal, a bullet nosing the target. "Montag, don't move," said a voice from the sky. The camera fell upon the victim, even as did the hound. Both reached him simultaneously. The victim was seized by hound and camera in a great spidering, clenching grip. He screamed, he screamed, he screamed. Blackout. Silence. Darkness. Montag cried out in the silence and turned away. Silence. And then, after a time of the men sitting around the fire, their faces expressionless, an announcer on the dark screen said, "The search is over. Montag is dead. A crime against society has been avenged." Darkness. "We now take you to the sky room of the Hotel Lux for a half hour of Just Before Dawn, a program of..." Granger turned it off. They didn't show the man's face in focus. Did you notice? Even your best friends couldn't tell if it was you. They scrambled it just enough to let the imagination take over. "Hell," he whispered. "Hell." Montag said nothing, but now, looking back, sat with his eyes fixed to the blank screen, trembling. Granger touched Montag's arm. "Welcome back from the dead." Montag nodded. Granger went on. "You might as well know all of us now. This is Fred Clement, a former occupant of the Thomas Hardy Chair at Cambridge in the years before it became an atomic engineering school. This other is Dr. Simmons from UCLA, a specialist in Ortega y Gasset. Don't ask, no idea. Ortega y Gasset. Professor West here did quite a bit for ethics, an ancient study now, for Columbia University quite some years ago. Reverend Padover here gave a few lectures 30 years ago and lost his flock between one Sunday and the next for his views. He's been bumming with us some time now. Myself, I wrote a book called The Fingers in the Glove, the proper relationship between the individual and society, and here I am. Welcome, Montag." "I don't belong with you," said Montag at last, slowly. "I've been an idiot all the way." "We're used to that. We all made the right kind of mistakes or we wouldn't be here. When we were separate individuals, all we had was rage. I struck a fireman when he came to burn my library years ago. I've been running ever since. You want to join us, Montag?" "Yes." "What have you to offer?" "Nothing. I thought I had part of the Book of Ecclesiastes and maybe a little of Revelation, but I haven't even that now." "The Book of Ecclesiastes would be fine. Where was it?" "Here." Montag touched his head. "Ah." Granger smiled and nodded. "What's wrong? Isn't that all right?" said Montag. "Better than all right. Perfect." Granger turned to the Reverend. "Do we have a Book of Ecclesiastes?" "One. A man named Harris in Youngstown." "Montag," Granger took Montag's shoulder firmly. "Walk carefully. Guard your health. If anything should happen to Harris, you are the Book of Ecclesiastes. See how important you've become in the last minute?" "But I've forgotten." "No. Nothing's ever lost. We have ways to shake down your clinkers for you." "But I tried to remember." "Don't try. It'll come when you need it. All of us have photographic memories, but spend a lifetime learning how to block off the things that are really in there. Simmons here has worked on it for 20 years, and now we've got the method down to where we can recall anything that's been read once. Would you like someday, Montag, to read Plato's Republic?" "Of course. I am Plato's Republic." Like to read Marcus Aurelius? Mr. Simmons is Marcus. How do you do? Said Mr. Simmons. Hello, said Montag. I want you to meet Jonathan Swift, the author of the evil political book Gulliver's Travels. And this other fellow is Charles Darwin, and this one is Schopenhauer, and this one is Einstein, and this one here at my elbow is Mr. Albert Schweitzer, a very kind philosopher indeed. Here we all are, Montag, Aristophanes and Mahatma Gandhi and Gautama Buddha and Confucius and Thomas Love Peacock and Thomas Jefferson and Mr. Lincoln and Dave from Atomic Disaster Theater, if you please. We also have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Everyone laughed quietly. It can't be, said Montag. It is, replied Granger, smiling. We're book burners, too. We read the books and burnt them. Or, we read the books and burnt them, afraid they'd be found. Microfilming didn't pay off. We were always traveling. We didn't want to bury the film and come back later. Always the chance of discovery. Better to keep it in the old heads where no one can see it or suspect it. We are all bits and pieces of history and literature and international law. Byron, Tom Paine, Machiavelli, or Christ. It's here. And the hour's late, and the war's begun, and we are out here. And the city is there, all wrapped up in its own coat of 1,000 colors. What do you think, Montag? I think I was blind trying to go at things my way, planting books in firemen's houses and sending in alarms. You did what you had to do. Carried out on a national scale, it might have worked beautifully. But our way is simpler, and we think better. All we want to do is keep the knowledge we think we will need intact and safe. We're not out to incite or anger anyone yet, for if we are destroyed, the knowledge is dead, perhaps for good. We are model citizens in our own special way. We walk the old tracks, we lie in the hills at night, and the city people let us be. We're stopped and searched occasionally, but there's nothing on our person to incriminate us. The organization is flexible, very loose and fragmentary. Some of us have had plastic surgery on our faces and fingerprints. Right now we have a horrible job. We're waiting for the war to begin and, as quickly, end. It's not pleasant, but then we're not in control. We're the odd minority crying in the wilderness. When the war's over, perhaps we can be of some use in the world. Do you really think they'll listen then? If not, we'll just have to wait. We'll pass the books on to our children by word of mouth and let our children wait in turn on the other people. A lot will be lost that way, of course, but you can't make people listen. They have to come round in their own time, wondering what happened and why the world blew up under them. It can't last. How many of you are there? Thousands on the roads. The abandoned rail tracks tonight, bums on the outside, libraries inside. It wasn't planned at first. Each man had a book he wanted to remember and did. Then, over a period of 20 years or so, we met each other traveling and got the loose network together and set out a plan. The most important single thing we had to pound into ourselves is that we were not important. We mustn't be pedants? Pedants? Pedants. Let me check that out. Not too sure. I ain't too proud to beg, and I ain't too proud to admit I don't know what that word means, but hey. Pedant, a person who is excessively concerned with minor details and rules or with displaying academic learning. Oh, like pedantic. Okay, I've just never seen pedant. Pedants. Okay, I didn't even know you could do that. We were not to feel superior to anyone else in the world. We're nothing more than dust jackets for books, of no significance otherwise. Some of us live in small towns. Chapter 1 of Thoreau's Walden in Green River, Chapter 2 in Willow Farm, Maine. Why, there's one town in Maryland, only 27 people. No bomb will ever touch that town. Is the complete essays of a man named Bertrand Russell. Pick up that town almost and flip the pages, so many pages to a person. And when the war's over, some day, some year, the books can be written again. and people will be called in one by one to recite what they know, and we'll set it up in type until another dark age, when we might have to do the whole damn thing over again. But that's the wonderful thing about man. He never gets so discouraged or disgusted that he gives up doing it all over again, because he knows very well it is important and worth the doing. I'm going to read that again because I like that. But that's the wonderful thing about man. He never gets so discouraged or disgusted that he gives up doing it all over again, because he knows very well it is important and worth the doing. "What do we do tonight?" asked Montag. "Wait," said Granger, and moved downstream a little ways just in case. He began throwing dust and dirt in the fire. The other men helped, and Montag helped, and there in the wilderness the men all moved their hands, putting out the fire together. They stood by the river in the starlight. Montag saw the luminous dial of his waterproof watch. 5 o'clock in the morning. Another year ticked by in a single hour, and dawn waiting beyond the far bank of the river. "Why do you trust me?" said Montag. A man moved in the darkness. "The look of you's enough. You haven't seen yourself in a mirror lately. Beyond that, the city has never cared so much about us to bother with an elaborate chase like this to find us. A few crackpots with verses in their heads can't touch them. And they know it, and we know it. Everyone knows it. So long as the vast population doesn't wander about quoting the Magna Carta and the Constitution, it's all right. The firemen were enough to check that, now and then. No, the cities don't bother us, and you look like hell." They moved along the bank of the river, going south. "I got it. Did you hear that? That's the burp. I just burped the burp that I've been holding for the past 30 pages. The xenomorph has been loosed." I'm sorry, that was probably gross if you're... Excuse me. I'm so happy. That burp made me so happy. They moved along the bank of the river, going south. Montag tried to see the men's faces, the old faces he remembered from the firelight, lined and tired. He was looking for a brightness, a resolve, a triumph over tomorrow that hardly seemed to be there. Perhaps he had expected their faces to burn and glitter with the knowledge they carried, to glow as lanterns glow with the light in them. But all the light had come from the campfire, and these men had seemed no different than any others who had run a long race, searched a long search, seen good things destroyed, and now very late were gathering to wait for the end of the party and the blowing out of the lamps. They weren't at all certain that the things they carried in their heads might make every future dawn glow with a purer light. They were sure of nothing save that the books were on file behind their quiet eyes. The books were waiting, with their pages uncut, and the customers who might come by in later years, some with clean and some with dirty fingers. Montag squirmed from one face to another as they walked. "Don't judge a book by its cover," someone said, and they all laughed quietly, moving downstream. There was a shriek, and the jets from the city were gone overhead long before the men looked up. Montag stared back at the city far down the river, only a faint glow now. "My wife's back there." "I'm sorry to hear that." "The cities won't do well in the next few days," said Granger. "It's strange. I don't miss her. It's strange. I don't feel much of anything," said Montag. "Even if she dies, I realized a moment ago, I don't think I'll feel sad. It isn't right. Something must be wrong with me." "Listen," said Granger, taking his arm and walking with him, holding aside the bushes to let him pass. "When I was a boy, my grandfather died, and he was a sculptor. He was also a very kind man who had a lot of love to give the world, and he helped clean up the slum in our town. And he made toys for us, and he did a million things in his lifetime. He was always busy with his hands, and when he died, I suddenly realized I wasn't crying for him at all, but for all the things he could do. I cried because he would never do Them again. He would never carve another piece of wood, or help us raise doves and pigeons in the backyard, or play the violin the way he did, or tell us jokes the way he did. He was part of us, and when he died, all the actions stopped dead, and there was no one to do them just the way he did. He was individual. He was an important man. I've never gotten over his death. Often I think what wonderful carvings never came to birth because he died. How many jokes are missing from the world, and how many homing pigeons untouched by his hands. He shaped the world. He did things to the world. The world was bankrupted of 10 million fine actions the night he passed on. Montag walked in silence. "Millie, Millie," he whispered. "Millie." "What?" My wife. Poor Millie, poor Millie. I can't remember anything. I think of her hands, but I don't see them doing anything at all. They just hang there at her sides. Or they lay there on her lap, or there's a cigarette in them, but that's all." Montag turned and glanced back. "What did you give to the city, Montag?" "Ashes." "What did the others give to each other?" "Nothingness." Granger stood looking back with Montag. "Everyone must leave something behind when he dies," my grandfather said. "A child, or a book, or a painting, or a house, or a wall built, or a pair of shoes made, or a garden planted. Something your hand touched, some way so your soul has somewhere to go when you die. And when people look at that tree or that flower you planted, you're there. It doesn't matter what you do," he said, "so long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it into something that's like you after you take your hands away. The difference between the man who just cuts lawns and a real gardener is in the touching," he said. "The lawn cutter might just as well have not been there at all. The gardener will be there for a lifetime. Will be there a lifetime." Granger moved his hand. "My grandfather showed me some V2 rocket films once, 50 years ago. Have you ever seen the atom bomb mushroom from 200 miles up? It's a pinprick, it's nothing, with the wilderness all around it." My grandfather ran off the V2 rocket film a dozen times and then hoped that someday our cities would open up more and let the green and the land and the wilderness in more, to remind people that we were allotted a little space on earth that we were to remind people that we were allotted a little space on earth and that we survive in that wilderness that can take back what it is given as easily as blowing its breath on us or sending the sea to tell us we are not so big. When we forget how close the wilderness is in the night, my grandpa said, someday it will come in and get us, for we will have forgotten how terrible and real it can be. You see? Granger turned to Montag. "Grandfather's been dead for all these years, but if you lifted my skull, by God, in the convolutions of my brain you'd find the big ridges of his thumbprint. He touched me. As I said earlier, he was a sculptor. 'I hate a Roman named Status Quo,' he said to me. 'Stuff your eyes with wonder,' he said. 'Live as if you'd drop dead in 10 seconds. See the world, it's more fantastic than any dream made or paid for in factories. Ask no guarantees, ask for no security. There never was such an animal. And if there were, it would be related to the great sloth, which hangs upside down in a tree all day, every day, sleeping its life away. To hell with that,' he said. 'Shake the tree and knock the great sloth down on his ass.' 'Look,' cried Montag. And the war began and ended in that instant. Later, the men around Montag could not say if they had really seen anything. Perhaps the merest flourish of light and motion in the sky. Perhaps the bombs were there and the jets 10 miles, 5 miles, 1 mile up, for the merest instant, like grain thrown over the heavens by a great sowing hand, and the bombs drifting with dreadful swiftness yet sudden slowness down upon the morning city they had left behind. The bombardment was to all intents and purposes finished once the jets had sighted their target. Alerted their bombardier at 10,000... I'm just making up words now. All right, let me do this again. I'm not good at this. The bombardment was to all intents, and that's what that throws me. Isn't it for all intents and purposes? I never heard was to all intents. Anyway, the bombardment was to all intents and purposes finished once the jets had sighted their target, alerted their bombardier at 5,000 miles an hour. As quick as the whisper of a scythe, the war was finished. Once the bomb release was yanked, it was over. Now, a full 3 seconds, all of the time in history before the bomb struck, the enemy ships themselves were gone half around the visible world. Like bullets in which a savage islander might not believe because they were invisible. Yet the heart is suddenly shattered, the body falls in separate motions, and the blood is astonished to be freed on the air. The brain squanders its few precious memories and, puzzled, dies. This was not to be believed. It was merely a gesture. Montag saw the flirt of a great metal fist over the far city, and he knew the scream of the jets that would follow. Would say after the deed, disintegrate, leave no stone or another, perish, die. Montag held the bombs in the sky for a single moment, with his mind and his hands reaching helplessly up at them. "Run!" he cried to Faber, to Clarice. "Run!" to Mildred. "Get out! Get out of there!" But Clarice, he remembered, was dead, and Faber was out. There in the deep valleys of the country somewhere, the 5 a.m. bus was on its way from one desolation to another. Though the desolation had not yet arrived, was still in the air, it was certain as man could make it. Before the bus had run another 50 yards on the highway, its destination would be meaningless, and its point of departure changed from metropolis to junkyard. And Mildred. "Get out! Run!" He saw her in her hotel room somewhere now, in the half-second remaining with the bombs a yard, a foot, an inch from her building. He saw her leaning toward the great shimmering walls of color and motion where the family talked and talked and talked to her. Where the family prattled and chatted and said her name and smiled at her and said nothing of the bomb that was an inch, now a half inch, now a quarter inch from the top of the hotel. Leaning into the wall, as if all the hunger of looking would find the secret of her sleepless unease there. Mildred leaning anxiously, nervously, as if to plunge, drop, fall into that swarming immensity of color, to drown in its bright happiness. The first bomb struck. Mildred! Perhaps, who would ever know? Perhaps the great broadcasting stations, with their beams of color and light and talk and chatter, went first into oblivion. Montag, falling flat, going down, saw or felt or imagined he saw or felt the walls go dark in Millie's face, heard her screaming because, in the millionth part of time, she saw her own face reflected there, in a mirror instead of a crystal ball. And it was such a wildly empty face, all by itself in the room, touching nothing, starved and eating of itself, that at last she recognized it as her own, and looked quickly up at the ceiling, as it and the entire structure of the hotel blasted down upon her, carrying her with 1,000,000 pounds of brick, metal, plaster, and wood to meet other people in the hives below, all on their quick way down to the cellar, where the explosion rid itself of them in its own unreasonable way. I remember. Montag clung to the earth. I remember. Chicago. Chicago a long time ago. Millie and I. That's where we met. I remember now. Chicago. A long time ago. The concussion knocked the air across and down the river, turned the men over like dominoes in a line, blew the water in lifting sprays, and blew the dust and made the trees above them mourn with a great wind passing away south. Montag crushed himself down, squeezing himself small, eyes tight. He blinked once, and in that instant saw the city instead of the bombs in the air. They had displaced each other. For another of those impossible instants, the city stood, rebuilt and unrecognizable, taller than it had ever hoped or strived to be, taller than man had built it, erected at last in grouts of shattered concrete and sparkles of torn metal into a mural, hung like a reversed avalanche, a million colors, a million oddities, a door where a window should be, a top for a bottom, a side for a back, and then the city rolled over and fell down dead. The sound of its death came after. I love that. So, well, that's me. That's not in the book. Montag doesn't look and go, wow, I love that. That ruled. Just that description. Into a mural hung like a reversed avalanche. A reversed avalanche. God, that's so awesome. Montag lying there, eyes gritted shut with dust. A fine wet cement of dust in his now shut mouth, gasping and crying, now thought again. I remember something else. What is it? Yes, part of Ecclesiastes. Part of Ecclesiastes and Revelation, part of that book, part of it. Quick now, quick, before it gets away, before the shock wears off, before the wind dies. Book of Ecclesiastes. Here. He said it over to himself silently. Lying flat to the trembling earth, he said the words of it many times, and they were perfect without trying, and there was no Denham's dentifrice. Got it again. Anywhere. It was just the preacher by himself, standing there in his mind, looking at him. There, said a voice. The men lay gasping like fish laid out on the grass. They held to the earth as children hold to familiar things, no matter how cold or dead, no matter what has happened or will happen. Their fingers were clawed into the dirt, and they were all shouting to keep their eardrums from bursting, to keep their sanity from bursting, mouths open, Montag shouting with them, a protest against the wind that ripped their faces and tore at their lips, making their noses bleed. Montag watched the great dust settle and the great silence move down upon their world, and lying there it seemed that he saw every single grain of dust and every blade of grass, and that he heard every cry and shout and whisper going up in the world now. Silence fell down in the sitting dust, and all the leisure they might need to look around, to gather the reality of this day into their senses. Montag looked at the river. We'll go on the river. He looked at the old railroad tracks. Or we'll go that way. Or we'll walk on the highways now, and we'll have time to put things into ourselves. And someday, after it sets in us a long time, it'll come out our hands and our mouths. And a lot of it will be wrong, but just enough of it will be right. We'll just start walking today and see the world and the way the world walks around us. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just completing sentences on my own. We'll just start walking today and see the world and the way the world walks around and talks the way it really looks. I want to see everything now. And while none of it will be me when it goes in, after a while it'll all gather together inside and it'll be me. Look at the world out there, my God. My God, look at it out there, outside me, out there beyond my face, and the only way to really touch it is to put it where it's finally me, and where it's in the blood, where it pumps around 1,000 times 10,000 a day. I get hold of it so it'll never run off. I'll hold on to the world tight someday. I've got one finger on it now. That's a beginning. The wind died. The other men lay a while, on the dawn edge of sleep, not yet ready to rise up and begin the day's obligations. Its fires and foods, its thousand details of putting foot after foot and hand after hand, they lay blinking their dusty eyelids. You could hear them breathing fast and slower than slow. Montag sat up. He did not move any farther, however. The other men did likewise. The sun was touching the black horizon with a faint red tip. The air was cold and smelled of a coming rain. Silently, Granger arose, felt of his arms and legs, swearing incessantly under his breath, tears dripping from his face. He shuffled down to the river to look upstream. "It's flat," he said a long time later. "City looks like a heap of baking powder. It's gone." And a long time after that. I wonder how many knew it was coming. I wonder how many were surprised. And across the world, thought Montag, how many other cities dead? And here in our country, how many? 100? 1,000? Someone struck a match and touched it to a piece of dry paper taken from his pocket, and shoved this under a bit of grass and leaves, and after a while added tiny twigs, which were wet and sputtered but finally caught, and the fire grew larger in the early morning as the sun came up, and the men slowly turned from looking upriver and were drawn to the fire awkwardly, with nothing to say, and the sun colored the back of their necks as they bent down. I don't know why. I thought I read that wrong the first time. Granger unfolded an oilskin with some bacon on it. "We'll have a bite, then we'll turn around and walk upstream. They'll be needing us up that way." Someone produced a small frying pan, and the bacon went into it, and the frying pan was set on the fire. After a moment, the bacon began to flutter and dance in the pan, and the sputter of it filled the morning air with its aroma. The men watched this ritual silently. Granger looked into the fire. Phoenix. What? There was a silly damn bird called the phoenix back before Christ. Every few 100 years he built a pyre and burnt himself up. He must have been first cousin to man, but every time he burnt himself up, he sprang out of the ashes. He got himself born all over again. And it looks like we're doing the same thing over and over. We've got one damn thing the phoenix never had. We know the damn silly thing we just did. We know all the damn silly things we've done for thousands of years, and as long as we know that and always have it around where we can see it, someday we'll stop making the goddamn funeral pyres and jumping in the middle of them. We pick up a few more people that remember every generation. He took the pan off the fire and let the bacon cool, and they ate it, slowly, thoughtfully. Now let's get on upstream, said Granger. And hold on to one thought. You're not important. You're not anything. Is this guy my dad? Someday the load we're carrying with us may help someone. But even when we had the books on hand a long time ago, we didn't use what we got out of them. We went right on insulting the dead. We went right on spitting in the graves of all the poor ones who died before us. We're going to meet a lot of lonely people in the next week, and the next month, and the next year. And when they ask us what we're doing, you can say, we're remembering. That's where we'll win out in the long run. And someday, we'll remember so much that we'll build the biggest goddamn steam shovel in history and dig the biggest grave of all time and shove war in and cover it up. Come on now. We're going to go build a mirror factory first and put out nothing but mirrors for the next year and take a long look in them. They finished eating and put out the fire. The day was brightening all about them as if a pink lamp had been given more wick. In the trees, the birds that had flown away quickly now came back and settled down. Montag began walking, and after a moment found that the others had fallen in behind him, going north. He was surprised and moved aside to let Granger pass, but Granger looked at him and nodded him on. Montag went ahead. He looked at the river and the sky and the rushing track going back to where the farms lay, where the barns stood full of hay, where a lot of people had walked by in the night on their way from the city. Later, in a month or 6 months, and certainly not more than a year, he would walk along here again, alone, and keep right on going until he caught up with the people. But now there was a long morning's walk until noon, and if the men were silent, it was because there was everything to think about and much to remember. Perhaps later in the morning, when the sun was up and had warmed them, they would begin to talk, or just say the things they remembered, to be sure they were there, to be absolutely certain that things were safe in them. Montag felt the slow stir of words, the slow simmer, and when it came his turn, what could he say? What could he offer on a day like this to make the trip a little easier? To everything there is a season, yes. A time to break down and a time to build up, yes. A time to keep silence and a time to speak, yes, all that. But what else? What else? Something. And on either side of the river was there a tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. Yes, thought Montag, that's the one I'll save for noon. For noon, when we reach the city. Thus concludes Fahrenheit 451. That's a wrap count. I did it. I managed to prove that I can read at a 7th grade level over a handful of days. Who's the failure now, Mom? So, Count, tell me, let's discuss, let's talk. Let's the two of us sit down, like the true intellectuals of the field that we are, and discuss what we've read. First, I'd like to commend you. I'm very proud of you. You're still awake. You haven't nodded off this entire time. That kind of makes me a little sad, because when we do shows, you're constantly in a state of, let's say, hypnosis.
Well, no offense, Dave, but the book's kind of a little bit better than your shows.
I'm a little sad at that, but I can't argue. I cannot argue. Your thoughts, Count, please.
Well, I liked it, Dave. I did. It was a good book. I like cities being destroyed, to be honest with you. I would have liked some more bloodshed, of course, but I guess atomic vaporation is a good middle ground, It's a compromise.
Yeah, as a mutant myself, seeing that description of the atomized city, it brought a little tear to my eye, thinking of the wasteland here. That's all well and good. In all seriousness, though, this book means a lot to me, and it's my favorite, and I love it. There's an honest sentimentality to it, and it's preachy, yes, but it's honest preachy. There's no airs about it, I guess. It's a love letter to the written word. And it's a love letter to people and humans and the stupid human cycles that we do. And it's judgmental without being judgmental. It's an honest evaluation, I think. And it's got this really, really pretty gloss of like happy science fiction to it. It's this perfect blend of accessible, but with depth enough, but not too much depth. It's just that perfect middle ground all the way through. And I love that so much. And touching, truly touching at times. I did the part, I don't know if I'll have to listen back, but when the guy's describing his his grandfather, the sculptor. I mean, that just it's getting a little misty eyed there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you there. I'm not ashamed of that. But yeah, that's part 3. So here's what's gonna happen. Let me explain this real quick. My plans here. So I've been releasing this part by part. So I'd record the first part and then I'd put it up on online, and then the second part, put that part online, and this third part I'm gonna put online. Once Count Dracula and sorry, there's another burp there. I should probably edit that out because I just did this like serious emotional talk and then burped. But for the sake of levity, we'll leave it in. And laziness. Levity, laziness, just general grossness, that sort of thing. There's more. I mean, the story's done. That's it. That's the book. But there are 2 little not essays, or I don't even know what it's called. There's like 2 little extra things that Ray Bradbury wrote that are in the back of the book. And there's an afterword, which is a couple of pages. You know, none of this is very long. What is everything? Not even 10 pages. All right, 179 to 160. Yeah, it's about 12 pages worth of shit extra. And we'll read those too. And then once everything's done, so after like we'll do part 4. Part 4 is like the bonus features, you know, you don't have to listen to it, but it's like extra shit if you want to. So once I record part 4, I'm going to stitch it all together. Like I'm going to just put it all in one big giant file that nobody's ever going to listen to or look at. And then I'll put like a complete, the Snyder cut of Fahrenheit 451. I'll put that up somewhere, and then probably touch myself like a lot. But how about, hey Count, how about this? I don't know. I don't want to say this and then be locked into it, but I wanted to give the book the respect due. I know I joked around and shit. But I thought for one part I'd drink. But I didn't want to do that for the story, because the story is very important. And despite my fuck ups and despite my sidetracks, I wanted to do as good a job as I could in reading. But for the like afterward bonus stuff, I'm thinking, why don't we have fun? We'll get a couple of beers up in this piece and just relax and chill out and drink and read and finish up. It's a celebration. It's like an after party is what it is. And we'll go through the extra stuff, the afterword and the coda and all that stuff. What do you think, Count?
Can I wear my construction helmet with 2 cans of blood on it?
You better. Let's just say I'm not letting you in unless you have your special blood-drinking celebratory construction worker hat with the 2 little things on the side to hold cans of precious, filthy hooker blood.
Oh, goody, goody, goody.
All right, calm down, calm down. If you've listened this far, I want you to do me a favor. I'm being serious now. Please don't take my word for this. Don't listen to this and then say, oh, I've read Fahrenheit 451. No, please go get the book. Go get here, how about this? My email, you can reach me at our offices here at Atomic Disaster Theater at irradiated1@aol.com or on Twitter, so I don't, whatever. Irradiated1, O-N-E, not irradiated1, the number. That would just be silly. At AOL.com, because I'm old. I'm like Faber. I'm old school. You know how we roll here. So, email me. Email me an address. I'll send you a copy of the book. I will buy it for you and send it to you. Just like read it the way it was supposed to be read. Because yes, I know. I've added so much to this book. I've just tripled its value, really. But you should take it from the source and experience it for yourself, because it's good shit. And it's not too long, right? We did this in relative... Trust me, I am a dum-dum. And if I can read this book, you can read it too. So, I've even Googled the hard words for you, so you don't have an excuse. Absolutely no excuse. No excuse, no apologies, no social life. This is how we operate here at Atomic Disaster Theater. Well, Count, that's it. We've done it. I'd like to thank you for being here, for being my rock, my emotional support, my eye candy. I mean, let's be honest.
Certainly. You're welcome, Dave. And I mean, don't feel pressured or anything to give me a little bonus for doing all this extra overtime.
I won't. I won't feel any pressure at all, I assure you.
Shit.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Have a good one. Okay. Here we are. Welcome to the final portion. The after game party, if you will. The tailgate? What's a tailgate party? No, that's before the game, isn't it? Do you do a tailgate party before or at? Can a straight guy tell me what? I don't know sports. Fahrenheit 451. We've read it. We sat here together. My lovely co-host and I, Count Dracula. Count, welcome.
Good evening. Dave, we've done it. We've read a book that a small child could read.
I know. I'm a little shocked myself. I'm a little proud. By the way, total side note, I'm sorry. This is going to be a bit out there today. We're not focused. I just feel like I should tell you, gentle listener, total behind the scenes action here. I don't know what it is, but ever since I woke up, I've had Tone Loc's Wild Thing in my head. Hard. Like it is bumping hard in there. I'm not saying I'm mad about that particularly, but so it just out of nowhere. It just started. Anyway, so some things we're gonna do. We have some things to finish. Count in the back of the book. There's a little afterword. There's like a little 10-page bonus material. I guess that's what this is. This is the part 4 of our project here. The special features where we just kind of mop up. Right? We've read the story. The story's good. You're not gonna find any new insights or anything in this little part. We're gonna read the afterword and the Coda or whatever, and we're going to drink while we do that. So let me be the first to kick things off. Count Dracula, you're looking very festive with your construction worker hat with 2 beer cans filled with filthy hooker blood. Looks good.
Thank you, Dave. I wanted to order a fire hat, but they were out of stock. I had to go with this one.
Well, that's all right. Cheers, Count. Cheers, my friend. Let's get the alcohol started. As we celebrate, we celebrate literacy, literally here. Because if there's one thing that I think Ray Bradbury would want, it's for us to get smashed and read his afterword here. So let's get to that. Also, after this, I have a little present for you. I didn't want to say anything, but just a little extra. If you've been a good boy or girl and you've listened to this in its entirety, where the Count and I got a little review after this. So if you want to hang around for that, you can. All right, here goes. Afterword. I didn't know it, but I was literally writing a dime novel. In the spring of 1950, it cost me $9.80 in dimes to write and finish the first draft of The Fireman, which later became Fahrenheit 451. In all the years from 1941 to that time, I had done most of my typing in the family garages, either in Venice, California, where we lived because we were poor, not because it was the in place to be, or behind the tract house where my wife, Marguerite, and I raised our family. Marguerite's the wife from Resident Evil 7, isn't she? With the beehive snatch? Probably. I was driven out of my garage by my loving children who insisted on coming around to the rear window and singing and tapping on the panes. What a bunch of annoying fuckers. Father, that was me, that wasn't him. Father had to choose between finishing a story or playing with the girls. I chose to play, of course, which endangered the family income. An office had to be found. We couldn't afford one. Finally, I located just the place, the typing room in the basement of the library at the University of California at Los Angeles. There, in neat rows, were a score or more of old Remington or Underwood typewriters, which rented out at a dime a half hour. Anybody out there remember typewriters? I remember typewriters. I remember typewriter. I remember I loved the smell of typewriter ink. It smells so good. And then when Resident Evil 1 came out and you actually used typewriter ribbons to save your progress, I remember every time I would do it, I would think, oh, this typewriter ink ribbon smells so good. It does. And then I remember I had a typewriter, like an actual typewriter when I was young, and then I graduated to a word processor, which was like a weird hybrid computer typewriter mixed. It's like the VCR DVD combo of typing. So it was like, if I'm remembering this correctly, it was a typewriter thing, but it had a little screen, and what you could do is you could type out your sentence beforehand on the little screen and see it and check it, make sure there's no errors or anything. And then you like press the type button and then the typewriter types the rest of it. At the time I was like, well, I'm obviously living in Star Trek. It's never going to get any better than this. I was right. Anyway, you thrust your dime in, the clock ticked madly, and you typed wildly to finish before the half hour ran out. Thus I was twice driven, by children to leave home and by a typewriter timing device to be a maniac at the keys. Time was indeed money. I finished the first draft in roughly 9 days. At 25,000 words, it was half the novel it eventually would become. Between investing dimes and going insane when the typewriter jammed, for there went your precious time, and whipping pages in and out of the device, I wandered upstairs. There I strolled, lost in love, down the corridors and through the stacks, touching books, pulling volumes out, turning pages, thrusting volumes back, drowning in all the good stuffs that are the essence of libraries. What a place, don't you agree, to write a future novel about burning books in the future? I implanted the word future there. What a place, don't you agree, to write a novel about burning books in the future? So much for pasts. What about Fahrenheit 451 in this day and age? Have I changed my mind about much that it said to me? when I was a younger writer? Only if by change you mean has my love of libraries widened and deepened, to which the answer is a yes that ricochets off the stacks and dusts talcum off the librarian's cheek. Talcum powder? What is that? What does that do? I don't know. Who knows? I don't want to look up talcum powder because I feel like I should know this. Is that just, we'll say he's talking about cocaine is what he's talking about. He's talking librarian talcum, otherwise known as angel dust, okay? Since writing this book, I have spun more stories, novels, essays, and poems about writers than any other writer in history that I can think of. I have written poems about Melville and Emily Dickinson and Charles Dickens, Hawthorne, Poe, Edgar Rice Burroughs, and along the way I compared Jules Verne to his mad captain to Melville and his equally obsessed mariner. I have scribbled poems about librarians, taken night trains with my... Now I have night train in my head. Never to return. Taking night trains with my favorite authors. Across the continental wilderness. Staying up all night gabbing and drinking and chatting. Drinking. All right. My kind of guy. I warned Melville in one poem to stay away from land, it was never his stuff, and turned Bernard Shaw into a robot, so as to conveniently stow him aboard a rocket and wake him on the long journey to Alpha Centauri to hear his prefaces piped off his tongue and into my delighted ear. Why didn't I drink? I should have drank while I read the normal book, because then whenever I screw up, I could just be like, "Oh, I'm drunk. I'm not dumb. I'm actually very smart. I'm just completely smashed right now." So I should have done that. But no, I did. I know why I did. I did it out of respect. Because I'd rather be sober and dumb and at least try. Now that, we're just reading the after parts, I don't mind being I don't mind having, let's just say, problems. I've written a time machine story in which I hum back to sit at the deathbeds of Wilde, Melville, and Poe to tell of my love and warm their bones in their last hours. But enough. Jesus, that's morbid, isn't it? Like I fantasize about finding people I respect and love and comforting them as they die. Is that... I get, well, maybe that is better. You don't want them at the height of their fame and whatever, because they'll just regard you like a fan, kind of. Like, let's say you really like, I don't know, Kenny Loggins. You want to get him when he's dying. Is he still alive? Is Kenny Loggins still alive? I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. I'm not about that life anymore. I'm out of the Loggins game. But you want him when he's like dying because he can't go anywhere. He can't big shot you, But if you got him during his heyday and you were like, "Oh my God, it's Kenny Loggins," he'd be, "I love your stuff, Kenny. You changed my life." He'd be like, he'd be all coked out somewhere or something. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not really too sure who Kenny Loggins is. Did he do Danger Zone? I don't know. Don't blame me if this is not entertaining. Blame it on the alcohol. But enough. As you can see, I am maddened when it comes to books, writers, and the great granary silos where their wits are stored. Recently, with the Studio Theater Playhouse in Los Angeles at hand, I called all my characters from F451 out of the shadows. "What's new?" I said to Montag, Clarice, Faber, Beatty, since last we met in 1953. I asked. They answered. They wrote new scenes, revealed odd parts of their as-yet undiscovered souls and dreams. The result was a 2-act drama staged with good results and, in the main, fine reviews. Beatty came farthest out of the wings and answered to my question. "How did it start? Why did you make the decision to become fire chief, a burner of books?" Beatty's surprising answer came in a scene where he takes our hero, Guy Montag, home to his apartment. Entering, Montag is stunned to discover the thousands upon thousands of books lining the walls of... Oh, fuck. Sorry. Right here, let me turn off my computer speakers. I apologize. Thousands upon thousands of books lining the walls of the fire chief's hidden library. Montag turns and cries out to his superior. But you're the chief burner. You can't have books on your premises. To which the chief, with a dry, light smile, replies, "It's not owning books that's a crime, Montag. It's reading them." "Yes, that's right. I own books, but don't read them." Montag, in shock, awaits Beatty's explanation. "Don't you see the beauty, Montag? I never read them. Not one book, not one chapter, not one page, not one paragraph. I do play with ironies, don't I? To have thousands of books and never crack one, to turn your back on the lot and say no? It's like having a house full of beautiful women and smiling, not touching one. So you see, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a criminal at all. If you ever catch me reading one, yes, then turn me in. But this place is as pure as a 12-year-old virgin girl's cream-white summer night bedroom. Ill, man. I mean, look, Mr. Bradbury, with all due respect, here at Atomic Disaster Theater, we like the young girls, but we don't like the young girls, if you know what I'm saying. But, you know, it was the 50s, man. We were playing fast and loose. Didn't people die when they were like 32 back then? Okay, moving on. These books die on the shelves. Why? Because I say so. I do not give them sustenance, no hope with hand or eye or tongue. They are no better than dust. I actually think that's kind of lame. Because I know this is just it's for a play or whatever the fuck, so it's not like canon, I guess. I don't know this particular scene. But it's like, Beatty, you quoted books like a motherfucker throughout the whole, obviously you've read, I've never cracked one open. So what, you guessed all those quotes and metaphors you were... Yeah, I'm a real lucky guy. Okay. Montag protests. I don't see how you can't be. Tempted? Cries the fire chief. Oh, that was long ago. The apple is eaten and gone. The snake has returned to its tree. The garden has grown to weed and rust. Once, Montag hesitates, then continues. Once you must have loved books very much. Touché, the fire chief responds. Below the belt, on the chin. Through the heart, ripping the gut. Oh, look at me, Montag, the man who loved books. No, the boy who was wild for them, insane for them, who climbed the stacks like a chimpanzee gone mad for them. I ate them like salad, books for my sandwich, for lunch, my tiffin and dinner and midnight munch. The fuck? My tiffin? Okay, all right. This scene, normally, you know, we're chill here, we're relaxed in the after game party, but tiffin, I gotta look up what's tiffin. Tiffin is an Indian English word for a type of meal. The fuck? Alright, man. Whatever. Fucking non-Americans, man. Brunch just isn't good enough. Just not good enough for you guys, huh? Tiffin and dinner, midnight munch. I tore out the pages, ate them with salt, doused them with relish, gnawed on the bindings. Turned the chapters with my tongue, books by the dozen, the score and the billion. I carried so many home I was hunchbacked for years. Philosophy, art history, politics, social science, the poem, the essay, the grandois play, you name 'em, I ate 'em, and then the fire chief's voice fades. Montag prompts. And then... Why, life happened to me, the fire chief shuts his eyes to remember. Life, the usual, the same. The love that wasn't quite right. The dream that went sour. The sex that fell apart. How does sex fall apart? The sex that fell apart? I mean, I could see the sex being bad. Like, I know that very well. But the sex falling apart? Dave, how'd that sex you had go? It fell apart. What? I chopped her head off. I guess that's what he means. The sex that fell apart, the deaths that came swiftly to friends not deserving, the murder of someone or another, the insanity of someone else, the slow death of a mother, the abrupt suicide of a father, the stampede of elephants, an onslaught of disease, and nowhere the right book for the right time to stuff in the crumbling wall of the breaking dam to hold back the deluge, give or take a metaphor, lose or find a simile. And by the far edge of 30... and the near rim of 31, I picked myself up, every broken bone, every centimeter of flesh abraded, bruised, or scarred. I looked in the mirror, and I found an old man lost behind the frightened face of a young man. Saw a hatred there for everything and anything. You name it, I damn it. And opened the pages of my fine library books, and found what? What? Montag guesses. The pages were empty? Bullseye, blank. Oh, the words were there, all right. But they ran over my eyes like hot oil, signifying nothing, offering no help, no solace, no peace, no harbor, no true love, no bed, no light. Montag thinks back. 30 years ago, the final library burnings. On target, Beatty nods, and having no job and being a failed romantic or whatever in hell, I put in for fireman first class. First up the steps, first into the library, first in the burning furnace heart of this ever-blazing countryman. Douse me with kerosene, hand me my torch. Give me some beer. That last part was me. End of lecture. There you go, Montag. Out the door. Montag leaves with more curiosity than ever about books. Well on his way to becoming an outcast, soon to be pursued and almost destroyed by the mechanical hound, my robot clone of A. Conan Doyle's great Baskerville Beast. In my play, Old Man Faber, the teacher not quite in residence, speaking to Montag through the long night via the seashell tamp-in ear radio, is victimized by the fire chief. How? Beatty suspects Montag is being instructed by such a secret device, knocks it out of his ear, and shouts at the far-removed teacher. We're coming to get you. We're at the door. We're up the stairs. Gotcha. Which so terrifies Faber his heart destroys him. All good stuff. Tempting this late in time. I've had to fight not to stuff it in this new printing of the novel. Please, I'm glad he didn't do that. Very glad he didn't do that. Finally, many readers have written protesting Clarice's disappearance, wondering what happened to her. Francois Truffaut, Truffaut, your guess is as good as mine. Francois Truffaut felt the same curiosity, and in his film version of my novel rescued Clarice from oblivion and located her with the book people wandering in the forest, reciting their litany of books to themselves. I felt the same need to save her, for after all, she, verging on silly starstruck chatter, was in many ways responsible for Montag's becoming to wonder about books and what was in them. In my play, therefore, Clarice emerges to welcome Montag and give a somewhat happier ending to what is, in essence, pretty grim stuff. Again, I respectfully disagree. But we're almost done, so I'll get into that once we finish this first part here. The novel, however, remains true to its former self. I don't believe in tampering with any young writer's material, especially when that young writer was once myself. Montag, Beatty, Mildred, Faber, Clarice all stand, move, enter, and exit as they did 32 years ago when I first wrote them down, at a dime a half hour, in the basement of the UCLA library. I have changed not one thought or word. At Last Discovery, I write all of my novels and stories, as you have seen, in a great surge of delightful passion. Only recently, glancing at the novel, I realized that Montag is named after a paper manufacturing company, and Faber, of course, is a maker of pencils. What a sly thing my subconscious was to name them thus and not tell me! Exclamation mark. So it was, so here, let me redo that with some gusto here. What a sly thing my subconscious was to name them thus and not tell me! And not tell me! Ah! All right, so that's the afterword. We're gonna get to the coda in a second. Let me just wax retarded here for a second. I am so glad. I remember the first time I read this book, and I thought the same thing. I thought, oh man, Clarice just dies so suddenly, and she's just gone so shockingly and suddenly. That seems anticlimactic. I don't know. That's not happy. Right. It's, yeah, that's good. That's the way it goes. The whole book is a series. Well, not the whole book, but the whole like first part of the book is a gentle series of pushes to the main character to kind of set him over the edge to do all this drastic stuff later on in the book. If Clarice doesn't die, if she just doesn't, and that scene where they're in bed, Mildred and Montag, and she's just offhandedly saying, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, the girl died, I think. And then he's like, what are you talking about? We can't be talking about the same person. He's like, no. And she's like, no, I am. Clarice, the girl next door, the fucking pog next door, she's dead. There was like this, oh yeah, side note, you know, like this kind of flippancy to it. And you're reading it and you're like, what? That came out of nowhere? Yeah. Yeah, you know, like when people die, like when people go and there's no like final scene, there's no tear-wrought goodbye, there's no like final hug, it's not a movie, it's just like somebody's there and then they're gone, right? It's like a weird, like you're walking downstairs and then you miss one, or and you know what I mean? That kind of like falling feeling for a second. That's the way, that's perfect, right? Because you have this series of events that all happen so close to each other, and that's what kind of drive Montag nuts and make him do this. And make him burp real loud like that, excuse me. And I like that, right? He meets Clarice. That episode with his wife, you know, where he comes home and she's, you know, OD'd on fucking sleeping pills, and the lady on the call that burned herself up for her books, and then he finds out Clarice died. Like, all of those things happen back to back to back to back, and they're all little gentle nudges that finally push him to do desperate shit and to start questioning things. See? And that's my main thing that I never like with stories of this kind, where there's a character who's kind of ingrained in this society or this mindset, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just suddenly turns on a dime and says, oh wait, I wonder, let me actually think about this and let me look at the other side of this. It always seems so quick, like there's just this big dramatic event that happens that spins them the other way, and I never liked that. I much prefer a series of little things, each one that kind of moves him a little bit further towards what he ends up being. And I think that this book does that as perfect as I've ever seen or read in any movie or whatever the fuck. It just always seems like when telling stories of this kind, there's that big transformative moment. And I don't think it works like that. I thought, or maybe it does, but for me personally, I think it's more effective to do it in little increments. And I just loved the perfect storm of things that happened. And if Clarice came back, it would undo the impact of that. Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense. And I did see the old original movie from like the 60s. And I don't remember much from it, but I do recall Clarice like lived at the end. And it works better without it, because her character and who she is this chaotic, soulful explosion, and they don't stick around very long. It's like a tornado, right? It comes and it wrecks shit all over the place, and it makes a big old mess of your thoughts and whatever the fuck, and then it goes away, and then it's gone. It doesn't hang around. So I think that her showing up in the book for as little as she does and then dying relatively early in it, in the first part, works perfectly. Don't touch, just leave it the way it is. So those are my thoughts on that. Yeah, so okay, let's get to the second part. Actually, you know what, here, let me finish this. Sorry. I did that thing where you think there's more in a glass or bottle than there is. So you just choke. Sorry about that. Cheers, Count.
Cheers, Steve.
You getting a little tipsy over there already? What, did you spike that hooker blood with some vodka or something? Moving on. Coda. Coda. About 2 years ago, a letter arrived from a solemn young Vassar. Didn't I already look that up? Vassar. What is this? I don't. Oh, it's a college in Poughkeepsie, New York, founded in 1861. Notable alumni: Lisa Kudrow, Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, Meryl Streep, Mark Ronson, Mike D of the Beastie Boys. Side note, I've always thought Meryl Streep was hot. And I'm not talking about like young Meryl Streep. I mean like Devil Wears Prada Meryl Streep. Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain it. We should probably get. Oh, it's the alcohol. It's the booze. It's not me. I don't really mean it. About 2 years ago, a letter arrived from Meryl Streep. She said, "Do you have Dave's number?" About 2 years ago, a letter arrived from a solemn young Vassar lady telling me how much she enjoyed reading my experiment in space mythology, The Martian Chronicles. What's it about? Don't know. Haven't read it. But, she added, wouldn't it be a good idea this late in time to rewrite the book, inserting more women's characters and roles? Oh, I want to punch this broad in her face already. A few years ago... Oh, sorry. There I go, making up sentences again. A few years before that, I got a certain amount of mail concerning the same Martian book, complaining about the blacks in the book. Oh, complaining that the blacks in the book. Ooh, Ray, tone it down a little bit there. A few years before that, I got a certain amount of mail concerning the same Martian book, complaining that the blacks in the book were Uncle Tom's, and why didn't I, quote, do them over? Along about then came a note from a southern white suggesting that I was prejudiced in favor of the blacks and the entire story should be dropped. 2 weeks ago, my mountain of mail delivered forth a pipsqueak mouse of a letter. Pipsqueak mouse of a letter? Like... 2 weeks ago, my mountain of mail delivered forth a pipsqueak mouse of a letter from a well-known publishing house that wanted to reprint my story, The Foghorn, in a high school reader. Pipsqueak mouse? Like you're dissing a letter? This fucking pipsqueak mouse of a letter. Like what's a non-pipsqueak letter? I don't know. Sorry. In my story, I had described a lighthouse as having, late at night, an illumination coming from it that was a god light. Looking up at it from the viewpoint of any sea creature, one would have felt that one was in the presence. The editors had deleted god light and in the presence. Some 5 years back, the editors of yet another anthology for school readers put together a volume with some 400, count them, 400, oh, I'm sorry, they didn't do that twice. With some 400, count 'em, short stories in it. How do you cram 400 short stories by Twain, Irving, Poe, Maupassant, Maupassant, Maupassant? Sorry, I'm just doing my best. And Bierce into one book. Simplicity itself. Skin, debone, demarrow, scarify, melt, render down and destroy. Every adjective that counted, every verb that moved, every metaphor that weighed more than a mosquito out. Every simile that would have made a submoron's mouth twitch, he's talking about me there, gone. Any aside that explained the two-bit philosophy of a first-rate writer, lost. Every story slenderized, starved, blue-penciled, leached, and bled white. Resembled every other story. Twain read like Poe, read like Shakespeare, read like Dostoevsky. Read like in the finale, Edgar Guest. Every word of more than 3 syllables had been razored, every image that demanded so much as one instant's attention shot dead. Do you begin to get the damned and incredible picture? How did I react to all of the above? By firing the whole lot. By sending rejection slips to each and every one. By ticketing the assembly of idiots to the far reaches of hell. The point is obvious. There's more than one way to burn a book, and the world is full of people running about with lit matches. Every minority, be it Baptist, Unitarian, Irish, Italian, octogenarian, Zen Buddhist, Zionist, Seventh-day Adventist, women's lib, Republican, Mattachine? I don't know what an Mattachine is. Mattachine? Foursquare Gospel feels it has the will, the right, the duty to douse the kerosene, light the fuse. Every dimwit editor who sees himself as the source of all dreary blank mange, plain porridge, unleavened literature, licks his guillotine and eyes the neck of any author who dares to speak above a whisper, to write above a nursery rhyme. Fire Captain Beatty, in my novel Fahrenheit 451, described how the books were burned first by minorities, each ripping a page or a paragraph from this book, then that, until the day came when the books were empty and the minds shut and the libraries closed forever. Shut the door, they're coming through the window. Shut the window, they're coming through the door, are the words to an old song. They fit my lifestyle with newly arriving butcher/censors every month. Only 6 weeks ago I discovered that, over the years, some cubbyhole editors at Ballantine Books, fearful of contaminating the young, had bit by bit censored some 75 separate sections from the novel. Students reading a novel which, after all, deals with censorship and book burning in the future, wrote to tell me of this exquisite irony. Judy Lynn Del Rey, one of the new Ballantine editors, is having the entire book reset and republished this summer with all the dams and hells back in place. A final test for old Job 2 here. I sent a play, Leviathan 99, off to a university theater a month ago. My play is based on the Moby Dick mythology, dedicated to Melville, and concerns a rocket crew and a blind space captain who venture forth to encounter a great white comet and destroy the destroyer. My drama premieres as an opera in Paris this autumn. But for now, the university wrote back that they hardly dared do my play. It had no women in it, and the ERA ladies on campus would descend with ball bats if the drama department even tried. Grinding my bicuspids into powder, I suggested that would mean, from now on, no more productions of Boys in the Band, no women, or The Women, no men, or Counting Heads, male and female, a good lot of Shakespeare that would never be seen again, especially if you count lines and find that all the good stuff went to the males. I wrote back maybe they should do my play one week and The Women the next. They probably thought I was joking, and I'm not sure that I wasn't. For it is a mad world, and it will get madder if we allow the minorities, be they dwarf or giant, orangutan or dolphin, nuclear head or water conservationalist, pro-computerologist or neo-Luddite, simpleton or sage, to interfere with aesthetics. The real world is the playing ground for each and every group to make or unmake laws. Let me read that again. The real world is the playing ground for each and every group to make or unmake laws. One more time for the people. The real world is the playing ground for each and every group to make or unmake laws. But the tip of the nose of my book, or stories or poems, is where their rights end and my territorial imperatives begin, run and rule. Begin, run, and rule. If Mormons do not like my plays, let them write their own. If the Irish hate my Dublin stories, let them rent typewriters. If teachers and grammar school editors find my jawbreaker sentences shatter their mush-milk teeth... That felt like a much more impressive burp as it was building, and then it just kind of puttered out there. If my teachers and grammar school editors find my jawbreaker sentences shatter their mush-milk teeth, let them eat stale cake dunked in weak tea of their own ungodly manufacture. If the Chicano intellectuals wish to recut my wonderful ice cream suit so it shapes zoot, may the belt unravel and the pants fall. For let's face it, digression is the soul of wit. Take philosophic asides away from Dante, Milton, or Hamlet's father's ghost, and what stays is dry bones. Lawrence Stern said it once, digressions, incontestably, are the sunshine, the life, the soul of reading. Take them out, and one cold eternal winter would reign in every page. Restore them to the writer. He steps forth like a bridegroom, bids them all hail, brings in variety, and forbids the appetite to fail. In sum, do not insult me with the beheadings, finger choppings, or the lung deflations you plan for my works. I need my head to shake or nod, my hand to wave or make into a fist, my lungs to shout or whisper with. I will not go gently onto the shelf, degutted to become a non-book. All you umpires back to the bleachers. Referees hit the showers. It's my game. I pitch, I hit, I catch. What a coincidence. Count Dracula catches too. I run the bases. At sunset, I've won or lost. At sunrise, I'm out again, giving it the old try. And no one can help me, not even you. About the author. Ray Bradbury has purchased some 500 short stories, novels, plays, and poems since his first story appeared in Weird Tales when he was 20 years old. For several years, he wrote for Alfred Hitchcock Presents and The Twilight Zone, and in 1953 did the screenplay for John Huston's Moby Dick. He has produced 2 of his own plays, written 2 musicals, 2 space-age cantatas. Cantatas. What's a cantata? I don't know what that is. Make yourself a dang quesadilla. Cantata. What's a cantata? An attempt to seduce someone by flattery? I don't think that burned my nose. I'm sorry. I'm just going to give up on finding out what a cantata is. Let's move on. Cantatas with Lalo Schifrin and Jerry Goldsmith, and collaborated on an animated film, Icarus Montgolfier Wright, which was nominated for an Academy Award in 1962. Mr. Bradbury was idea consultant for the United States Pavilion at the New York World's Fair in 1963, has helped design a ride for Disney World, and is doing consultant work on city engineering and rapid transit. When one of the Apollo astronaut teams landed on the moon, they named Dandelion Crater there to honor Bradbury's novel Dandelion Wine. His novel Something Wicked This Way Comes was made into a major release feature film, and his own cable television show called The Ray Bradbury Theater received 19 Cable Award nominations and won 7. And there we go. That does it. We've taken this book from stem to stern. We've taken a classic Count Dracula and myself, and we've butchered it. But I'll tell you what. We didn't censor it. We gave it to you the way it was meant to be got. Well, with a little extra thrown in here or there. Count.
Yes, Dave?
Did you learn absolutely anything during our little literary excursion?
I don't think so.
You're stern, but you're fair. I've always said that about you, Count. This, you know what? Let me tell you. I know I've said this before on my show, but I should probably clarify, because I'm thinking of this as like a one-off thing. I'm trying to keep in mind this whole Fahrenheit 451 project of ours here. I'm trying to do it as if nobody's ever listened to our show before, and that's not hard to do. It's very easy to have never have listened to my podcast. But so there's this this lovely theater. I love it. I've been there a bunch of times. It's called the Indiana Repertory Theater, and they do great stuff there. I love it there. And they mail me little pamphlets whenever they're doing a new performance or whatnot. For their season, they'll do a couple of plays every season. And I remember when I think I looked on their website. No, I didn't get a pamphlet because I would have certainly kept it. I would still have it. I don't think they got that far. But they put up like their plays for the year. They do like a couple, 3 or 4 plays per season or whatnot. And last spring, around springtime, they sent or maybe it was the fall, I forget. But they sent out their plays for that particular season. And one of them was Fahrenheit 451. And I lost my fucking shit. I was so happy and excited that they were going to do a play version of my favorite book of all time at this theater that I go to that I love so very much. I've seen, well, I guess I shouldn't say I've seen a bunch of stuff there. But I've seen, I want to say 5. Let's see. Let's go down the list. Why not? We're drinking. I saw Dial M for Murder there. I saw Boeing, which was really cute. I saw Noises Off. I saw Holmes and Watson, which is good. Really good. Not Holmes and Watson, not that horrible movie they did, but like another thing that's unrelated. And there was another one. You Can't Take It With You. I saw as well there. So at least 5 times. I might be missing 1 or 2. And I was so excited. I was so fucking excited to go see Fahrenheit 451. But then the world exploded. And we had a little, worldwide plague that kind of knocked the wind out of our sails for about a year or 2. And so, of course, they had to cancel it. And I don't know if they'll do it again. But God, I would have loved to see that. Like, just, there's not many things I have on my list to do before I die. I'm pretty much done. I'd like that a lot before I get on out of here. If I could watch Fahrenheit 451, if I could watch them do that, I'd be really, really happy. So I was crushed. I was crushed at that. And they were going to do Frankenstein, too, in October. It's going to be Frankenstein in October, and then I think Fahrenheit 451 in the spring or summer. And both of which got canceled. So fuck life. Fuck everything. Now I'm sad. But it's a good thing that Clarice died. It was a good decision. That's how it should be. That's the right call. That's the right deal. And it's funny. So all that stuff I read to you just now about the censorship, about the little minority groups having issues because there's no men, or this is portrayed in a certain way, or that's portrayed in this way, and maybe you should change this, maybe you should change that. It kind of makes me feel better about how things are currently and where we're going society-wise, because those afterwords and shit. So he said, 30-something years after he wrote the book. So it was around the 80s, mid-80s or 80s to 90s or whatever. Somewhere in the 80s when he wrote that. So I guess it's kind of nice to see, I guess there have always been shitheads around there, always continually, eternally offended at this, that, or the other thing. So it's kind of nice, I guess, that that's not really a new thing. Maybe the reach of such groups, such people, is a little bit alarming, or a lot alarming, depending on how you want to look at it. But I guess it's always been there, and that's somewhat hopeful for me anyway. I gotta shave my head. I probably shouldn't be drinking and do this. I'm gonna end up a couple of ears lighter than normal by the time I'm done. But yeah, so there we go. Count Dracula has learned absolutely nothing from any of this. I've learned a great deal. I've learned that I too can read at a 7th grade level. That's good. That's good. Better than I thought. Better than my estimates. I called my mother, and she was surprised. She was surprised indeed that I can do it. But now, Count, now it's time for the main event, I guess. Because just a few hours ago, I sat down, the two of us sat down, and we watched the Fahrenheit 451 most recent HBO movie. Now, I already saw this when it came out about 2 years ago, and boy, it was not good the first time I saw it. I thought it was bad. It was not good. It was not good. But I figured, hey, since we're doing this, I may as well throw it in there and review it here in this little bonus features part of our little project that we've done. So I've said it before, and I've said it again. I don't think Michael B. Jordan's a particularly good actor. I think, if anything, he's gotten worse as he's gotten older. Like when he was on The Wire, I thought he was good. And now that he's older, I think he's regressing. I think he's becoming a worse actor the older he gets. I just don't buy him. I don't know. I think he's good as a second, like a villain, right? Like in Black Panther as a villain, that's fine. But to carry a movie as the lead, I just don't think he's got the chops for it. So I don't think he's a particularly good actor. Every now and again, comically bad, I would go so far as to say. But let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. So I should have looked this up before, because all right. I swear Sophia Botella, is that her name? I don't know. I'm sorry. Forgive me. But I have seen her somewhere else, and I don't know where. She looked so familiar. You know what she reminds me of? She looks like she played Clarice in the movie. And the movie, watching it the second time, it was... When I see a movie, a lot of times it takes me a while to formulate an opinion. With Fahrenheit 451, this most recent, I think it was 2018 when it came out. This 2018 version of Fahrenheit 451, it right off the bat, I was like, I don't like this. It was immediately unlikable to me. And I think that a great part of Fahrenheit 451, the book, is the way it presents itself, because it's a dystopian novel, but it's not a dystopian novel, if that makes any sense at all. What I mean by that is, when I think of... Okay, here. Well, you know what? We'll do this properly. Dystopian, adjective. Relating to or denoting an imagined state of society where there is great suffering or injustice, right? And if you look at the images for dystopian, it's all bad, it's all shitty, it's all just, it's all bad news. Here's the thing. When you read Fahrenheit 451, it doesn't visually come off that way, right? The houses are all fireproof. There's this slick sci-fi sheen to it. And, like, Montag's got a nice house. He's got a wife. He's got like the American dream, I guess you would say, right? I'm not picking up like dirty, dingy fucking vibes from Fahrenheit 451. Maybe it's just me. Maybe that's how it's meant to be presented. I wasn't picking that up. It seemed like a very sterilized, very, very clean, consumeristic future to me, right? In the film, right off the bat, it's got this like zany kind of like Blade Runner, Cyberpunk 20, whatever. Just like that. You don't have to. You see, here's the thing about this book. You don't have to work terribly hard to see the parallels between the time and today. So when they try to update it and have a variant of Alexa. Sorry, it picked that up.
No problem.
It picked that up. Can you believe that? It picked that up. Anyway, it's like, yeah, shithead. We don't need to update. If you just play it straight and do a straight version of the book from the source material presented, right? People are not dumb apes. Well, at least I like to think so. They'll get the parallels. You don't need to spell it out for us, guys. You don't need to do the whole like social media type. You just don't update it. It doesn't need to be updated. You don't need to update something that's ahead of its time. Do you see where I'm going with this, right? And if they would have just made it this neat, super crisp, super clean kind of future, instead of this like stupid, weird, like Clarice is part of this like dirty underground. You're not. Don't make this sexy. Please. You know, I know that's all you know is making things edgy and gritty and virtual reality. I understand that. I know that's where you're born. That's all you know. Right? Is how to take something and make it so modern and so bleeding edge, computer cool and whatnot. It's unnecessary. You don't need to do that for this. The story does it for itself. And it just seems like they're pandering, you know, by kind of playing those cards, and it just was dumb. The Fahrenheit 451 movie was dumb. It was dumb and it was silly. I mean, let me say some good things about it, I guess. I love Michael Shannon. I love him. I love this man. I just think he's great. I think casting wise, yes, he makes a good Captain Beatty. I like that. I'm for that. I agree. I would I like that a lot. I thought his acting was all right for what they gave him, I guess. I loved Boardwalk Empire. I loved him in Boardwalk Empire. I never saw Man of Steel. Maybe I should, since he's in it. If I do watch Man of Steel, it'll be solely because of Michael Shannon. Because I love this man. I do. And with the movie, they tried to make it. They turned it from just books into all media. So the firemen would go and they'd round up like hard drives filled with movies and burned film, and it's like you're casting a wide net and doing when you add in technology, computers, the internet, or the nine as they call it in this movie. And when you do all that, it becomes more and more outlandish to the point where the firemen are like this quasi secret police type deal. And you tried to cover so much ground that I feel it just was bland, unbelievable, and dumb. And I mean, I know we're talking about science fiction and robot dogs and shit, but even that being the case, this premise was just sort of silly to me. And No robot dog, no robot hound. I'm not particularly mad about that, by the way, because I understand, that could be difficult to do in movies with special effects or whatnot, and I don't know how much money they had to do this. But they actually set this film in Cleveland, which I thought was interesting, because in the book they don't really say where it's set. I mean, it's in America somewhere. I'm assuming maybe, I mean, he says he met Mildred in Chicago, so maybe it's supposed to be they could have met and moved somewhere else. I don't know. But they don't really say where this is set. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they just name dropped Cleveland and set it in Cleveland. It seems silly, man. Just silly. The whole social media tie-in, again, you don't need to spell this out, guys. It does its job perfectly. It doesn't need your fucking help. It doesn't need you to handhold the audience and say, "Hey, dummies. Hey, you stupid retards. Check this out. Isn't this like a good parallel to our society now?" Like, just play it straight. People will get it, right? And if they don't get it, fine. Leave the ape people in the mud. Leave the dummies doing dumb things. If they can't find this easy analogy, then God help them, right? And their stupid brains. So I thought that was lame. If I could say something else positive, I liked the wardrobe. I liked how the firemen looked. I thought the outfits were kind of cool. I guess that's a good thing, right? I liked the actress who played Clarice. I thought she was pretty. In a weird way, there's different categories of girls for me, and I would consider the actress who played Clarice, I would consider her striking. I wouldn't be like, "Oh, she's fucking hot. God, that girl's hot." She's kind of got like a masculine chin. Like, I'm kind of jealous. I want her facial structure. Like, she's got like a proud kind of jaw and she looks, I don't want to say she looks manly, because she doesn't. She's pretty. Well, maybe pretty's not striking. Striking is a really good word. Like, you see her and you're like, "Oh wow, look at that. Look at that." So I guess she was attractive. I liked the way she looked. But again, she's part of this like underground resistance, blah blah blah, and it, she doesn't die. Beatty doesn't die. Montag dies at the end. I don't know. I guess that's supposed to like be some kind of weird shocker. Okay. When the lady in the house sets herself on fire, she like dramatically tears open her clothes and there's like books taped to her it was so corny and so laughable. Like, just a laughable fucking part that's supposed to be high drama, and it comes off so silly and so dumb. I really didn't like that. There's no Mildred, which is just, okay, right off the bat, that's an enormous mistake. The relationship between Mildred and her husband, that is, to me, that is such a vital part of this fucking book and this story. And that right there explains so much about society and people and what they've turned into. And for them not to include that in the book, in the movie, it just goes to show how absolute and complete the utter missing of the point was for whoever is involved in this. That they could read the book, know the story, and say, we don't need her in this movie. She's not important. We don't need her. Like, you just don't fucking get it. You just don't get it. And it shows. It shows a lot. So there's no Mildred. There's no Professor Faber. It's just, and again, the little pushes, right? Clarice. So in the film, Clarice doesn't die. She lives. If any, she bones Montag and they end up fucking. Clarice lives. There's no Mildred. There's no Hound. There's no Faber. It's like, so all the little things that kind of nudged and pushed the character in the book to eventually go where he ended up going are either gone or changed. And it's just seeing this silly, goofy scene where this girl is burnt up makes Montag start looking into what these people are trying to preserve here. It was just, ugh. And there's this like side story where Montag, like his father was a fireman, but he had books, so they burned his shit and they like erased his identity or whatnot. And Beatty was one of the guys who was there and did it. And then it's like they had this side story that they never really finished. I mean, they put like I'm not a very perceptive person, so I'm willing to take the loss on this and say this was just me. Correct me if I'm wrong if you've seen it. But does this seem incomplete? Like they just never really fully went on with, okay, like what's the deal? Why did... It was bad. It was really bad. I thought when I was watching it, again, when I started it up, I was like, you know what? Maybe I didn't give this like a too good of a chance. Let me watch this again. Let me really try to get with this. And no, I was right. It sucks. It's not good. It's not very good at all. It's really, really not. Misses the point entirely. Just completely misses the point. From the book. And let me think. I'm trying to think of anything else here. Trying to do a positive. Let's do a positive. Something good. Okay, all right. So when they do these burnings or whatnot, and the firemen show up, it's kind of like a show, like a live broadcast type deal. And you have, what I did like was they had like these emojis or whatever that would pop up on the screen. So you have like a bunch of people watching somebody's house get burnt up live or whatnot. And then you just see a bunch of hearts or whatever. Or if something bad happened, you'd see like a bunch of frowny faces or thumbs down. I don't like the obvious in-your-face connecting the dots for you. Like, hey, see the parallels between our society? I think that's lame and dumb. But I did think it was... If you're gonna do that, at least that's kind of a neat way to do it. Like, I liked the instant kind of gratification, instant feedback that was on the screens. And they played all this shit, like, on huge building sides, and like it just, I really didn't like it. I really didn't like it. Even from the very beginning, just the kind of tone that this film tries to set. And you have like Beatty and Montag and they're like boxing. They're having this like, oh my God. It's the ultimate, like, this ain't your daddy's Fahrenheit 451. This is fucking dumb. Like, they may as well have been blasting, like, Nickelback or Let the Bodies Hit the Floor in the background to kind of, like, hey, guys, look, this is cool. Like, we're updating an old fuddy-duddy classic book. Like, we're making it sexy and hot, and Clarice is like this fucking underground cyberpunk girl, and we're deleting fingerprints, and oh my God, look at all this cool computer virtual reality, man. Oh my God, this is like Ray Bradbury can only dream of how cool we're gonna make this shit. It's so bad. It's so over the top, in your fucking face, 360-degree slam dunk bad. Just the choices that were made for this. And so they have, okay, all right, one thing I did like a lot the book people or whatever, they have this kid, this like autistic guy who can like remember. I liked him. I thought he was really cool. And I liked the way they pulled that off. And I think that could have worked. And I don't know. I just thought that was a neat part in the book. He was a neat character because I was like, oh, it's just some fucking retarded guy. Sorry. Who, you know, he's a Rain Man, pretty much. And he could just memorize a lot. That I liked. I liked that. That was cool. I think they could have done a little bit more than that. And then they had this weird thing. I don't understand. This thing called Omnis, where it's like this underground movement somehow put all of the books and all of the media in the universe in this one little DNA strand that was going to be like released. Somehow they're going to put it on a thing on a bird and then fly it into space or whatever. It was so quickly glossed over, like, oh yeah, and oh yeah, real quick before everybody leaves, they've somehow managed to put all of the knowledge on this planet and history in this little DNA thing, and if it escapes, then everybody will be gods, or they'll know everything, or I don't know. Everything we're trying to suppress will get out, and that will somehow make things bad. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I don't know what the DNA thing, like. Okay, and like, hey, Dave, we found a DNA sample from you that has your baldness and fatness in it. Like, okay, so we're gonna release it into the world. What does that mean? You're gonna release it? How? You're just gonna take a DNA thing, crush it in your fist, and blow it into the air, and somehow that's gonna do something? Like, what is happening? You have to do a better job of explaining this. No, future gobbledygook. It's just future gunk. You get it. No, that's not good enough. Like, you're gonna have to do a little better than that, I feel. It was bad. It was terrible. It was horrible. It was so stupid. And at the end, like, Montag goes and he joins up with the rebel people. They're called eels for some reason. And then he releases a pigeon with the DNA of knowledge in it for some. I don't know. And the pigeon flies off, and cue swelling inspirational music, and that's it. And Montag dies. He gets blown up by Captain Beatty. I mean, whatever, man. Whatever. It sucked. Maybe even worse than the first time I saw it. I don't know. Just, wow, man. Wow, you missed the point entirely, didn't you? Didn't you? Trying to make it all sleek and fucking sexy and oh boy. But, you know, good points. Michael Shannon is always a good point for me. He rules. I don't know. Sorry. I love the man. I think he's great. He's got so much positive credit with me for Boardwalk Empire. Just that. He can make a lot of bad decisions and still be okay with me. And this was certainly a bad one. This was a bad decision. I'm trying to think. I can't tell you what a mistake it was to not have, just to have Montag be some single dude. Like, that, you are missing the point here. Big time. Totally big time. You missed the point. Oh, also, I'm glad I didn't forget this. There are a couple more things that are dumb. So he's trying to get in good with these book people, Clarice's little band of whatever the fuck, rebels. And they said, do you really want to join us? And he was like, yes, I do. And then they said, okay, well, there's a fireman up in the attic. You have to kill him to prove your loyalty. Now, look. I like the fact that they just don't take his word for it. It's not just like, I want to join you. I was a fireman. Okay, well, fine. Well, I guess you're in, right? I like that there's precaution and he has to kind of prove himself. But the way they did it was so fucking dumb. Like, there's a fireman in the attic. Go kill him. It's like, what? They didn't at all push him to the point where that would even be a feasible character decision. Right? Yet he takes a knife and he goes upstairs and he sees somebody tied to a chair and he's like storming up like he's gonna prison shank this person, and then they stop him. It's like that Bible story where sick fuck God is like, hey, go kill your kid real quick, and the guy's like, all right, why not? Sure, I don't like him either. And then right when he's gonna do it, God's like, wait, don't kill your kid, and the guy's like, fuck. It was bad and dumb. So I thought that was just so laughably stupid. So laughably stupid. I don't know what's going on. The leader of the rebels, so to speak, I don't know what's with her acting. It was some of the worst acting I've ever seen in my life. It was literally like that day they found this woman in Starbucks or something, and we're like, would you like to be in a film? Oh, but I don't know the lines or whatever. It's like, don't worry, I'm going to write them on a card and I'm going to hold them off screen and you just read them as you go. She was complete. It was almost like they just woke her up and were like, go out there and just read. I don't know what's going on. What is this about? She seemed completely disinterested in the story, in what she was doing, and just about everything. She was terrible. She was a horrible actress. And I've seen her before in something. Okay, hold on. Let me get to the bottom of this here. Wait a minute. Why does it say? It says that they had a Mildred but she's not. Oh, deleted scenes. Okay, so they did have Mildred, but she was deleted. They did cast somebody and they had scenes with her in it, and they deleted the scenes. Wow. These people don't know what they're fucking doing, do they? Okay, anyway, where is this woman? I have to find her. I don't know where she is. Is this it? Candy Alexander. Yes, that's her. Candy Alexander. She was Sissy from CB4. Oh my god. By the way, CB4, criminally underrated. CB4 is fucking fantastic. CB4 rules. I know I've seen her in other things, though. Yeah, she can act. What's she fucking doing? She was horrible in this. She was terrible in this. Oh, God. Oh, sissy, what have they done to you? Anyway, Fahrenheit 451, it sucked. Not good. Even worse than I remember. Yeah. That's about it. Oh, yeah, Sophia Botella. She looks like, what's her name? What's the girl? The little girl from All in the Family. Ugh. I can't think. She ended up joining that band, the New Radicals. Sophia? Was her name Sophia? I don't remember. But yeah, she looks like the little girl Sophia from All in the Family. I thought it was her for a second, but that's impossible. That's impossible because time and because years. Yeah. Count, you know what?
What, Dave?
I just realized something. this whole time, this whole experience, the Fahrenheit 451 experience that the journey that we've come on, I never gave you the chance to read. Not even a little bit, not even once. So right now, what I'd like, here, right now, we're going to start this all, we're going to do this all again right now. I would like you, please, you've heard my take on it. Now I want you to do yours. Here's the book. I'm going to sit quietly, patiently, and listen. I want you to give us your ancient, old, wizened, undead take on this literary classic. Here you go, buddy.
Oh, wow, it's my big moment, my time to shine. Here, let me just see the book real quick. It's slippery on this one. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Here we fucking go. I just spilled beer all over the place. Look, man. Count, can you hurry up here? I kind of got shit to do.
Oh, Dave, but it's slippery. You know, my rheumatism acts up from time to time.
Oh, God, what the fucking rheumatism. Are you going to read or not? Are we just...
Look, Dave, why don't we clean up the mess we just made? And we'll try this some other time, okay? I got to go, everybody. Bye-bye.